Good morning and welcome here to Zwartkops for kickoff of what is 2023's motorsport calendar in South Africa. And as always, we come to Zwartkops International Raceway, the arena of motorsport, to kick things off and to start the year's proceedings. It's the 22nd running of the Passion for Speed Festival here at Zwartkops, and we kick things off here with the BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series classes D and E, making their way out onto the circuit now for the first part of all of the race day action that we've got coming towards you. Before we get racing though, let's go and catch up with Bernard de Gouveia and find out what's been happening here in this incredible class with a massive growth, probably the biggest in South Africa.
Ready to start again, brand new season, sponsors still on board, and a big entry here at Zwartkops again.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised with the entries. You know, we ended last year here at Zwartkops with 43 entries, and all of a sudden we would have had 60, but there's a few retirements, including myself. We didn't even make it to the track, like my car didn't even start, but yeah, 60 entries it would have been. We're down to about 57. We've had to split the classes again, so class A, B and C. There's about 29 cars and about 8 cars in class D and E. So yeah, it's nice big fields. It's great to have such big support from the guys. You know, racing's tough, you know, it's expensive, but yeah, it's great to have the guys back on board. And then obviously we'd like to thank all of our sponsors. We renewed a 2-year deal with BMW M Performance Parts. We've got our other sponsors, I2 AutoZone, NGK, they're also on their 2-year deal. Dunlop has come on board with ATS with a 2-year deal. We've got Share Tracking, it's a brand new sponsor. Who else have we got? I'm just trying to think. International Race Supplies. Who am I missing? Arrow Automotive also, they're in their 2nd year with their sponsorship. So yeah, I'd just like to thank all the sponsors. We really do appreciate all the money and effort they put into the series. And once again, thank you to the rest of the committee in the BMW Car Club and all the drivers. Without the drivers, we wouldn't have the series. So thank you very much.
You can see that is exciting times here for the BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series, and 2-year deals being put together there by a huge amount of input coming in from the sponsors and partners to this incredibly big field. As he said, 57 cars, but we're down to about 53 that qualified yesterday. So down to the split here between classes D and E, and of course class D and E will have the reigning overall champion fighting hard in the mix there with the number 1 plate in class D. That's Nick Fisher. He'll be pushing to try and get through and see what he can do at the front end. It's going to be a real tough day in the saddle for him, because at this stage in time, Jaco is the man to beat. Jaco Storm, of course, doing an incredible job there in his 330i Turbo. And he'll be fighting hard there with Andre Diedrichs, Rion Libber, and of course Gary Martin's up there as well. Great to see some maneuvers through there from Nicholas Haps and Anwar Levy. Anwar Levy having a fantastic run, coming all the way from Cape Town as the official safety car pulls to the sideline there for BMW. It's not the official safety car here for Zwartkops, but it's the official safety car for this event, as they come under starters orders now and get ready to fly down in towards turn number 1. Andre Diedrichs on the outside, Jaco Storm on the outside, Diedrichs on the inside there, looking for a way to get through as quickly as possible. And then right on his tail, Rion Libber will be looking to pounce. Let's see what happens as they head through and wait for those lights to go out. They bring all the cars around before they let the lights out, and we go racing. Here we go. Down towards turn 1 for the first time today in the 22nd running of the Passion for Speed Festival here at Zwartkops. Just chopping and changing, going up the inside. Nice move there for Donnie, trying to find a way through. Just got squeezed out ever so slightly though, heading into turn number 2 there. Arnold Naidu is keeping him very honest as they come into turn 2. Overnight work done on turn 2. Looks like it's been done to perfection to get these cars through there for the first time in anger. And the first field of cars going through there. Brendan Kelly's just joined us all the way from East London, so is Luke Selby. Big welcome to Krista as well. Thanks so much for getting up so early, guys, and picking up on the early action here from the Passion for Speed. Jaco Storm getting away from the rest of this pack in a very big way. Getting up in towards turn 4 now. Out of 4 up the hill they go to the fastest part of the circuit, just before they climb on the anchors, banging down the gearbox to try and close things down there on the leader. Getting away now from the rest of this pack, and you can see he's got Lubber trying to close him down. Rion's got some work to do though. Diedrichs has lost out there quite a bit. He's dropped down to 4th place, so some work to do there from the man from the front row. Didn't quite work out according to plan there for his start, but he's now going to have to do some work to try and keep off and keep out the intentions being shown there properly by Gary Martins. Comes our track taxi, the 330 of Manny Ribeiro. Good start from the see a bunt to go through there. And then behind that you can see just Dodd for a chance every which way. Sean Dodd wants a way past, can't find it just yet, goes high and wide into turn 2. Close things down there rapidly onto the back end. Seems to just be in the way slow, but now puts on the power and gets out of turn 3, pulls a little bit of a gap there over the Class E and E fight for the first race of the day. Storm being closed down, and it's a big move here coming from the 5-0 of Gary Martins. Martins on a roll here, big time. Move up the inside there of the Chive Bunnies on it. Anwar Levy had a big look, trying to find a way through into turn 4. Didn't quite get there, but definitely putting the pressure on and looking for a chance to try and squeeze up a little bit higher than where he is right now. Fantastic effort there from him as he comes up and looks to get into what is going to be 4th place. He's up to 4th. Squeeze through up to 4th place. Rivera goes defensive to keep out Dodd. Dodd's moved up 1 position as well. Great start here from these Performance Racing Series BMWs. Class D and E battle that we're watching, coming into completing the first third of this race. Dodd has another big look. He's not quite able to get up there in the Amtech and CRS BMW, but definitely looking for a chance there. Find a way past on Rivera. And Rivera keeps him honest for now. How much longer getting close up that pressure? The pressure's being applied big time. Levy now trying to close down on Diedrichs. He's got some maneuvering to make. You can see a big diffuser out the back end of his car there. No wing on the car, but a massive diffuser on the back end of the machine, trying to keep the downforce on that car to get the power down. Storm hangs on. So there's a big maneuver happening in a big way there from Gary Martins' point of view. He's definitely closed that gap down dramatically, as has Levy on Diedrichs. Oh, Levy got a great line out of 4. Diedrichs ran a little bit wide. This could be a chance here for him to dive up and squeeze through. Can he make it stick? No, he can't. So nice maneuvering there from the 73. At 330, he's just hanging on for now. The E30 machine, it's actually a 325 he's in there. It's not his usual car, I'd have to say. Maybe he's changed things up there. We've got Andre Diedrichs down in an E30 330i. That's definitely not a 330i, but on his tail, the 45 car of Anwar Levy is the M3, that's the E46 M3 version. As they head down in towards turn 1 again. Definitely not the car that was entered that we see Diedrichs piloting at this stage. Now back to the Dodd and Rivera battle, and Dodd is through. Sean Dodd's found a way past and come into the inside, got through. Now almost instantaneously goes onto the attack there to try and find a way through and up the inside. So some big fighting happening in that mid-pack, and they are fighting huge side by side again. Dodd and Rivera coming out of turn 3. Coming up on a back marker now. That's the 111 car of Karen Nienaber, one of our lady riders, or lady drivers I should say, for the day. It's great to see the lady driver out there. She joins the ranks of Marion Eminis and of course Mel Spur, who have been part and parcel of the M Performance Series Racing Series in the past as our lady drivers. Big welcome to her. I know it's her debut here in the VTech Motorsports and First National Batteries BM. And maybe a bit of a baptism of fire here to be at Passion for Speed Festival. It's always a big day's racing, and she's made the step up here pretty admirably. So coming down into turn 8, good manoeuvre here from the rest of this pack, and slowly but surely things start to heat up a bit in that second fight on track. There's about 4 cars fighting in that second fight. Looking for a chance now to get through on Diedrichs, who hangs on to the 3 spot for now. So Diedrichs now under braking, coming down into as the first 2 go through and on their merry way. Oh, a little bit of smoke out of the back there, and that could be, that looks a terminal. Oh no, lots of smoke coming out of that BMW. I can tell you that 50 car of Gary Martins, the Grease Monkey Motor Garage, it's the M250D, so it's a diesel, so probably that's why it's smoking a little bit more than what it should. You can see the pressure being applied there by that diesel powered machine, and the black smoke coming out as he puts the power down to try and close down on Jaco Storm, who's hung on to the lead literally from the word go. Up towards turn 5 they go now. A little move there from Dodd. Dodd just showing a wheel as he closes in once again on Diedrichs. Right on his tail, Rian Lubber. Now they're just now staying in that hunt and not giving up any chances there to Nicholas Haps, who's right on his tail. So Haps wants through as well, and then Ribeiro's lost a little bit of ground there to these 4. They'll try and make it up now under braking. Greenhouse Man, of course, is a man who took the last win here at Zwartkops last year. certainly a man to watch out for at the front end of Class D. And he's now looking for a chance to squeeze through and maybe take those podium spots away from Deirdricks, Dodd and Lubber. Lubber goes defensive as he realizes Haps puts the pressure on into turn 2. He just hangs on for now. Come out of turn 2 now, heading up a little short squirt, and then it's a full, fast, very fast right-hander that they go through there. Almost full commitment through there. It's a slight lift before you go in, and then it's big power out the back straight away towards turn 4. Let's move here from this second fight on track. The second fight, as I said, now breaking up slightly as Dodd goes on the attack. Dodd has a big look going into turn 5. Not quite close enough though in the Amtech CRS BMW. Although when Deirdricks makes a mistake like that, it'll open up the door for him. There you have it. Thanks for coming. I'll have that every day of the week. So we've got a new man up to 3rd place now. Sean Dodd makes his way up into 3rd. Deirdricks down to 4th under attack almost as soon as he saw the opportunity. The 9-9 of Rion Lubber said, right, I'll have a go as well. Why not? So Dodd crosses the line in 3rd for the first time. Deirdricks is down to 4th, but he's under big pressure there from Lubber. Haps waiting to pounce just in the background. He makes up a little bit of ground out in that 3-5. So it just gets a little bit extra squirt on the straightaway. Might just be power to weight ratio there on that slightly smaller car. There's a good move as well. Haps on the inside gets through. And Lubber now under attack from Ribeiro. So Rion Lubber making a small mistake into turn 2. Open up the door, allowing a maneuver there from Nicholas Haps. So Haps is up 1 position. He's now got his sights set on Deirdricks, but he's got problems of his own coming from the return of Rion Lubber there in the 9-9 car. Haps then Ribeiro. Ronald Naidu's up to 8th. Vegan Naidu is in 9th, and it's Neil Reynolds who makes up the 10th spot at this stage. Great manoeuvring there from them. In fact, Vegan Naidu there in 9th place. Oh, problems. Oh, that's the 5-0. That's Gary Martins. The BMW M2 diesel has, looks like it might have given up the ghost though. He's just moving off the circuit relatively slowly. I did say that big puff of black smoke might be terminal, and it looks like it is. I'm not quite sure what's gone wrong on that M2, but certainly that's going to give this victory to Jaco Storm if he keeps it all together now with 3 laps to go. Across the line for 2nd, it's Dodd, Deirdricks, Haps, to top 3. And as I said, through the field, I think we've got Vegan Naidu, who is currently leading Class E. Yes, he's quite a way ahead of Dave Reeser and Dewald Smith. So it's a battle for 2nd in the Class E's, down in about 11th and 12th place overall on track. But more importantly, we've got a Vegan Naidu up into the top 10 for the lead of Class E. And they come through turn 4 once again, watching Rion Lubber trying to close that gap down. Bit of a maneuver out of double yellows, so no overtaking up into turn 5, and that's probably because of the BMW on the outside. Yes, there it is, being attended to there by the marshals. Come through, sweep into the left-hander at 7. Back down the hill they come, and up onto some more back markers. Storm once again overtaking yet again our lady driver there, Cara Nialba. Just hanging on for now. She's of course outside of the top 20 with 2 to go. 2 laps to go there for these top end contenders for Class D. Dodd applying the pressure, realizing he's running out of time, and he's putting big pressure on, looking for a way through into turn 3. Storm sees him coming. We've got, is that the Jive? Yes, that's the Jive machine. So Arnold Naidu, Anwar Levy, I beg your pardon. Anwar Levy parked on the sideline on the inside of turn 2. So we've lost the Jive cold drinks machine. He's parked on the inside of turn 2. That's not where he wanted to be, that is for sure, as they head up the hill. Now a double right-hander. Slight little straight. Storm pulled away now from Dodd. Dodd going to try and hang on for 2nd. I don't think he's going to have a chance now with a lap and 2 corners to go to catch Jaco. Good start to the season here for Jaco Storm. He's been working hard on this machine, the True Wood Furniture car. A lot of work being done, I think, at Ezoic panel beaters on that machine as well, which is great to see. As he comes across the line now to start the final lap. Let's see if Jaco can keep it all together now. Dodd still pushing hard, not giving up. He heads down towards turn 2, closes the gap down slightly there on that Truewood BMW. But that M-Tech and CRS BMW in second. Doesn't look like he's got enough just to get past Storm at this stage. Deirdrick's still under pressure there, and Haps is all over him. So let's see whether or not we're going to see a change up there for Nico Haps and Andre Deirdricks. And then waiting to pounce in the background, Rian Lover. Looks like we might have a change up as well. Ribeiro might have dropped back one position, just watching in the rear of that final shot that we've just seen heading up towards turn 4. Here's your leader, into 5 for the last time. As he heads out of turn 5 into the double right-hander at turn 6 at Kenwood Corner. This is Yucca Storm, basically flag to flag here in the BMW. So he will start the day with the first win of the 22nd version of the Passion for Speed Festival for Truewood finishes. Well done, Yucca. Takes the win over Sean Dodd. Doddy pushed hard. Just couldn't get there in the end, but second place is pretty ecstatic about that, as you can see. Comes through for second, and Haps comes through for third. Haps coming through there, getting through on Lover. Looks like Deirdrick's had some problems in that final lap as well. He's dropped right back. And Andre Deirdrick's with some problems there in a big way. Great to have him back on track. It's been a long time since we've seen Deirdrick's at the wheel of a race car. She got to see him yesterday at the canteen, and he was pretty excited to be back in the field of race cars and pushing hard. So let's have a look and see how things have turned out there. Storm from Dodd, Haps, Lover, and Deirdrick's your top 5. That is Class D. Viganado, of course, first of the Class E's there in 6th place. He beats out Manny Ribeiro, Reinhard Miller, Arnold Naidu, and Dave Reeser there in 10th is second in Class E. So a good effort there from Dave. And Farad Ibrahim will be third in Class E's as we wrap up the first race of the day there. BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series Classes D and E. In a few moments' time, we'll be joining you for more action from the Passion for Speed Festival. And it's with the HRSA Pursuit Series. Ben Morganroot sponsoring that one. They'll be out shortly with their first win. This is a handicap race that's coming up, remember? So they basically start from pit lane, and the slowest car starts first. Fastest car rolls out. And we'll get some great historic racing from them, as always, in the Pursuit Challenge in a few moments' time. Making the run to the circuit now is Ben Morganhood's HRSA Pursuit Challenge. So you can see a big array of vehicles here. And, completely different vehicles going to go and fight it out now, with the Mini being the man out front. That's William Kelly. He'll be looking for the HF class in this category. They're looking for a chance now to take on the likes of Althea Pretorius, Ernest Exo, Rob Van Aal will be out there in a Ford Mark 1 Escort. We've got a Ford Capri of Mike Thompson. William van Niekerk is out there as well. Willem is a super runner, of course, in his Marauder. There it is. The Team Gunston Marauder on the back straightaway, just trying to get some heat into that rubber. Don't really get much heat into the rubber on a warm-up lap like this, because remember, they've got to go back into pit lane to start from pit lane for this handicapped version of motorsport. And when I talk about handicapped version, it's basically the slowest car starting first, and due to the allocated lap times and the percentages that are required for the theory of this to work, that every car should cross the line, they are sent off at intervals from the start line. So the start clock is basically zeroed for William Kelly, and then from there it goes into, of course, the 1.23, second 1.36, 1.37, 1.41, all the way up to 3.15 to Rian Roux at the back of the pack. So they roll into pit lane now to get themselves into starting order. They start line astern, one at a time. And as the flag drops, of course, William Kelly will have 1 minute 23 seconds before anybody else comes onto circuit. So his allocated lap time is a 1 minute 38.5, which means that he'll probably get probably a lap and a bit in before they send the next car. And then that little Mini, you'll have to try and push hard and try and keep it as smooth as possible. The idea with this racing series is that you cannot afford to make a mistake, first of all. And secondly, if there's a pass to be made, you need to make it. You cannot afford not to make any of the passes that bring themselves to fruition for you. Otherwise, you'll be found wanting at the end. Because the theory, as I said, is that if the percentages are right, if the allocated times are right, then every car on track should cross the line at the same time. That's not always how it works. Never seen it work like that myself in 27 years, but that's the theory. As Greg White rolls up there in his Mark 1 Escort. Good morning to everybody who's joined us on our live stream early on. I see our Splitty Bus Restoration team are here. Dave Turner and Willem Boyson have joined us too. Thanks guys. There's our first car on track. That is the Mini. Leyland Mini Cooper heading down towards turn 2. Let's see what he's got in store for us this time out as they head down into the battlefield now for the first time here for the Ben Morgenroot HRSA Pursuit Challenge. Next car is going to be Althea Pretorius. She's in a Nissan Nexa. She'll be looking to try and take on that big battle at the front end if she can. It's not always an easy one to go at, that's for sure. So we start at the Mini once. As they head up into turn 5, or he heads up into turn 5. William Kelly is the man looking to try and take this one, and he's got to try and keep it at the front end for as long as possible. 8 laps doesn't seem like a long time, but when you've got faster cars coming at you, you certainly are going to have your wits about you, particularly in the last 2 laps, and more importantly in that last lap. That's when the chaos usually happens, with the faster cars catching the lead cars that have set the pace. As I said, this should possibly be coming down into turn 8 as the second car makes its way onto the circuit there. Althea Pretorius in the Nissan Nexa. She makes her way onto the track now for the first time, and it's not a lot of those around. A Datsun Exa racing in the world. It might be one of the only ones that I can see at this stage, but not a bad start there from the lady driver, and she's always a top contender in this category. Has taken a couple of victories in the past for that Nissan Nexa. Right on her tail, Rob Winall, and then right behind that the Ford Capri. And Mike Thompson coming through there as well by the looks of things in the Cortina. Looks like Mike Thompson actually might be on track already. Stan Stacey was there in that Ford Cortina. XR6 Interceptor there. Pushing hard up towards trying to close things down. 305 on track now. That's a good start from Jensen Hewitt. So that's our second car on track. Lady driver Althea Pretorius. Just have a look and see how quickly the rest of that pack has closed things down. Just in the background of that shot, you saw the third car. These are the chasers here, already catching the lead car. They've got to catch him again, though. That's the thing. They have to catch him again and pass him again to get back onto the lead lap. So right now, still in the hands of William Kelly, doing a 34.5, and 34.5 might be well out of what his allocated time was. So looks like we already got a breakout there for our leader. He allocated a 38.5. He's done a 34.5, which is 4 seconds quicker than his allocated time. So see how hard William Kelly is pushing. It's too hard, unfortunately. There's Van Aal, Stan Stacey, Hewitt behind that. Alphas out there. You've got Alfetta and Alpha GT Junior. John Bronner will be pushing hard too. This is second and third. Sirocco coming through rapidly. As they come down onto that back straight away. Back car there, that green one, the Sirocco, Rion Rue. That's the scratch car, basically the car right at the back of the pack, and you can see he's already made his way through on what is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th place on track. So some maneuvering happening there from the fast man. Rion Rue set the pace yesterday, did a 1:15.1 in the Adfin Volkswagen Sirocco, and now goes up the inside of Van Aal. So you can see him ticking them off here rapidly, coming up on second and third cars on track. As soon as possible, that's what he wants to do. See Johan Goos also trying to push through there in the second of the Siroccos, closing down on Althea. So everybody doing exactly what they need to do here. Particularly the front man. There's Goos. That's exactly what you got to do, as I was going to say. 137 diving up the inside of Althea, making the pass stick as quickly as possible. Can't afford not to make passes when there are opportunities to do it. Otherwise you will be found wanting at the end. Here's our lead car at the stage completing another lap. That'll be 6 to go now for the lead car of William Kelly. 38.4. He's spot on his time on that lap, but unfortunately, just having a look further back, did he go quicker than that? Best time's 38.4. 38.4, so he's spot on. The first lap was a little bit of a mess up on the timing monitor, I think. But we've got it right now. 38.4. He's allowed to do a 38.5, so he has broken out, Paulie. Oh, Marauder running wide, and Rob Van Aal runs wide as well. So Rob Van Aal running wide there in the Ford Escort, just getting it all wrong. First bit of off-track excursion we've seen all day long. 73 is Hedley Whitehead, making his way past the Marauder. And Willem van Niekerk had to take a little bit of evasive action there in that Team Gunston car. With Van Aal running wide, the Capri behind that. On the tail is Mike Thompson. There's your scratch car into turn 1, and has now made his way through on everybody. Now trying to have to catch the lead car one more time. He's got 5.5 laps to do that. Van Aal's back on track. After a little off-track excursion, didn't quite work out according to plan there for him, but he's now been able to keep it all together and stay on the black stuff. That's what we need to do here today. This is potentially the first and second cars by the time the flag comes out. And you can see just how hard we're getting a push there from Rion Roux. Trying to close down there on Johan Goos. The two Siroccos probably going to be very evenly matched in terms of their capabilities as race cars. But we'll have to see what they're going to do when it comes to the final part of this race, and whether they can get ahead of the lead man there, William Kelly, by the time the checkered flag comes out. 7 out there, Wynand du Plessis Senior in the 944. It's nice to see that car in full flight. You've got Greg White in the Ford Escort Mark 1. They head up towards the top of the hill. Here comes two Siroccos fighting for potentially what could be the win. The second Sirocco has definitely closed the gap down now on Johan Goos. So Roux and Goos looking for chances to keep each other honest by the time that flag comes up. But they've got to still try and find a little yellow Mini up the road. That is for sure. That little yellow Mini is the car that they are looking for. Every time they go around a corner, they'll be looking up the road, see how far ahead he is. Werner Hutzenberg coming down the hill as well. He's in the 912 Porsche today. I beg your pardon, 916. There's a couple of Porsches out there. That's the 916 that he's piloting today. Hutzenberg always in a Porsche of some nature. A real nice array of cars in his collection. And Stacey looking to get through now on the Capri. Cortina versus Capri. Marauder just up the road from them. Althea goes through. Second Mini on track, pushing hard. You can see just how hard this little maneuver from Hedley Whitehead is, because he's staying ahead of Van Niekerk. Stacey, there goes the lead car. Half the lap's done, and that's just perfect timing. So, if we look at the way things are going to go now, the two Foss cars that started second last and last are about to catch the car that started first with 4 laps to go. So it's almost ideal conditions. They will be slightly quicker, of course, in their second attempt to get through on the second half of this race, once they've got through here on William Kelly. Kelly will be watching in the background for the two Siroccos, and he's thinking to himself, have I got enough time here to keep them at bay? Goos goes inside, followed by Roux as they go into turn 4, and that's the lead change, potentially. But they've got to catch that yellow car again before they can look for a checkered flag, and that's not the one on the roof of that little yellow Mini. You Here comes the fastest car on track yesterday, Rian Roux, ahead now of course. So a change up in terms of how the position of the two Zwartkops are at this stage. Now, is Coast doing this on purpose? Does he want Roux to set the pace and let him go through and basically lead him all the way around? It's always nice to have a car in front of you to keep as a target. And I think that's exactly what Johan Coast's thinking is. He can get through. Let Rian Roux do all the blocking, stay out of harm's way. He might be able to squeeze through and get the win by the time the checkered flag comes out in 3 laps time. So here they go down in towards turn 3. Zwartkops in full flight, looking for the win, but looking for that yellow mini again. I'll be watching. And what you normally tend to do in this racing, having been a part of it on a few occasions myself, is if you are the lead car or if you're the catching cars, you're always looking over your shoulders, particularly at Zwartkops at the top of the hill, to see where the other cars are on track in relation to you, so that you can plan your attack. If you're coming up on a pack of 4 or 5 cars that are all fighting their own little battle, it's always difficult to get through as a fast car. It's also difficult to get through or to keep them at bay as the lead car or the man defending for the win. Kelly hangs on. It's about half a lap in a lap there, incredibly. Zwartkops goes into turn 8 as Kelly heads up towards turn 5. It's almost half a lap between the two potential winners of this race and the current leader on track. 37.3 means William Kelly has broken out, so no matter what he does right now, he's not going to be able to be classified in this one because he's gone quicker than his allocated breakout time, which is a bit of a pity there for him because he was going so well. The reason being, it is such a difficult maneuver to keep up. And they're not allowed to run timing monitors or lap timers in their cars, so it's all look and feel on these cars as they go through there. Johan Smith in the Nissan Skyline, piloting Mish's Nissan Skyline this weekend. Van Al once again caught and passed by Roux as they go into turn 4. Roux now sets his sights on the Mercedes-Benz of Michael Oberholzer and Andre Hutting a little bit further up the road. They're both in 190E Mercedes-Benz. Smith has also been caught and passed there as well by Oberholzer. It's a silver 190E. Coast diving on the inside into 6 to get through on Van Al. Van Al not going to make it easy for him though. Van Al keeps him very honest through turn 6 as they get into the mix here big time. Down the hill they go. Now into turn 8. Oh, Stacey getting in the mix there with Duplessis Senior. Great little manoeuvring here as well. He throw in the little Alpha as well of Garrett Murray. Who wants to go here? They all do. They all want a chance to be at the front end, that's for sure. It's a great little fight here, that is for sure. Not, I beg your pardon, it's not Murray. It's the other Alpha. It's John Bronner that's in there. So this is where it gets interesting, as you can see. Quicker cars coming up on the slower cars defending to the maximum. There's a maneuver in the background there from Smith. I thought he might have a go, but he wasn't quite close enough. But watch out for Roux. Roux's coming here big time. Rian Roux going to close things down now on Hewitt and on Smith as they get to the top of the hill. Can he have a go into turn 5? He's looking for a go. Last-ditch effort there to dive onto the inside, and that's a good move. And you can see closing down on the Mercedes-Benz, the Marauder, the Capri. Smith dives through. Roux goes with him. HRSA Racing's Nissan Skyline. There goes our lead car with a lap to go. Now, with a lap to go, he's got about 9 cars closing down on him in the background. It's going to be an awesome finish to this one. He comes out of turn 2, concentrating, doing everything right here. The problem he's going to have, though, when he gets on that back straightaway, is he's going to look in the rearview mirror and he's just going to see a massive pack of cars led out by the Porsche of Duplessis Senior. Then it's Headley Whitehead, Bronner in there, Hartzenberg, Althea, and behind that it's Smith. Behind Smith, though, was Roux. So Rian Roux, the scratch car at the back of the pack, is now starting to make his way through rapidly. Is Duplessis going to hang on, possibly catch the mini at the right time? Where is that green Zwartkops? Oh, he's too far back. He's way too far back. He's never going to get up there. Or he might as he gets through. He dives on the inside of Greg White into turn 4. The mini is heading towards turn 6 as these guys... Oh, actually turn 5. Here comes Duplessis Senior. The 944 gets up and takes the lead. So the leader now becomes the Porsche. The Porsche now leads out over the Mini. Headley Whitehead in third, looking to make it the first Mini on track, but will he be able to find a way through? William Kelly's had a fantastic drive to stay out there, but as I said, I think he might have broken out. That's a big pity there for him. As they come down towards the checkered flag, it is going to be Duplessis Senior who's going to get this one. Having a look at what he put out in terms of his lap times. Hopefully he's done enough. 1:19.2. Also might be a bit of a breakout there for him as they come across the line. Oh, that'll be interesting. Look at that. 3 abreast as they cross the line there. 2 Minis sandwiching the little Alfa Romeo as they came across for the first win, or potential win, in the Ben Morgenroot HRSA Pursuit Challenge. How do you like that for them apples? That's the way to do it, I suppose, eh? Get it all sorted out by the time we get into the closing stages and wrap it all up. So, let's have a look and see. I am assuming that one William Kelly with a 36.2 has broken out. Duplessis Senior, he allocated a lap time of, what is it? Let's have a look and see. Duplessis Senior went to a 80.081. So that is 1 minute 20, and he's done a 19.5. He's also broken out. So there's a very good possibility Headley Whitehead, who allocated a 1:25 and did a 1:25. Headley Whitehead at this stage, unofficially, should be the winner without any breakouts. Bronner in second possibly, and Hartzenberg in third. But we'll give you confirmation of those results as soon as we get them a bit later on. We move from HRSA Pursuit Series into the Midvaal Historics and Greats of the Past. That's our next bit of action here at the 22nd running of the Passion for Speed Festival. So it's great to see the crowds here in full force once again as we get into the next part of the day's racing, which is the Midvaal Historics, including the greats of the past. That's a nice big field of 33 cars about to come out to battle. And you can see that the crowds have actually been here for a long, long time. I got in here at about 6:05 this morning, and that whole back banking that we're seeing in shot right now was completely full. Lots of these people have sort of stayed overnight, as we used to do in the past. Yeah, at Zwartkops and Kyalami for the big events, camping on the sidelines and setting their grass bankings with bunting tape to allocate their areas so that no one takes their spots away from them. Fantastic to see. So as we get into race action here for the third race of the day, Midvaal Historics and Greats of the Past making them onto the circuit. Great to see support coming into our live stream as well as around the circuit. If you guys are watching us on the live stream around the circuit, a big welcome here to Zwartkops. It's definitely the place to be today, kicking off the 2023 South African motorsport calendar, as we've done for the last 22 years, the 22nd version of this Passion for Speed event here at Zwartkops, the arena of motorsport. See the AMG Mercedes-Benz Driving Academy there in the background of that shot. Even the banking on the back straight and that turn 2 starting to fill up. And if you look on just on the right-hand side there, just above the Citizen branding on that grandstand, even the grandstand at turn 3 with some people on today. It's always a big day's racing here as we're watching Foss go through turn 4. The pace car from Pretoria North Toyota dictating how things are going to start out here. Don't see the Chevy Can-Am out there though. That's a bit of a concern because that Can-Am should be on pole unless he just got out of pit lane a little bit late and will make his way to the front end. That Chevy Can-Am, of course, celebrating 50 years of the Forenza Chevy in 2023. At this stage, looks like that's Martin Botha who's dictating the pace at the front end. Henry Foss in there as well. Travis Jensen, Siapari Sr., Mario Rossi, Claudio Rossi, Miguel Ribeiro, along with Daryl Mann, Reg Sutton, Reg Fransale, Johan Kutsia Jr. in the Magnum Springs Datsun 1200 GX. So we're going to start to line things up because they come into formation by the time they come around turn 8 for the next part of the day's racing before they get underway under starters' orders. See a couple of cars in there as well that didn't make it out for qualifying, so there's been a lot of changes overnight. Richard van Zyl in the Laser Cafe, Alfa Romeo Mito, he's in that mid-pack. It's more of a modern day version of those race cars than the rest of them in this pack, but it's fitting in cars into race series where they can. There's a Jetta 1 out there as well. Watch out for that one coming through there in the hands of Martin Fenter. So you got GX Coupes, Datsun 1200 GX, Ford Escort Mark 1, Mark 2, Ford Capri, Jetta 1, Alfa Romeo GTV, Ford Anglia, Alfa Romeo Alfetta, Alfa Romeo GT Junior, Datsun 120Ys. The array of cars from the Midvaal Historic category and Greats of the Past combining today. Donnie Boyson at the back there, or Boyens, I beg your pardon. Donnie Boyens at the back with the red and white tape on the back of his car. That's just to dictate that he's a rookie in the category. So if you do come up on him as a faster car, just to be aware that it is a rookie driver. Might not have the same amount of experience as what you do. Heads up to the drivers that may be catching him by the time we get into the latter part of the next 8 laps of race action. Pretoria Toyota 86 makes its way into pit lane. Rudolf de Vos is not out there in the Chevy Can-Am. It's Martin Botha. And it should be Travis Jensen, but as I see right there, it looks like it's Sir Faree who would be on the front row. 27E there is Daryl Mann. As we are good to go here for the first start of Midvaal Historics and Greats of the Past. Here we go, lights are out and we go racing. Drop the hammer time. Who's going to have what it takes? The Zach Speed Ford Escort looking for a way to squeeze through there. Hasn't been able to get through. No, not just yet. How's that mid-pack action? Escort Mark 1s and 2s going at it side by side. GTV up into second place, into third place as well. So it looks like the two Alphas starting things out there from the Rossi boys. Mario and Claudio applying the pressure right from the word go. Getting through there on Sia Faree. Faree Jr. trying to come back at them as they go onto the back straight now. Let's see what that little 160Y can do as it gets onto the back straight. It drops in behind the two GTV V6s. And then flying through there just behind. You can see they start to line up with the Mito in that mix as well, with Record van Zyl at the wheel. 76 in full flight. That is Gavin Harrison. Someone using the inside of turn 4. And clipping the dirt ever so slightly, so not quite what you want in terms of the start, but Martin Botha certainly's got it all sorted out. Botha hangs on now, Rossi ahead of him, and then Rossi into third under pressure once again now from that 160Y of Sir Faree. Faree all over the back of that second GTV looking for a way past. Stuart Armstrong in there just behind that as well. As they come through now to complete the first lap of 8. Is there a change up for the lead? Yes, there possibly is. V6 GTV about to hit the front, and is it going to be in the hands of the Alpha into turn 1? Looks like it is. The Alpha squeezes through and gets up, finding a way past. 3 car comes through there. Nice start from this pack. They really are putting on a show here of note to kick things off. And, their first race of the day. Definitely one to watch out for. The huge field of over 30 cars going to battle right from the word go. Ian Richards is that number 3 car, the Datsun 1200 GX. Just in the background there, the white one. They come through side by side action now. Looks like a couple of guys coming all the way from Natal here as well. I see Desi's Raceway on the windscreen there. One of the Ford Escorts as they head up towards the top of the hill. Mito versus 160Y. Datsun 160Y on the inside. Can we see a change up? No. Record van Zyl, no answer there to Faree Jr. Oh, off track there. Off track there from the Ford Escort. Has he been able to get back on? Looks like he has. Just a small off track excursion, but it's dropped that Ford Escort down behind the 3 car of Ian Richards. Daryl Mann having a fantastic run there. Really good run there from the GX Coupe. Now looks like he's forgotten which side the indicators are on. Zach Speed Ford Escort under attack down into turn 2, but Martin Botha hangs on for now. Rossi and Rossi second and third at the moment. Mario ahead of Claudio. And it's Senior and Record van Zyl. Faree Senior having a fantastic run there at this stage for third, but just not able to match the pace of these first 3 cars. Possibility it's just a no replacement for displacement type of feel there. Because I can tell you, the displacement of that Zach Speed Escort and the 2 V6s slightly better than the little 1600 in that Datsun behind them. As they come out of turn 5 into 6 now, 2 GTVs, putting the pressure onto Martin Botha. Got Paul in the background. Fully, if I'm not mistaken, Martin Botha usually piloting a Toyota Corolla or Corona as opposed to a Ford Escort in the past. So this is definitely a new car for him, so he's definitely enjoying it. And he's definitely loving the little battle he's in here with the Rossis. Inside line from Rossi, trying to find a way past into turn 1. And Botha's going to have the line for turn 2. Holding that outside line is exactly what he needed and did to perfection. Glenn Williams has just joined us along with Gareth Schreiber and Jared Elliott. Big welcome to you guys. Thanks for the support, guys. Please tell your friends, pass it on. Share the post so we can create a big footprint for the 22nd running of the Passion for Speed Festival. Just in the background, picking up on that second Ford Escort, still smoking after his off-track excursion. Senior coming through there, keeping ahead now of Rachel van Zyl. Van Zyl being closed down there by, it looks like the 3-car of Ian Richards. Zach Speed Ford Escort in full flight. Always an awesome sight to see. Not quite the full wings and slicks version that, of course, Piazza Musso built and went all the way to the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Big invitation to get a South African built car to go to that event. Coming up on the back markers now. Back markers coming into play there almost instantaneously. I think that was Mahmoud about to be caught and passed there by the leaders. Little Ford Anglia there of Donnie Boyens also being caught and passed. So it's a field of 33 cars fighting hard, and already by the time we get into the halfway stage, they've caught the back markers. So this is going to be very interesting now. Traffic is going to be a huge factor for the rest of this race. Going through there on JH Fenter, that's in 160Y of his. Popular little machines in their day were the 1970s versions of the Datsun brand. And they're still popular in this class. 160Ys, 1200 GXs, 1200 GX Coupes, and they're all still fighting hard like they used to in their day. Mario closing down, or being closed down I should say, by Claudio now. The two Rossies getting up close and personal. Maybe start to affect the ability of them to close things down here on this Ford Escort of Martin Botha. Fastest lap of the race coming out of Botha, a 13.1. It's a respectable lap time around Zwartkops. 1976 Ford Escort, Mark II Zach Speed. Marcel and Van. Gaines, Richards, Sutton and Kutsia Senior are making up the top 10. Fight on now between the Zach Speed and the two Alphas. Bit of smoke coming out of the Ford Escort. Is that a problem that we need to be worried about? Potentially. We'll keep an eye on that. As he heads into the back straightaway now, closing down on Foss, who's in a bit of a fight of his own as well at the back end of the field. Foss and Travis Jensen. Well, in fact, it's Coral Foss not with Jensen. Jensen not making it out yet today. I'm not quite sure why the Jensens weren't here. I think there may be a couple of them in the mid-pack, but Travis didn't make it out. Kotzer, but Dave Hole, Dion Schwabski out there as well, doing a superb job. Through that pack to see. So they'll be out a little bit later on in the HRSA category, the Jensen boys. Not out yet for Midvaal Historics. They usually pilot both. Nice move there to get through on Foss. Another lap into another competitor. No answer yet from the two Rossi boys. They try and find their way, trying to thread the needle there through Van Zyl and Foss's point of view. Awesome to see how Martin Botha has been able to get through the field a little bit quicker than most of the other cars out there. Fiat 124 Sport Coupe of Sean Fandon, about to be caught and passed by the leaders as well. See just on the right hand side there. Mix of vehicles in this category, that's for sure. It's great to see. It's mainly Fords and Alphas. A couple of Volkswagens in there, as I said, with the Jetta 1. But, majority of these cars in this category, either from the Ford or Alpha brand. And the Datsun brand represented pretty high up there too. We do have an Opel Kadett in there as well, Andre de Lange. But that's basically the dominant factor in this one. So we're going to start the final lap now for Martin Botha. 1 to go for Martin Botha. Rossi, can he find a way through? He's right there with traffic. Let's see what Rossi can do now. Found a way past on the 79 car. Gavin Harrison with oh, and a spinner! A spinner. Martin Botha's go high and wide, and Rossi goes inside, capitalizing on that maneuver. Change up for the lead with the spinning Anglia. Oh, wow. Not quite sure if that's going to stick, though, because it should be yellow flags. And, well, if there's only one way to go, he can contest that, I would say. But Rossi's got the lead. Martin Botha's in second. So we got a change up with a spinning car. And Rossi just took the ideal line, which was the inside line, as opposed to taking the outside line, which Martin Botha had no other opportunity to take other than blue flags for the slower cars, being told that those quick cars are coming through there. That's Venter being passed now by the 2 leaders. Oh, Martin Boot out of shape in the background. Pushing hard to try and get back at Rossi. He realizes that going a high and wide line around that spinning anglia might have been a mistake, and it looks like it could be. Rossi's going to try and hang on. There's an anglia on the inside. Not a lot of room to play there for Martin Boot. Rossi's going to take this one. How's that for a turnaround? The Harry Potter mobile in turn 2 gives the magic to the Alphas. Martin Boerter in second. Oh, what a way to finish up. Brilliant stuff there as they come across the line to finish up the first of the Midvaal Historics and Greats of the Past, race 1. Rossi gets the victory. He's celebrating like it's going to be his. I think it might be, because I don't know if the flag came out in time, Paulie. Let's have a quick look at that on the replay. No, there's no yellow flag there. The flag has not come out yet from what we can see. Around the outside, Martin Boerter had to go behind the wide line through turn 2, and Rossi just dived on the inside, capitalized on the spinning car. That kind of happens in racing. You got to pick your line and drive through, as they say. If your name's Cole Trickle, it normally works out better for you. But if your name was Martin Boerter today, it wasn't quite the line you wanted. But what a way to finish up that one. That's the kind of race action we're going to see here today. And up next, we move into the historic single-seaters. They'll be out shortly.
Sorry? Between this race and the next one.
So you can see the historic single-seaters making their way to the pre-race area. A couple of them a little bit late for that pre-race area, but needless to say, as soon as they are ready to go, they'll be out on track. A big welcome to Reg Anderson, and all the way from the United States of America, Janet Brock-Winfrey. From, is it Utah, Ma? That's where you are at the moment, I think. Or is it Vegas? I never know where you are. But it's great to have you here all the way from the USA, catching some action here from the 22nd running of the Passion for Speed Festival here at Zwartkops. We spoke about American Mom coming to watch the racing, and there's a man with a Talladega Speedway shirt on. So showing that he's got not only support for the American racetracks, but here at Zwartkops as well. Looking at the incredible 2 GT40s. Those are the real deal. Those aren't type cars. Those are the real deal GT40s all the way from Sweden. Great to have our international contingent here. Not a full contingent, but a couple of cars and drivers that have been able to get out with the the restrictions that have been put on travel, of course, with that second scare that we've had. Brad Stepp is watching us as well, along with Jason Loosemore. Jason Loosemore, these are the kind of cars that you don't know how to drive, but I'd like to see you in one of these though, because they go left and right as opposed to just going left. Loosemore, one of SA's finest oval track drivers, and of course finished up in a top position in Polo Cup last year as well, so watch out for him this year at the Extreme Festival of Motorsport that kicks off, of course, in Cape Town, but the official start of racing is at the Kyle Army 9 hour at the end of February. The Comcare Polo Cup, GDCs, Best Formula 1600s, and BMW Performance Parts Racing Series, and the Mobile 1 V8 Supercars. That'll be the curtain raisers at this year's 9 hour. A couple of the competitors that are in these cars today have been at that race, or will be at that race as well. There's a couple of international sports cars and invitational sports car category that's also been invited to that event. Ian Harwood's in the house. What's up there? Two-wheeled man watching some single-seater action. As Matt Nash leads out Andrew Horn, Josh Dovey, Dallin Holton, Sean Cabrita, Van der Westhuizen and Shannon Winterstein. They'll be lining up there for this first one. Steve Fenter, Roy Douglas and Roy Lydiard. We saw Ian Schofield's March 77B. It's the Golden Flow March 77B. Right at the back there, that's the gold car with the sort of rainbow colours around the cockpit. Didn't go out much yesterday. They had a little bit of a problem getting it started, but it looks like whatever they've done overnight, they've been able to get Schofield's car to run, and that'll be very interesting to watch, because that March 77B's probably got about the same amount of power as every other car on track combined in one engine. So he's definitely going to have the advantage over the rest of this pack to get through. It'll be awesome to see him coming through the pack and ticking them off one by one. Let's see if he's able to do anything about the likes of Matt Nash, Andrew Horn, Dovey and Dallin Holton. In the Chevron B20. Matt Nash is in the Van Diemen 1981 RFB1. We've got a Regal RP 31 of Andrew Horn. 55 is Des Hillary, if I'm not mistaken. Should be. That one quickly, yes. In the Dulon. Dulon MP15B. Horndog comes to the front row alongside his good friend and arch rival in the number 24 car, Matt Nash. Now, according to my understanding, Matt Nash shouldn't be in the country at this stage. He was supposed to be down under in New Zealand by this stage, but I did see him at the prize-giving function last night. He was saying there's just been an absolute nightmare with that's third and fourth or fifth or whatever scare it has been with COVID and New Zealand tightening up on a few things before he could get out the country. So he'll of course be moving on in as quick as possible, is what he'd like to see. Standing start. Looking for a chance now to see who's going to have what it takes to go down. Watch out for that inside line. I think Andrew Horn could potentially be the man to watch out for in the start of the first historic single-seater action for the day. Inside line is the dirtier line, but of course with these semi-slicks or road tyres that the single-seaters will use, they've got a chance of using that little bit of extra grip that the dirt gives them to get off the line and potentially take the whole shot into turn one. Just waiting for a couple of cars just to take up their final positions, including Clive Winterstein. It kind of seems to be a little bit mixed up there. There are a few cars that are not quite in position or in the position they should be. This is what it's all about as they come to take up their positions and finally get to those spots that they were allocated for their grid positions for this first race. Red flag moves away at the front, means we've got a green flag at the back. The 30-second board goes up. It'll be arguably the quickest 30 seconds of your life as that 5-second board then turns to lights on. Lights off, and we're racing. Good start, as I said there, from Andrew Horn. He goes almost instantaneously on the attack, but Nash saw him coming. Dallin Holton with a fantastic start up to third place. Hillary in the mid-pack there, already starting to try and find his way through as they go into turn 2. Nash on the inside, holds on to that inside line and hangs on ahead of the Xena car of Horndog. Andrew Horn in second. Great start, as I said there, coming from Dallin Holton. He had a big crash yesterday between turn 1 and 2, hitting the wall and damaging the nose cone of that car. That's why he's got that black nose cone. It's pretty much duct taped at the front end to keep that car up and running. He's up to third as they head into turn 4. Starts well coming out of the 21 of Ben Van der Westhuizen, always a seasoned campaigner and top contender in the single-seater category, particularly on days like this at the Bash of the Speed Festival. Have a look at the action into turn 5 for the first time. The 8 car squeezes through there as well of Sean Cabrita. Cabrita trying to find a way through there on Holton. Dallin Holton hangs on for now. Cabrita up to 4. Tucked in behind him is the 21 car and then starting to put the pressure on, watching the background as they come through down the hill to complete the first lap. Awesome to see this. Look at that. Oh, lock it up on the brakes as well. Late braking coming out of the 99. What is that maneuver coming from Josh Dovey? Slamming on the inside there, the Chevron B20 and finding a way past. Dovey ticking them off now, gets ahead of the 21 car off front of Westhuizen. Just watching in the background. Keep an eye out on the potential threat coming from the back there with Schofield at the wheel in the March 77B. Complete the first lap in anger at 7 still to go for these guys, and they are giving it everything they can here. Michael Koenig in the mid-pack with Alan Grant and Colin Clay, Neil Lobb in there as well. Tony Beecher and James Derbyshire at the back. Here comes Dovey. Chevron now putting the pressure on to Dallin Holton. He's got through on the 8 car. Cabrita had no answer. Chevron now looking to try and squeeze up possibly the 3rd. But Cabrita has a look. He has to go defensive to keep out Sean Cabrita up towards turn 5. So that Chevron under massive attack. You can see how hard Sean Cabrita is pushing. He needs to find a way back ahead of that Chevron of Josh Dovey's. Keep a run there from Cabrita. He's in the Titan Mark 5. Now look at that, coming down the hill. You can see just how hard Cabrita's going to have to push now to stay there with the Chevron. Dallin Holton going defensive at every single occasion. Whenever he climbs off the loud pedal or climbs on the brakes, he has to be aware that he's got Dovey on his tail looking for a way past. Down into turn 2, top 2 go through there, no change between Nash. Oh, there you go, what a move. Holton runs ever so slightly wide. And in the Van Diemen, unfortunately, he's lost out a little bit. Yeah, he's lost that ground. There goes Dovey. Dovey diving on the inside of turn 3. He's got that inside line. Should have the drive onto the back straight and should cement that 3rd place. He does so. Holton comes straight back at him. And Holton having another look. Trying to find a way past the hard charging Chevron. Oh, problems there for the Xena car. Oh, that's Andrew Horn slowing. As he missed the gear coming out of turn 4. I think he might have just missed the gear. He's got back on the pace again. Here's Holton straight back at Dovey. Dovey and Holton going at it. Dallin Holton had a big look, got through, but wasn't able to make it stick into turn 5 and 6. So it's Matt Nash who leads out now. The battle for second is slowing them down slightly. Andrew Horn made a slight mistake and just missed the gear coming out of turn 4. That's dropped him down to 4th place. So Horndog now, can he come back as he's through in front of him? He should be able to get through here on Holton. Dallin Holton shuts the door into turn 1. Dallin Holton defending for 3rd. Andrew Horn on the inside of turn 2. Is that enough to get through on Dallin Holton? It might be. No, Holton hangs on. Cuts back across the nose of the Xena car and finds a way to maintain 3rd place. Cabrita's lost ground there, just behind that. And the 21 car behind him is Van der Westhuizen. They're fighting at the moment for what is going to be 5th place on the circuit. Cabrita pulls slightly away there from Van der Westhuizen as Holton closes things down yet again on the back end of Dovey. What's the drive here from the Ford? That Formula Ford up the hill alongside the Chevron into turn 5. Late braking from Dallin Holton. Can he get through? Yes. Oh, he doesn't have to worry about late braking. He got through on the power actually. Up the hill and past the Chevron. And he's through. Dovey now has to try and come back at him if he can. Change up for 2nd place. It's now Dallin Holton into 2nd. It's Dovey in 3rd. Behind that, it's Andrew Horn. Horn seems to have a little bit of an issue. It hasn't quite come back to what it was earlier on in terms of the pace he had at the first part of this race. After that little mix-up, a little bit of a problem there for Andrew Horn. Hasn't quite worked out for him at this stage. That's how it stands now, completing the halfway stage of this first lap of action from the single-seaters. Dallin Halton, Josh Dovey and Andrew Horn fighting for second place in this first race of the single-seaters. Nash leads out comfortably. So it's Matt Nash. Here comes a move from Dovey. Dovey into turn 4 in the Chevron. Can he get through? No, he can't. Dallin Halton just carrying 600cc superbike lines through the circuit to try and hang on. What an amazing run here from Dallin Halton. He's been loving life out there in his car. At 52 is a 1990 Van Diemen RF90 Formula Ford against the Chevron B20. Chevron B20 incredibly out of 1972. That's who he's fighting with. Here they come, the rest of this pack of really competitive single-seaters. Shannon Winterstein, he is right there with Steve Fenter. Steve Fenter just ahead of him. And Fenter trying to close things down there on Ben van der Westhuizen. Those are normally the contenders at the front end of this field. They drop down to about 6th, 7th and 8th place at the moment. Even further back from that as we see Nash closing things down now on the back end. And the tail end there is the number 88 of James Derbyshire in the Formula V. That's the balls up Formula V. Goshawk Network Technologies, 38 special out there as well. Always keep an eye out on Michael Koenig. He'll be, of course, joining the Swedes in the GT40 for the SATT. Now, what an awesome opportunity for that young man. Getting into a real deal GT40 later on this afternoon as we get into the Castrol TT. The SATT up for grabs today again. The number 1 place currently held by Warren Lombard is up for grabs today. It's Halton still in second. Dovey has no answer to him at this stage. He has to be a little bit concerned about the return of the pace coming out of that man, Andrew Horn. Horn Dog pushing hard for 4th. Amazing to see that little Formula 3 there. Of course, there's only 1 of 2 in the world that are racing on racetracks around there. So that's what you get here at the Passion for Speed Festival. Fantastic to see the amount of single-seaters. Of course, we would have had a lot more of them had our British contingent been able to get out of the UK. There's a little bit of travel restrictions were implied, as we all saw around the world again. But needless to say, the action continues and will continue into the 23rd running next year, and hopefully they'll be joining us there. Some manoeuvring happening here. Are we going to see a change up? Yes, there's a possibility of second place change up there. That is Nash in the background. Blue nose cone on the white body. 38 special, and it's Horn Dog up into second. Andrew Horn's found a way through there on Halton and on Dovey. Coming up on the back markers has cost Josh Dovey there slightly, and it's given Andrew Horn a chance to get back into second and Dallin Halton back into third. So positions are resumed as they started the first heat of this of these historic single-seaters. Running wide there from Cabrita. Goes through, continues on his merry way, looking for a chance for a top 5 there for Sean Cabrita. Just not able to match the pace there of Dovey. Dovey seems to be slowing slightly now in the latter part of this race with a lap to go. Josh Dovey will be just looking to survive this one. He's not going to fight it. Come up on the back end of the 28 of Tony Beecher. Beecher as well out in a Formula V. It's a Mark 9 Formula V, slightly more modern version of the Formula Vs that race around the world. Come through there, all 3 of them getting through relatively unscathed, so no problems there as Beecher gets out their way, realizing that the quicker cars are coming through. They're watching those blue flags waving, tell him he's coming. Leader up towards turn 4 there, Matt Nash, literally flag to flag if he can keep it all together now for the next 4 corners. Nash ahead of his arch rival and good friend Andrew Horn. Horn is always a top contender in a single-seater, there's no doubt about it. Horn Dog in the RP31. Royale RP31 is a fantastic little race car and has always gone well with Andrew Horn behind the wheel. Today, he's being outgunned and betted by his good friend Matt Nash for the checkered flag. So Nash gets the first one, Horn Dog in second, and it's Dallin Halton after a big crash yesterday to recover for a 3rd overall. That's certainly a great effort there from him to finish up in that top 3 for the young man. So it's Nash from Horn and Dale and Holt, and Cabrita will come through for 4th place. Also watching for that March 77. I was saying Ian Schofield coming through there. Probably not on full pace just yet, but I can tell you something. He wasn't too far off full pace, because Schofield looks like he might have finished up just inside that top 10, having to do a bit of shakedown in this first race. Expect to see him probably a little bit quicker in the next one. So there is unofficial results. Nash, Horn and Holton. Cabrita ahead of Neil Lobb in 8th place, who actually set the fastest lap there in the closing stations. And then it's Ben van der Westhuizen and Shannon Winterstein, Feta, Richardson and Roy Douglas making up the top 10 in the single-seaters. We move on from single-seaters into the Marlboro Crane Hire, Pre-66 and 68, Little Giants, and the HRSA Class G competitors all combined. We speak about an array of motor cars going to battle all day long today here at the Passion for Speed Festival's 22nd running. And in Marlboro, Crown's Pre-66 and 68 Little Giants and HRSA's Class G combined, you're certainly going to see an array of cars. Alfa Romeo Giulia, Alfa Dart, Ford Escort, Mini Austin, Ford Protea, Mini Cooper, Mercedes-Benz AMG 300 SEL. We've got an Alfa Romeo Giulietta, 924 Porsches of Tiaan van Rooyen, and we're hoping to get some onboard camera footage from Tiaan van Rooyen. He's got a helmet cam on inside that 924, just coming down the hill there. Mal Spur, of course, in the Ford console. She'll be looking for a chance to be at the front end as well, fighting with Brian Rowlings in the 105. Mercedes-Benz 280E of Joseph Kotzer. Ford Anglias and Mini Coopers in the mix as well. It's always great to see. 510, interesting car. Clinton Parsons in the Alfa Romeo Giulietta Sprint. Amazing to see that there's such an awesome amount of vehicles going to battle. Keep an eye out as well. We've got a couple of the big contenders in this one for Little Giants. And speaking of big contenders, their way down there, watch out for Lars Bowden as well. Lars will be looking for a chance to be in the mix there in the 21 car. There's two 21 cars out there, of course. One is should be 210, I think, that John Tender-Sharte would be running usually, but he's 211, I should say, or 201. There he is. But look out for Bowden. There he is, there in the little Lotus. We saw him earlier on. Scott Seawood and our camera 6 guys were picking up on some action in the pit lane. He was putting his overalls on, getting ready to go now for this little fight that's about to ensue here. Jan Jacobs at the back of the field, looking to change that and turn his luck around there a little bit. So it is Marlboro Krona 66 and 68 Little Giants combined with Class G of our Historic Racing Series Association. Could possibly be G and H. I don't know. I think there's one. Hendrik van Zyl is out there in the only H category car. I think that's the Ford Anglia Evoque Realities Ford Anglia. So now coming into the mix here for the first time, they start to get into a little bit of race pace. Oh, looks like 62 with a slightly open front left door there. That could be a bit of a concern later on. Let's see what happens now as they get ready to go. Ishmael Baloy at the front end will dictate the pace. Alongside him, you can see looking for a way to go is Terence Buerters in the Ted's Garage Mini Austin. It's in Broadbent Racing colours. It's the sort of maroon red colours. British Racing green mini behind that will be Carl Brink. And the two minis looking to fight with Tender Sharte and with Beloy, the two Trans-Africa Racing machines. Both of them are darts as they head towards turn 1, and it is the two minis getting the drop on John 10 and Ishmael Beloy. So it's minis 1 and 2 into turn 2. Darts 3 and 4, pressure coming from Lars around the outside of the Mercedes-Benz and gets through. So the Lotus slots up into 5th place. And a little bit of work to be done now by the big Mercedes-Benz as he comes out and tries to get into the mix there right from the word go, but just loses out ever so slightly. There was Grant Viljoen. Mal Spur leads that second pack round through turn 3 in the Ford Console. How's that? Two minis, two darts, a Lotus, a Mercedes-Benz, an MG, and a little Alfa Romeo Sprint. Nice car to see in full flight as well. That 35 machine pushing hard. Grant Viljoen, AMG 300 SEL. And then it's Brian Rowlings fighting along with Mal Spur and Andre de Kock from the Citizen Motoring. One of our top journos in the country, in the mix of this category, as he always is. So Lars has found a way past. He gets up in between the two Trans-Africa Racing darts. GSM darts are really, really awesome little cars. Had an opportunity to drive one about four races ago in the Passion for Speed Festival. Didn't turn out too well on that outing from my side, but needless to say, they are really awesome little cars to fight in. So it's Buertus from Brink. They cross the line. Nice move on the inside there. Great stuff from Radloff. This Radloff slowly but surely making his way through rapidly there. The Scuderia Elisinio Alfa Romeo. Behind him it's the 5-0 of Robin Clark, the Piri Piri Racing MGB GT. Top 3, and a little bit of scrutiny here from our director as they go into turn 4. Yeah, little Lotus certainly looking a bit more racier and looking for a chance now to dive through there on Brink as they get to the top of the hill. Lars Bowden hangs on for a shot at second, but how's that for late braking from the Mini? The latest of the late breakers there was Brink as he came into turn 5 and keeps the Swede behind him. Ishmael Beloy bringing along Viljoen for the ride, putting that Mercedes-Benz between himself and John Tender Sharte. So a little bit of breathing room there for Ishmael Beloy. Now they go down towards turn 1. Bowden, can he find a way past now on the two minis ahead of him? He's looked dangerous the whole time after we got into lap 3 and 4. This 8-lapper. We're almost at the halfway stage. Ishmael Beloy now putting the pressure on to Bowden. Bringing the big AMG along for the ride just in the background. Then Tender Sharte on his own. Leaving Radloff and Clark on their own just behind that. Then it's Andre de Kock up into the top 10 in 9th place. Brian Rowlings just behind him. Beloy heads through turn 4. Just behind the fight and coming up on the back markers. You can just see at the top of the hill. I think the first back marker they might be catching is Mal Spur in the Ford Console. Just watching the foreground. Yeah, that's Mal Spur going through there in the foreground. And Bowden on the inside of Brink. Brink, once again, just able to carry the corner speed in that Mini so well. Giant killers were the Minis in their day. Today, keeping out the Lotus's intention to attack for the lead. Also working through the field there, just making way through all of the competitors. Liam Murphy, all the way from the Emerald Isle, is in the mix once again for the Volvo team. Not Annie's favourite P1800, but in the 1220. This time out, and gets some problems on that one. Murphy up into 15th place overall as our leaders start to catch onto the back end of Mal Spur. Beloy now putting pressure onto Bowden. Looks like Viljoen, I should say, also putting a little bit of pressure there on Beloy, which is why Ish is trying to get away there from Grant Viljoen. Mal Spur onto the back straight away. And here's the fight for 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All in the same shot. Oh, good move there from the Merc. Fuljoen diving through on the inside of Ishmael Beloy. Beloy gives him some room to play. Bowden runs wide. This could cause some problems here for Ishmael Beloy. Beloy carries the corner speed out of turn 4. And he got blocked slightly though, heading out of the exit point of turn 4. He tucks side by side, or he stays side by side with Fuljoen as they go into turn 6 now. Fuljoen eventually cementing that pass. So the AMG moves up 1 place into 4th place. Now puts the pressure onto the Swede. Mal Spur, realizing the quicker cars are coming, she'll probably just hang on to that outside line, let them come flying through as they go into the halfway stage completed. 4 down, 4 to go. Wirtz hangs on. Brink in 2nd, Bowden in 3rd. Coming out late start there for the Shield Ford Escort. Not quite going according to plan there for that car. Round the outside, Mel making the minis work hard. She'll hug that inside line to allow the quicker cars hopefully a less hindered point of view around the outside of turn 3. But there is a lot of grip on the outside of turn 3, so it should be too much of an issue for them to find a way through there on Mel. Yeah, that's exactly what she does. Now tucks in behind Fuljoen, allows Beloy to look on the inside into turn 4. Ishmael Beloy and Tender Sharte. The GSM darts out of HRSA Racing now will find their way through on the stablemate there, Malspur. Blue flags waving for slower cars, warning them that the quicker cars are coming through. Just seems like Lars Bowden can't find a way past on Carl Brink. Gets him under braking up to turn 5, but then the Mini is just that much later and can carry the corner speed. It's a massive factor that's coming into play here. That corner speed of the Mini is keeping him ahead of the Lotus. A lap down and 3 to go. Minis 1 and 2, Lotus 3, Mercedes-Benz 4, GSM Darts 5 and 6 on track. They head towards 2 yet again. Coming to turn 2, a little bit of on the inside curb there. A good start nonetheless. Oh, and there's a bit of mistake from Tender Sharte. Oh, and he loops it out and gets it completely locked up. Good recovery. It looks like he's gone into, yeah, he's going to have to put it into reverse and get it out as quickly as possible. That's not quite the way you do it, John Tender Sharte. But he eventually gets back on track. 180-degree spin out of turn 2 and then gets all sorted out. But it took him a while to get back on track. Well, here comes Fuljoen. Fuljoen applying pressure now in the closing stages as it gets on the inside of Bowden. He's on the inside of Bowden. Mercedes-Benz up into 3rd place now. The big AMG trying to close down on the giant killers here, the 2 Mini Coopers out front. Amazing to see how that AMG is coming to its own in the latter part of this race. He's definitely a man to watch out for. Looking now coming up, I think, onto the back end of the 3rd of the Minis out there. That 3rd Mini, this stage, should possibly be... Oh, try and pick up on the number as he goes through. Didn't quite see the number of that 3rd Mini, but that's a good bit of maneuvering there from Ishmael Beloy as well. Trying to close down. Mercedes-Benz looking for 2nd place now. Brink keeps him honest. 2 laps to go. I'm not quite sure who that 3rd Mini is. He's not on the entry list, but he's out there. George Smallberger was the late starter there, coming out of pit lane in the Shield Mark 1 Escort. There's a chance now. Can Fuljoen get through? No, he can't. It's the corner speed and the cornering ability of that little Mini that keeps him ahead of the big Mercedes-Benz. He's going to have to try and get him on the power if he can. Try and find an overtake under power as opposed to under braking. The problem he's got though is the power to weight ratio of the Minis allow them to get out of the corner so fast. And the much bigger and heavier Mercedes-Benz is going to battle to get the power down. On to the final lap we go. Bowden coming back at Fuljoen now. The Lotus starting on the inside of Mercedes-Benz on the inside of turn 1 at Zwartkops. To return the favour on the big Merc. Fullun keeps him on a stoke, forces him wide out of turn 2. He'll cut back to try and come through, but Fullun realizes that and goes defensive on that inside line on the exit. Mercedes-Benz looking for a chance to beat the 2 minis. Jan Jacobs about to be overtaken and closed down by a hard-charging 4 cars for the win. Mercedes-Benz had a big look going into turn 4. He wasn't able to make it stick, but he went defensive to keep Bowden out. Bowden runs slightly wide. He'll have to come tuck back in ahead of the Alfa Romeo as they go up towards the top of the hill now for the last time. Mercedes-Benz late on the brakes into AMG Driving Academy corner, and that AMG 300 SEL hangs on for 3rd place, keeping out the little bit more nimble and probably a little bit better handling Lotus, but take nothing away from that massive AMG behind the 2 minis and ahead of the Lotus. So it's literally going to be almost flag to flag here for Burtis. Burtis coming across the line, he takes the victory ahead of Brink and Fullun. Mini 1 and 2, Mercedes-Benz 3, Bowden in the Lotus in 4, and Beloy comes through for 5th place in the Little Giants battle. That's the way you do it. Nice way to start off the season there, the Ted's Garage Mini Austin. Nice run to the line there as well. Tender Sharte just keeping out that 2nd pack of cars. He had some problems as we saw running off. Here comes Liam Murphy closing down on Rowlings. Tian van Rooyen crosses the line there in the Porsche. Rowlings to the line, and there's Liam Murphy all the way from the Emerald Isle, one of our international competitors here this weekend. The Irishman having a fantastic run, and of course everybody watching from the Emerald Isle, top of the morning to you on behalf of Liam Murphy and all the Irish competitors that are here today. So it's Burtis from Brink, Grant Fullun with the fastest lap on that last lap. A great run from him, and 1:19.5 in the Mercedes-Benz AMG 300 SEL. Bowden comes through for 4th, beats out Ishmael Beloy, Radloff, Tender Sharte, Nalspur, Andre de Kock and Robin Clark. That's how they wrap things up for Marlboro Crane Hire 366-68 Little Giants, HSRA Class Gs. Up next, Auto Truck and Tyre Pre 74 International Sports Prototypes, our Trans Ams and the V8 touring cars. We'll be back shortly here from action, the 22nd running of the Passion for Speed Festival. the fact that we're looking at what is going to be the big bangers here today. Replacement for displacement that comes into play here big time, because the big displacement cars are on track at this stage. Great to see some new cars in the mix as well for the first time, but take nothing away from some of the usual contenders in this category. There are some giant killers out there as well, and Jonathan du Toit certainly has got one of those giant killers underneath him at the moment. That's the Chevron B8, because in qualifying he sets the pace on 106.089. Peter Bailey in the 917 Porsche should be alongside him, and also keep an eye out on the second of the 917 Porsches there of Rob Beaumont. A little bit of issues yesterday, had to be taken back to the Bailey Cars stable for some repair work, and overnight he's got the Auto Truck and Tyre 917 Porsche back on track. So certainly a man to watch out for, and I know there's a big contingent of the ATT guys and girls here today, so a big welcome to them. See a little bit of Rob's mates in action above us in the skies with some aerial material coming out of that Harvard in the sky above us. Big Knight has joined us as well as Tiny, all the way from Cape Town. Vic Pretorius in the house, thanks for the support there, guys. Vegan has jumped out of his race car and straight onto his smart device to see what's happening around the track here at the 22nd running of the Passion for Speed Festival. So if we look at those two cars particularly, car number 60, piloted by one of our international competitors, Herman Klucker, his teammate alongside him. We'll be looking for opportunities to go at it with the two GT40s. Those two GT40s that you can see in shot just in the background. You've got a Chevron out front in the B8 with Jonathan du Toit. Two 917 Porsches. Behind that, it's a field of note when it comes to race cars. As I was going to say, those two GT40s right there, those are the real deal. Those are not type cars, those are not replicas, those are not rebuilt machines. Those are two 100% Ford GT40s. Kenneth Pearson as well, also out there. A man to watch out for, one of our international competitors, and certainly a hot contender in this one in the McLaren MB5. That's the yellow car with the white stripe down the middle of it. There it is. Bit of Roy Campos. So Pretoria North Toyota, the 86 pulls to the inside line. Roy Campos gesticulating there, something to get sorted out. I think Roy was wanting to get across to his grid position, which is where he needs to be. Yeah, that's the way. So du Toit and Beaumont, front row. Bailey and Pearson will be the second row. Campos looking to start things out there as they're going to drop the hammer with the big bangers here. ISPs, Trans Ams and V8 touring cars into turn one for the first time today. Ollie Ellison around the outside, trying to find a way through now early on. Jonathan du Toit under attack from Beaumont, looking to try and win things out in the category he's putting his money behind. They come flying out of turn two. It's Jonathan du Toit who leads out. Beaumont in second, Bailey in third as they get onto that back straightaway. In the heat of the battle, and the heat is starting to pick up here at Zwartkops in the ambient temperature, as well as how things go on track with Ben Morganhout diving on the inside there, piloting a car that he didn't actually pilot himself in the old West Bank modified saloon car days, but the West Bank car he's in at the moment, or the big V8 touring car he's in, was top contender in its day, there's no doubt about it. Peter Goff owned that car, and was a competitor. Campos ahead of Pearson. Pearson now looking in his rearview mirror, he'll be looking to keep out that Lola T70 behind him. That's how they start things out here. That's also the array of cars that we're talking about in this one. GT40s, Porsches, that's 917s, RSR Carreras, Ford GT40s. It's a very fast car to watch out for there. Ben Morganhout, it says he's in his Ford Mustang, but I'm not sure if he's in the board. No, he is. There he is. It's in the Mustang. So let's have a look and see. That's Lee Thompson, of course, who's piloting the Opel. So apologies there. Got that one a little bit mixed up. I thought they'd given Ben Morgan the chance to drive that one. It's actually Lee Thompson who's driving that car. So Lee Thompson in the Trans-Africa Racing Peter Goff West Bank Modified. As they come up onto the top of the hill, Roy Campos is behind him. Larry Wilford starting to come into the mix there as well. Look out for the hard charge coming out of that green machine. Larry Wilford, of course, also a seasoned campaigner. He's in the Fuchs Lubricant Lola T70. Trying to close down on Peter Bailey. He's got ahead of Pearson and of Campos. So Wilford on a flyer. Russell Beer flying through there as well. He's in the Lola T70 Spider. And just ahead there of Joe Dos Santos. Richard Pott behind that, Andre van der Merwe and Mark de Toy. De Toy had a big crash yesterday in the Lola T70 Spider. And I think what he'll be doing right now is just making sure that that car is working well, because it'll be himself and his brother Jonathan looking to take that title of the SATT Championship away from Warren Lombard a bit later on this afternoon in the SATT. Larry Wilford dives on the inside, Lola T70 ahead of the 917. Porsche, Lola and McLaren. That's what it's all about in international sports prototypes, I suppose, eh? Chevron out front. Only car that shouldn't be there, of course, would probably be the one that Lee Thompson is in right now. Lee Thompson pushing hard to try and get up into the top 3 overall. He needs to find a way through there on Rob Beaumont. Beaumont keeps him honest at this stage. Like the Opel Astra, he's putting the pressure onto that 917 Porsche. Wilford getting away now from Peter Bailey for 4th and 5th. In the background of the shot, you can see Larry Wilford slowly but surely going to close down there. And here comes Kenneth Patterson. Patterson on the McLaren looking for a way through. Can he get past? No. Door opened up, but Patterson had the door shut on him by the 917 of Peter Bailey as he came out of turn 4. He gets better drive out of 4 though. Up the hill, could be a change up. McLaren up in a 5th. No. Bit of track knowledge there, and late braking ability from that 917 of Peter Bailey. Keeps Patterson behind him. Oh, change up here for 2nd. Thompson dives on the inside, finds a way through on Beaumont. So a change up for 2nd place. Lee Thompson will lead things out in the V8 touring cars. But he's 2nd overall on track now, and here comes Wilford. Wilford slowly but surely has closed down and gone onto the back end of Rob Beaumont. They're all starting to close on the back end, of course, of Richard Evans in a brand new Chevy Corvette. A Corvette Stingray just ahead of Jonathan DeToy, our leader. In fact, he's got past him. DeToy is through and got through on Evans. Thompson's got through on Evans, and here comes Wilford. Wilford diving through into turn 4, gets ahead of that big Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Now to the top of the hill come the top 5. Beaumont just behind Larry Wilford at this point. On a 2nd. Bit of maneuvering through that pack. Really great to see just how hard all these guys are pushing and trying to stay ahead of each other. Lee Thompson with a bit of an issue there on that front left. Smoking out of that front left wheel there, so bit of a concern there for Lee Thompson. Can it hang on? Just looking at that Chevron. Oh, and a spinner. 57, that is going to be Johan de Bruin. Yeah, Odacure Porsche. Johan de Bruin spun out at turn 2. He's on the inside of turn 2 on the grass. Here comes Thompson, closing down rapidly now on Jonathan DeToy. This is a 10-lapper, this one, as opposed to the 8 laps that we've had so far out of all the first races. And Jonathan DeToy under attack now from Lee Thompson. Thompson looking to get to the front overall. And here comes Larry Wilford along for the ride as well. Wilford will be looking behind that car, or from the car behind at the tail end and back end of Lee Thompson's car going, hang on a second, I've seen this car on a couple of occasions in the past. Smoke out of both wheels now for Thompson. Not quite sure what's going wrong there with Lee Thompson's car, but there's definitely a lot of smoke coming out of it. But it's not slowing him down. He goes into the lead, 26 spinning out. Oh, JP Brenham in the second of those B8 chevrons. Wolford hits the front, Thompson into second. DeToy down to third. Lee Thompson's driving around whatever problem is on that Opel, and he's trying to make it work for himself. Jonathan DeToy possibly getting some radio communication from our director and overall race director Dave Peterson saying, drop to third, you've got a GoPro on, we need some footage. As they come under braking for turn 5 again. Once again, Lee Thompson closing down on Larry Wolford. Wolford's hit the front. It's going to be a tough man to beat now that he's in the lead of this race. Lee Thompson, despite whatever issues underneath that bonnet, is continuing to fly high. Coming up on the back end of one of the GT40s. Looks like that might be the 60 car. Yes, it is. Coming through and finding a way through there on Lennart Boland. And he loses out. Oh, red dot and black flag to Lee Thompson. So he must be dropping fluid or some kind of issue on that car. The COC seemed him to be in a bit of problems there. Double yellows into turn 2. Not quite sure. Oh, that's why. There you go. It's the Corvette Stingray that's slowed and has come to a stop on the exit point of turn 2. So a bit of a baptism of fire there for Richard Evans in his brand new Corvette Stingray. Here we go. So it's Jonathan DeToy, who'd usually be in that car, but Lee Thompson piloting it today. DeToy's behind him in the V8 Chevron, and Larry Wolford is ahead. Wolford will be looking in the rearview mirror going, yeah, I've also seen this car in my rearview mirror on a couple of occasions in the past as well, when he used to fight out with Peter Goff in the old West Bank modified saloon car days. Wolford would have been in a Nissan Skyline, and he would be fighting with this machine. Watching for that second time of the black flag with the red dot on now for Lee Thompson. Will he get it as he comes across the line? He does, and red flag. Oh, that's not good. Oh, what a red flag. They can't move the Stingray, possibly. So that Corvette Stingray stuck on the exit point of turn 2 has brought the race to a slightly quicker end to what we were expecting. So red flag has been called by our COC. That's the reason for it. The Corvette Stingray there of Richard Evans parked on the exit point of turn number 2. It looks like he can't get the car to go either back or forward. So if that's the case, we've gone for 6 of 10. That should be enough. They'll probably call it, although it's not the 75%, but they probably will give it a call there on that one, which should give the victory there to Larry Wolford. And Van der Merwe coming into the pit lane along with Richard Pott. So Wolford takes it from Thompson. Thompson in second ahead of Jonathan DeToy. Beaumont in 4th. Bailey in 5 ahead of Roy Campos, Kenneth Pearson, Russell Fear, Mark DeToy, and Joe DeSantos. So that is the first heat of Auto Truck and Tyre Pre-74 International Sports Racing prototypes, the Trans Ams, and the V8 Supercar or V8 touring cars all combined. From that bit of action, we have a little break in proceedings to get that Corvette out of harm's way. And while they're doing that, we will be standing by for Marlboro Crane High's second class of the day, and that is the Pre-66 Legends of the 9 Hour, the legends of the passion for speed as well. And they'll be joined by the under 2 litre class in a few moments' time. Cars rolling into pit lane there with the red flag coming out for the Auto Truck and Tyre ISPs, Trans Am and V8s. We'll be standing by for the legends of the 9-hour and under 2-litre class. There they are, the big V8 bangers. Arguably one of the biggest draw cards of this weekend at Passion for Speed. And great to see that East London has woken up, as Jody Idenfeld and Eli Vergara have joined us, along with Bessie Vesta. Welcome to you guys. Nice to see that East London wakes up at 9:30 on a Saturday to join us for race action. We've been at it for 3 hours already, boys, just to let you know. Making their way onto the circuit now are what we deem to be the big gunners, Marlboro Crane Hire legends of the 9 hour and under 2 litre class. And in the under 2 litre class, it's great to see a legend returning to race action after a long time out. Managed to catch up with Pat Gearing just before we get into race action.
Patrick Gearing in the Alfa Romeo, immaculately prepared, I have to say. The big thing, I suppose, beat all the other 2 litre cars.
For sure, and maybe a couple of V8s as well. We'll try.
Patrick, the heat, how will it affect? I see you adjusting tyre pressures and that sort of thing.
It's all a big smoke and mirrors thing, because I think the driver needs more preparation than the car does, frankly. It's been 3 years since I've been last out, but great to be back. Very excited, and hopefully it all goes okay.
It is fantastic to have Pat back in the race car, but he's got some work to do, as you said, a little bit rusty. Starting from the back of the under 2 litre class, and definitely a man to watch out for, as he'll probably get the race pace and get that red mist in that visor as quickly as possible. We're looking at 2 races in one here, under 2 litres, and the ZA-ZB battle at the front end for the legends. Let's go down quickly and patch up with race 1 winner, Larry Wolford from ISPs.
Larry Wolford looked like a great race, came from behind, and just made it interesting for us.
Well, Dave, last night I actually thought we had to put the car in the trailer, and we checked a few things. I said, guys, we'll race it tomorrow and let's see what happens. Qualifying yesterday, the best position I could get was 10th, so it was all or nothing, and it turned out to be a damn good race.
Well, fantastic. We look forward to the second race.
Thanks, Dave. Thank you.
Awesome to catch up there with Larry Wolford, race 1 winner there from the Auto Truck and Tyre International Sports Prototypes. And as you heard, almost had to throw the towel in last night, and a little bit of overnight work, got the car sorted, and whatever they did worked well. So we'll see if Larry can do that again in race 2 later on this afternoon. Right now we're going to be concentrating on the front end of this pack, and then about 3/4 of the way through for the under 2 litre class. They'll be fighting hard. There's classes ZA, ZB, and the under 2 litre plus and under 2 litre class combined here for the legends of the 9 hour production cars. So as we've seen in the past, this is certainly one of the headline acts at a Passion for Speed festival. Henny Groenewald and Jonathan du Toit will be that front row, and that of course is in the Chevy 2 or Chevy Nova, and it looks like there's going to be some fun and games there between them as well. Ben Morganhood was quickest out of everybody yesterday. He's in the mid-pack, as you can see there, in his Ford Mustang. He'll be looking to come through the field as quickly as possible if he can. Alan Poulter will be looking for a great fight in the under 2 litre category, along with Vic Kampfer and Dion Schwabski, Francesco Lombardi. Those guys are really going to be putting on a show here. And then the man we just chatted to there, Rob Gearing, starting from the back of the pack in the under 2 litre category. So Groenewald, and well, let's see what he can do. So they're lining up in a slightly different grid position to what we were given here on our qualifying sheet. That's kind of what they do with this category. They'll mix them up a little bit to give the crowd a big thrill and spectacle. Lee Thompson in the Galaxy. That's the big block of flats on the left-hand side, just behind Jonathan du Toit. So du Toit is 1 and 2 on the front row. Jeff Kruger is alongside Lee Thompson as they come out of turn 8 and head towards the start of this first one. Henny Groenewald looking to try and push through there, and alongside Ollie Broom as the lights are about to go out and we go racing towards turn 1. Toy side by side. They go through. Oh, Henny Groenewald. Oh, and a big problem! Kruger out of shape right out of turn 1 and slamming into him. 2 or 3 cars. Big Kampfer just avoids. Jeff Kruger very lucky to not get tagged too badly there, but at the front end, Stian Kriel was completely out of shape and he went sliding into turn 1's inside wall. Jeff Kruger had nowhere to go and he slammed into him in the Camaro. Mark du Toit didn't know what happened behind him. Henny Groenewald certainly just missed out on that action. He went inside and realized there was a problem with Stian Kriel. He just avoided Stian Kriel as they came out of turn 1, but Kriel in that Studebaker lock had a big problem coming out of turn 1, and he ended up on the inside with Jeff Kruger slamming into the side of him. Let's have a look at that. There you can see Stian Kriel out of shape. Broom has to try and tap him around and get him out of the way. He just slams him into the sideline. On the outside, it was Lee Thompson who went onto the dirt to avoid the spinning lock as well. So the Galaxy getting onto the dirt. Red flag, red flag. Understandably, you've got two very big cars parked on the inside of turn 1, and Henny Groenewald will only realize that the red flag is going to come out as he comes to the line now. They will take up their positions on the grid again for probably a complete restart of this one. Sure, you guys couldn't have timed it better there. Rudy Dupree, Peter Slubbert, and Jim Pender. Good time to arrive for race action here from the Big Bangers. Pre-66, 68 Little Giants off the circuit, but it's now the legends of the 9-hour production cars and the under 2 litre category, and already a massive, massive incident in turn 1. Lee Thompson had to go high and wide around the outside. Maybe Paul can give us another look at that incident into turn 1. It was Stian Kriel who was out of shape. I'm not quite sure if he got helped out onto the inside of turn 1. Thompson's already off the track. Kriel gets out of shape. Broom tags the back of him and sends him sideways, and then there's nowhere to go for Jeff Kruger. The Camaro just slamming in. Look at Kampfer, hard on the brakes, just misses that Camaro in the second of the Volvos. Poulter was just on his inside, which is why he couldn't go around the Camaro until Poulter had got through. He slammed on the anchors and just found a way past. So welcome to Passion for Speed Festival 2023, the 22nd version. Phew, that was a huge one. Kriel's out the car, and he's being attended to by our medical team, as always, one of the best in the country. Jeff Kruger looking to try and get the Camaro back on track and back to the grid if he can. I'm not sure if Kriel's going to be able to do that. That big Studebaker Lark is parked on the inside of turn 1. Understandably, the start delay board there from Henny the Flag, telling everybody that we've got a problem. That's how it all goes sometimes in these big banger races. Jeff Kruger has been given permission to go back around the opposite way of the circuit to take up his position back on the grid. So Kruger's Camaro doesn't seem to have too much damage to it, but certainly Stian Kriel's Studebaker Lark has got some big damage. You can see Stian there in the black and white overalls, and looks like he's okay. But a little bit of work to be done now to repair the, first of all, damage to the tyre wall, and our Marshall team, a little bit of a clean-up job at turn 1 as well. They've pulled the Lark off the wall, which is a good thing, but now it's a case of whether he can get... No, I don't think he's going to be able to restart that one. Looks like there's a bit of too much damage on that Studebaker for Stian Kriel to resume and get back into the mix for the first heat. What's that, about 800 meters done in the race? Already had to pull the red flag out. See how hard they're working there to fix the tyre barrier. Kriel looking down, he's still got a smile on his face, fortunately, but he's probably thinking himself that didn't quite go according to plan. Stian Kriel's definitely got a chance of having some fun and games. Graham Nathan's in the second of the Camaros from Trans-Africa Racing. He's in the 13 car. He was also lucky to avoid all the action in turn 1. So Graham Nathan actually not in the second of the Camaros. He's actually in the Chevy Cheval, the Smoky Unique car. So we'll watch to see him coming through the pack as well. Nathan will be a contender in this one. As we wait for the restart, you can see there the Chevy Nova of Jonathan du Toit, the Ford Fairlane Thunderbolt of Mark du Toit. Let's maybe catch up there while we're waiting for them to clear there with Graham Nathan and how he was feeling about coming into today's event and driving that big Chevy Cheval.
Graham Nathan, you've been promoted to Cheval, I see.
Well, let's. If this is a promotion, then I'm going to resign. But yeah, no, that's great fun. Peter asked me to drive, or Tanya asked me to drive, and good fun, good fun. Something new, something different, something hard work, especially when you haven't been training and working hard enough in the motor car. But I'm going to have a blast.
Oh, well, it looks like they got that Studebaker going again. Now, whether or not it can take up his position on the grid, we'll have to wait and see. Great work there from the marshals and from our race control to get that situation sorted. He's going into pit lane. Probably a good thing to get into pit lane to make sure that everything's okay. Recovery 1 going to make its way back into its position, and the doctor's car back to pit lane as well. Let's have a look at this grid. There is, of course, Lee Thompson's Galaxy. Behind that, it's the 16 car of Colin Ellison. Certainly a man to watch out for as well in his Fairlane Thunderbolt. Ben Morganroot in the Ford Mustang. Ollie Broom in the Lucky Strike Mustang. There's Graham Nathan's Chevy Cheval. The Smoky Unix Cheval there. And Graham Nathan at the wheel of that one today. Franco Di Matteo will be in the Black Widow and the Italian Stallion. They're in the Chevy 57. 57 Chevy Bel Air. Warren Lombard getting an opportunity to drive in Trans-Africa Racing's Ford Mustang. Gavin Wilkins doing some of the prep on that car for Warren Lombard. The 19 machine out there is Paige Lindenberg. New colours there on Paige's car as well. Switching from that sort of metallic black colour they had last time to an all-white machine once again, similar to what we've seen. Looks like we got red flag out of the way. And are we going to be seeing the Pretoria North Toyota leading this pack off? Yes, we are. So getting our camera crew and some of the marshals out of harm's way there as well. Lee Thompson asking for a bit of assistance off the line. Maybe just needs a push to get the big block of flats on its way. I thought they were going to ask Lawrence to help out there as well. He nearly did. He nearly got into the action to help push that car. Oh, that's nice. Look at that. Colin Ellison jumps in. He just puts bumper to bumper and forces the Galaxy along. Lee Thompson thinks, thanks very much, Cole. Bumper to get him started. That's the way we do it. So there, that's the kind of camaraderie we've got here at the circuit today as well. Ellison's saying, listen, just get everybody out the way. I'll do the work. I'll get that block of flats up and running if I have to. Thanks, Cole. Yeah, man, it's good. It really is. Rudy, I'm glad you're enjoying all the action, but this is the kind of action we're trying to bring you. IT Grunewald has joined us along with Andrew Mills. Johan Spies is in the house as well. Calbert's there. Big welcome to Andrew Calbert. And Francois Slubert is in the house as well. Hope you guys are enjoying all the action here on our live stream from the 22nd running of the Passion for Speed Festival. And it's the Big Bangers on track. Once again, the legends of the 9 hour, the legends of the Passion for Speed Festival, going at it with the under 2 litre class. Mark Miller leads over Vic Camphor. Let's see where Poulter can get to as well in the second of those Volvos. Keep an eye out in the background for Jeff Kruger. Look at the damage on the front end of Kruger's car. But needless to say, he's not giving up. Jeff Kruger will be making his way through the field to try and get back into his position in the Big Bangers a bit higher up the field. There's Jeff Kruger's stablemate for the weekend. That's Graham Nathan. And of course Franco Di Matteo in the big Black Widow 57 Chevy Bel Air. So here they come. Lining up for a second time. Can they get this one all right this time out? 86 goes into pit lane. Pretoria North Toyota pace car out of the way. Hands the duties to Jonathan Dutoy to dictate the pace towards turn 1. Ahead of his brother Mark, Lee Thompson, Henny Grunewald, Colin Ellison, Ollie Broom, Graham Nathan, Ben Morganroot. Those are the names of the ZA and ZB Big Bangers at the front end as they're about to go to battle for the second time now. Second time in the first race with this restart. And lights are out and we're racing. Let's see if we get a clean sweep through turn 1 this time out. Dutoy side by side with his brothers Mark and Jono are absolutely wing mirror to wing mirror, as are Ellison and Broom. Thunderbolt versus Mustang. Make that Thunderbolt versus 2 Mustangs as Morganroot joins the party on the back end. Now, Lee Thompson enjoyed the push earlier on from Colin Ellison. He might not be enjoying it as much as they come out of turn number 2 there into 3. Thompson in the Galaxy, hanging on. Looks like Campher's just taken the lead of under 2 litres in the background, but it is Mark Dutoy from Henny G. Henny G from Jonathan Dutoy. Lee Thompson, Broom ahead of Ellison. Ellison ahead of Morganroot. As they come out of turn 4 up to the top of the hill, there goes Morganroot diving on the inside of Graham Nathan, and Di Matteo coming along for the ride as well in the 57 Chev Bel Air. Oh, this is top quality stuff. Absolutely amazing. There's Morganhood inside of Ellison. Ellison trying to shut the door, but there's not enough time. Kruger now ahead and pushing hard ahead of Lombard. So they're all in the mix here and they're all pushing hard. Looking in the background as well, Paige Lindenberg coming up close and personal there with Warren Lombard. In the under 2 litre class, it is definitely Vic Camper leading out in the Volvo. Just caught a glimpse of him in that background shot. There is confirmation, under 2 litres. Camphor ahead of Miller. Schwabski down into the 3 spot and Houston into 4. Francesco Lombardi is up to 5 ahead of John T. Needham. So Jonathan Needham also having a great start to this one as they come flying through. But this is what it's all about in the big bangers. The legends of the 9 hour. Production cars going at it at the front end. Mid-pack, it's the ZB category ahead of the under 2 litres and just as much action in each of those classes. Now we've seen in the past the East Tennessee Motor Company for Mercury Cougar give some big problems to the front end of this field. A couple of famous drivers have gone at it. Head to head, bar to bar, wing mirror to wing mirror, bumper to bumper stuff when it comes to that kind of action. Grunewald in the past has been in a couple of other cars as well. Plymouth Fury is one that was coming to mind. And oh, there you go, perfect timing. Great weight on the shot there, Scotty, to get some sideways stuff from the big bangers. Camphor loses out slightly to his teammate for the lead of under 2 litres. It's Alan Poulter who leads out in the 2 litre class now in the first of the Volvos. So De Toy from Grunewald. See what Henny G can do now about Mark De Toy. Mark De Toy driving with a slightly injured elbow after a big crash yesterday in the T70 Spider. It's not holding him back at all now in this one. Jonathan De Toy ahead of Ben Morganhood. Morganhood ahead of Lee Thompson. Thompson from Broome. Graham Nathan with some pressure now coming from Jeff Kruger. Slightly battle-scarred Chev Camaro in the background, fighting with that Chevy Chevelle of Graham Nathan's. Here they come, Nathan and Kruger. Di Matteo under a bit of pressure as well, and here's a big pressure from Di Matteo as he gets outgunned by Ellison. The Thunderbolt blasts through on the Bel Air. The Black Widow had no answer to the Thunderbolt coming out of turn 4, but he comes back at him, heading to the top of the hill. Oh, the Italian Stallion is loving life in a big American muscle machine. He comes side by side now with Ellison as they come back into turn 6 and returns the favour on Colin Ellison. Ellison going to try around the outside, trying to hang on, just not enough grip in these big bangers. First couple of cars are through there. Morganhood still in 4th place behind Jonathan De Toy, Broome, Kruger and Nathan. There comes Di Matteo. Another lap completed for him. He stays just ahead there. Lombard trying to close down that gap. So if we look at how things stand at the moment, De Toy from Grunewald and De Toy, that's your top 3 in Class A. Class B, it's Morganhood ahead of Ollie Broome. And that's how they stand in the ZB category of this Legend of the 9 hour class at the front end. Kruger has now got ahead of Broome. So Jeff Kruger makes his way up into 6th place overall after that big incident in turn 1. Ellison from Lombard, Paige Lindenberg and Alan Poulter. It's the ZB battle on track. So we've got Class A and B in the production cars. We've got classes ZA and ZB running in the front end of this field. It's absolutely brilliant to see. There is Paige Lindenberg. As I said, new colours on the car. They did have a couple of issues with it yesterday, but needless to say, they've made some kind of plans to get her on track, and she is racing. Trying to defend her title she picked up in 2022. Oh, this is great stuff. Look at Henry Grunewald putting the pressure onto Mark De Toy. De Toy will be loving this. This is the kind of fight they absolutely revel in these kind of conditions on a day like this. Ben Morganhood getting away now from that Chevy 2, the Chevy Nova of Jonathan De Toy. So Mark De Toy leads out ZA, Henny Grunewald leads out the A class, Ben Morganhood leads out the B class. Unbelievable race action here from these legends of the 9 hour. And a bit further back there, the under 2 litre class also just as good. The action that's been transpiring a bit further back. De Toy under huge pressure though. See how hard he's having to concentrate to keep Henny Grunewald behind him. Henny G has he found a way yet? No, he's not close enough to have a go just yet. Ben Morganhood closing them down. Then it's the Nova. Lee Thompson just behind that. Here comes Grunewald. G on the inside of turn 1. Side by side with Dutoy this time. Mark Dutoy going to try and hang on to that outside line, but Grunewald comes across. Makes it stick. Perfectly done there from Henny Grunewald. And the East Tennessee Motor Company Ford Mercury Cougar hits the front. It's the Thunderbolt of Mark Dutoy, who gets demoted down 1 position into second. Into the clutches of Ben Morganhood in the Ford Mustang. So we got Fords 1, 2 and 3. Chevy in 4th place in the hands of Jonathan Dutoy. It should be the Galaxy of Lee Thompson. Just ahead there of the second of the Chevy powered machines, Jeff Kruger. Oh, this will be fun. Those are teammates from last year out of Team Red Racing. And this time it's Kruger who beats out Thompson. Nathan, Ellison, DiMatteo, Warren Lombard. Here comes the under 2 leaders. Alan Poulter leads out. Look at the gap that car's got there. So the Tom Camper Volvo leading comfortably over the rest of the pack of under 2 leaders. Poulter doing such a good job. So another lap completed. We got 2 to go for under 2 liter class. ZBZA of Legends of the 9-hour production cars. Mercury Cougar that's out front in the hands of Henny Grunewald. A big one, the Ford Comet. The Ford Comet there, of course, of that East Tennessee Motor Company racing machine. And that Comet in the hands now of Henny Grunewald, trying to hang on to everybody else out there and keep them at bay. Here comes the big Galaxy of Lee Thompson. So Comet versus Thunderbolt versus Mustang. All Ford powered, all V8s of different derivatives, and all fighting for now the lead of this race and potentially the first win of the 22nd version of the Passion for Speed Festival in this class, with a lap to go. 1 lap to go now for these 3 Fords. Big dive on the inside from Morganhood. He might have got through there on Mark Dutoy. Oh, and Morganhood spun out! Morganhood with a massive moment out of turn 1. Morganhood spinning out big time there, and that's Dutoy back in a second, and here comes Jonathan Dutoy. Can he capitalize on that mistake made by Ben Morganhood out of turn 1? Morganhood had it all sorted out coming out of turn 1, and then just lost out. Dirk Venter about to be caught now by that Comet of Henny Grunewald. Camille Doring Motorsport Ford Comet of Henny G goes flying past the Lindenberg Racing Ford Escort of Dirk Venter. So it's a fantastic run here from Henny Grunewald to keep the rest of this pack at bay. Mark Dutoy led out for a long time, just succumbing to the pressure from Henny Grunewald in the closing stages. And it's going to be Dutoy for second, possibly Dutoy for third, if he can find a way through there on Ben Morganhood, who had a big moment there on the second last lap. Flags out, and the first man to take it is going to be Henny Grunewald. Grunewald wins out over Mark Dutoy. Ben Morganhood will hang on for 3rd place ahead of Jonathan Dutoy. Brilliant stuff there from our big bangers at the front end. We're going to try and pick up on the action there a bit further back with our under 2 liter class. That's Roger Houston diving on the inside, fighting hard, as you can see. As I said, a massive welcome return to Patrick Gearing. Here comes the Volvo, just on the tail end of Warren Lombard. Lombard in the Mustang with Alan Poulter right on his tail. This will be the win for the under 2 liter class. Poulter across the line, takes the win. Poulter wins out there. Good run from him. Look at the gap he's got over 2nd place. A huge margin for Alan Poulter. He'll be ahead of Vic Camphor and Mark Miller for the under 2 liter category. And that's how we all wrap. Well, that's how we wrap things up for the first heat of Marlboro Crane High's Pre-66-68 Legends of the 9-hour and the under 2 liter class. Up next, some more big bangers and a big field about to make their way onto the circuit for their first outing. There's unofficial results. Grunewald from Dutoy. Morganhood with the fastest lap on the last lap there. On the second last lap, I should say. as he looped it out going into that final lap. De Toy in 4th ahead of Kruger, Oliver Broom, Graham Nathan, Colin Ellison and Franco D'Amato, the Italian stallion, there in 9th, just beating out Warren Lombard. Under 2 litres went to Alan Poulter. Paige Lindenberg just splitting those under 2 litre category cars of Mark Miller and Camphor behind for 2nd and 3rd. Up next, as I said, BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series, classes A to C. BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series classes A to C making their way onto the circuit right now. And it's going to be a big fight in amongst class A, B and C competitors. The A and B is mixing it up properly at the front end in qualifying. If you look at the front row, Leon Lopesha class A, Carlo Garbini class B, and only split by about 0.6 of a second between those two categories. But as you heard earlier on in the show, if you picked up on the action from classes D and E, the boss man was talking about new sponsors involved. Dave's down in pit lane though, going to catch up with some of the competitors before we go racing. Let's find out who he's got down in pit lane.
It was hard work. I knew there was challenges to get Mark, and I could see Ben coming strong in the back in my mirrors. So he had a lot of pace, and I was watching his lap timer board also that they were showing him behind. So I knew I had to keep pushing, and it really took some time for Mark's tyre wear to really give up a little bit, that I could really get close enough to him to be competitive to eventually get the pass done.
Second race plans?
Man, we limited our tyres today, and the heat is not helping it. So I think now we'd start towards the back if I'm right. And so yeah, it's going to be tricky coming through the field, but we'll give it a bash.
Thanks for a live feed. Everybody's cheering for you. There's a lot of comments coming in. Fantastic to see you guys out there.
It's great. It's really nice to be at Zwartkops with such a full house. It's always a great event. Thanks, guys.
Always great to catch up with Henny G as well and find out exactly how the race went from one of SA's finest drivers' point of view. You can see that he's worried about the tyre wear and he's worried about the brakes for race number 2. But that doesn't usually slow him down. What you'll see from Henny Groenewald is probably some sideways action. That's kind of how he rolls. As we get ready to roll now for the M Performance Parts Racing Series. I mentioned the fact that we got M Performance Parts Racing as the main sponsor. NGK have joined. I too are back with them again, and it's a big welcome to Dunlop Tyres joining this series for the next 2 years, supplying the rubber for them to go racing on. Henk Kruger's just joined us along with Brian Tabb. Gary Murdoch's in the house, and so are a whole bunch of people on the live stream feed. Hope you're enjoying all of the action from Facebook and YouTube's point of view. Please pass those on to all your friends, fans and family and tell them all about what's happening here at the 22nd running of the Passion for Speed Festival. Leon Loubser and Carlo Gabini, as I said, line up on the front row as 27 cars are about to go at it. Got Thierry and Ferry, second row. Andreas Meyer, Lyle Ramsey and Nick Macris and Thomas Portfita ahead of Oz Baggioni, Mansour Parker, Salvi Gautieri. And that's how they'll be looking to start things out. Have a look. Salvi, by the sounds of things, had a bit of a problem yesterday, so I'm not quite sure if he's going to start in the second of the Sav Speed cars. But that 146 BMW going through shot there from Zwartkops Racing is last year's GDC Super Cup champion. And of course, young Leighton Free will be joining the M2 Cup in Europe for his race season. So getting a little bit of extra time in a BMW is not a bad plan. And he joins this series for the first time on the second row in his first time of asking as well. But watch out, because I'm sure he's going to be giving these usual contenders a run for their money. He's a very, very seasoned campaigner when it comes to any form of motorsport, despite his age, as they go racing down towards turn 1. Garbini inside line from the Coffee Man and the Kimbo Coffee car looking for a chance to outgun Leon Loubser. Not always an easy thing to do. Loubser is a highly seasoned campaigner and certainly knows exactly how to place that 66 BMW of his out of fast developments. And that, of course, are based here at Zwartkops. So Fast Freddy and his team would have worked frantically to get Leon Loubser's car up to pace, and it gave him the pole position, which he's capitalized on and stayed ahead of Garbini. So Garbini now leads things out over William Einkammerer. Einkammerer now trying to find a way through there on Leighton Free. Gautieri has in fact squeezed through there and made his way up into third place, and Gautieri looking for a chance now to get through on Garbini. As they come into braking for the first time, the Sav Speed BMW closing down on Garbini, the second of those Sav Speed cars, the Kimbo Coffee Man as we like to call him. And he's now under pressure from that Zwartkops Racing machine of Leighton Free. Behind that, multiple champion in this category. He's in the number 2 car at the moment, with Andreas Meyer just missing out on that overall championship last year. And lost out there to Nick Fischer, of course. But take nothing away from the German. He certainly knows exactly what to do in that car. He's ahead of Lyle Ramsey. Lyle Ramsey for the first time in a turbo-powered car. So a learning curve there for Lyle Ramsey to get everything sorted out. But they've worked frantically. I was chatting to his dad, Mike, yesterday, saying that they've put about 1,000 hours into that car over the Christmas period to get it to work the way it is right now, in 6th place ahead of Nick Macris. I spoke about the fact that Leon Loubser is a tough man to beat. That is why. Look at the pace of Loubser's car from that Fast Developments BMW and how he's pulled away from this pack right from the word go, leaving Garbini in the clutches of Gautieri and Ferry. Meyer closing in once again on the back end of the rookie. Rookie in this class, but certainly not a rookie in his race career, having taken back-to-back titles in the Polo Cup Rookie Championship, then took the Polo Cup Championship, and then took the Global Touring Car Super Cup Championship. Unbelievable bit of race driving action from the 146 driver in Zwartkops Racing's BMW. And of course, piloting an F30 330i. He'll be in an M2 Cup car in a couple of weeks' time as he starts his international campaign. Macros crossing the line there and completing another lap in anger. This is a 10-lapper, remember, for M Performance Racing Series. And everybody just starting to settle down ever so slightly. Certainly no settling down. Oh, a little bit of debris on the track as well. Not quite sure what that is, but could be a bit dangerous if somebody clips it. I think, yeah, they've all seen it, fortunately. possibly going to be in harm's way there if they can't get somebody to go and remove it. Love the fact that on the side of the car, Lyle Ramsey's got a big sign saying, "Sponsor me." Well, if anybody out there's got some money and you want to put some money into a really, really competitive car, Ramsey is certainly one of them. Ramsey currently sitting in second place in Class B behind the German. It's Class A's 1 to 4 at the moment. B are 5 and 6 and 7th place with Macros in the background. The top 3 of Class B making up the 7 cars on track. We'll dive on the inside there, look on the inside from Leighton Curry's point of view. Look and give Lorenzo Gutteri a bit of a run for his money. Thomas Kortgieter, Mansour Parker and Arie van den Berg are making up the top 10 overall so far. They come down into turn 2 again. Yeah. You are not wrong, man. You are not wrong there. Dave Reeser looking great as well. There's no doubt about it. Thank you. But yeah, Jody, I have to agree with you as we see an XPEL BMW parked on the left-hand side. That's the 75 car, and that's David Oosthuizen in the Share Track Spaniard and Low Brothers Millennium 7 Performance E92 M3. Bit of a pity there for him. Yes, Paul Keita looking for a way onto the top of the hill towards turn 5. As I said, battles right through this pack, and that's exactly what you see in M Performance Racing Series. Remember, we spoke to the chairman of the board earlier on today, and Werner was telling us there were 60 cars entered for this event. They eventually got 57 to the track, and 53 started today's racing, with qualifying being done yesterday afternoon. Divided up into 2 classes due to the fact that they had such a big field. 45 is the maximum that Zwartkops can take, which means that's the reason we're seeing classes A, B and C on their own without Class D and E, who we saw earlier on in the day. Dunlops will be right within their own right now, loving the ambient temperature provided by the hot sun here at Zwartkops today. And it's great to see the crowds back here in full effect as well. And they are loving the race action that we've seen here so far. We've had some big action. If you have just joined us, and I'm glad that you're here because we're in for more of the same into the afternoon. Loubser has just got a clean pair of 2 wheels. There's no one even close to his lap times. 104 deads coming out of Loubser. Closest man to him at the moment is a 106.2 from Carlo Gabini. Sam Speed sitting currently in 2nd and 3rd place with Bucket List Racing on their tail. Leighton using this to get some valuable seat time in a rear-wheel drive BMW, which he'll be piloting, of course, in the M2 Cup in Europe. Now having to fight with the top contenders in the M Performance Racing Series, including the man behind him, the German, on a bit of a flyer here, pulling away now from Lyle Ramsey. Ramsey with the turbo car in Class B. Remember, Andreas Meyer runs a normally aspirated BMW. Come up onto the brakes once again past the rival German company there, AMG Driving Academy there. Clint Weston and Mercedes-Benz. BM's in full flight going past on a few occasions today. So Bucket List Racing Leighton 3, first time out in the M Performance Racing Series. Not a bad debut for that young man. Ahead of a multiple champion. Number 2 car on the number 2 plate on that car for 2023 though, as he just lost out the overall championship to Nick Fisher in Class D. 171 flying through there as well. Great to see action right the way through there. Shane Krobler maybe not up to pace that he'd like to be. He's usually a little bit quicker than that, but maybe just getting to grips with some new machinery that might have been put into that car. Nick Macros continues for 7th, ahead of Thomas Porkita and Arie van den Berg. Mansour Parker's dropped down along with Eugene Goos, the Master Mowers man. He's now behind Benny Late down in 20th and 21st place as we're watching 2, 3 and 4 into turn 6. First place man now across the line coming up on the man I just mentioned there. The Master Mowers BMW of Eugene Goos about to be caught by the leader. And a lap going to be put into this field of BMWs. Nick Fisher, Shane Krobler, Eugene Khoos, Benny Late. Possibly going to do one lap less than Leon Lopes is going to. As Master Mo's BMW sent sideways out of turn 4. I think Jan maybe got caught out by the quicker car and he's inside. Eugene Khoos had nowhere to go. He's actually stuck on the outside of turn number 4. Hopefully he can get that car going. If he does, well, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Oh, he's got going again. But he's now lost out to 2, 3 and 4 on track as well. Lopes down towards the final corner, about to start his penultimate lap. 2 to go for Leon Lopes. Look at the gap he's got, a massive amount of space between himself and second place Carlo Garbini. So it's Leon Lopes dominating here in the Fast Developments BMW. Lopes is a really, really top class competitor for the Midvaal E92 335. Going to be Garbini or Gauteri who is going to take the win for the Sav Speed team. Right now they are running in that order. Garbini from Gauteri from Fari. They go at it now for action aplenty. And that action is properly in it. As they come onto that back straight away again. The German now diving on the inside, finding a way through there on that number 171 of Shane Krobler. How hard he's having to push here to try and stay in the mix. It's not quite what Shane Krobler wanted in terms of his first outing, that's for sure. So, leader crosses the line, starts his final lap. Coming up on the 41 machine of Neil Pillay. Second place now has closed down slightly because of the traffic. Troy Cochrane also about to be caught now by Leon Lopes' leading car. Let's see what happens if they give him some room to play. They're going to do just that. Pillay gives him a little bit of room into turn 3. 2, 3 and 4 across the line now ahead of 5th place Andreas Meyer. So there you go, Cochrane giving some room as well into turn 4. Lopes dives through and puts the Cochrane and Pillay cars into one less lap to complete. Midvaal's Expel and of course Fast Developments are the people behind the car that Leon Lopes loves to drive. Garbini under pressure from his stablemate Sav Gauteri. Lorenzo Gauteri, I should say, in the Sav Speed car. Now they come. I'm trying to remember all those Gauteris out there. But look at this. As they come across the line, it is top quality stuff from M Performance Racing Series. And Class A goes to Leon Lopes. Lopes taking the win by a huge margin. Massive gap down to the second place cars as they come to the line. Here they come. It's Carlo Garbini. And coming to the line there, brilliantly done from him. Right behind him, his stablemate in the Sav Speed car. It's Lorenzo Gauteri. Great debut there for our young man, late Marie, in the Bucketless Racing BMW to win out the 4th place battle for Class A. Nick Macros with some problems. Looks like he might be pulling in the pit lane there. In the latter part of this race, that's definitely not what he wanted, that is for sure. As the rest of the field come through to complete things up here. And there you have it. Well, welcome, there we go. Yeah, on board there, thanks Scotty and Dave. I didn't expect that one, but Lopes taking that victory ahead there of Carlo Garbini. Let's get that unofficial results there as they come onto that back straight away. Garbini from Gauteri, Fari from Andreas Meyer, Ramsey, Macros, and Ari van den Berg, Mansour Parker, and Oz Bagioni. Class A, 1, 2, 3 is Lopes, Garbini, and Gauteri. B's is Meyer, Ramsey, and Macros. And then we go a little bit further back in Class C. And if I look at Class C, I'm just waiting for the timing monitor to switch out again. Class C should be in the hands of Hein van der Merwe, Alan Helligen, and Jan Everstein. That's your top 3 in Class C for the BMW M Performance Racing Series. Up next, we go a little bit more modern and a slightly more powerful pack of cars with G&H Transport's Extreme Supercars. We've got some guys coming from the United States of Texas as well, I believe, on our YouTube and Facebook channel on Extreme Festivals page and on the Zwartkops page. Neil Controls just joined us as well here on the Voice of Choice, along with Kat Duplessis, and Jeff Langeveld is in the house too. Good morning to you, buddy. Well, is it still morning? I'm not quite sure. Yeah, it is. It feels like we've been here for the whole day already, though. Scott, that's how many races we've gone through so far. We've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. 6, 8, 9, 11 races already completed, and it's only 20 past 10. Still got a long day to go. But up next, of course, we could possibly see some history in the making with the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. We'll get into that a little bit quicker as we get into race action here for slightly more modern GT style cars at the Passion for Speed Festivals. 22nd running here at the International Raceway and the Arena Motorsport Zwartkops. Not only do we have four-wheeled action, we've got some two-wheeled action as well, with a couple of really awesome motorcycles on the sideline. They'll be out for a bit of a demonstration run, I'm sure, at some stage today. But great to see that Halewood replica being started up there by Ian Grote and his team. A couple of really famous motorcycles parked down in pit lane. If you are here and watching us on the live stream and you want to make your way to what Zwartkops always has at their racetrack, an open pit policy for all the fans to get up close and personal with their favourite riders, drivers and cars and bikes. I know that Dave Peterson's gone down there to maybe catch up with a couple of the guys down at that motorcycle display. He's made his way there now to have a quick interview. Might have a catch up with some of the guys behind this really awesome display of motorcycles and find out exactly what those bikes are. I know the Hellwood replica's there, but there's a couple of others there as well. I'm sure Dave will give us a little bit more information on that. I can see him setting up for that interview in the background. Maybe just talk us through what's happening on the two-wheeled side before we go to race action for the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. So Dave's down there. I think he's catching up with Ian Grote. Let's go and find out what's happening on the two-wheeled side of things with Dave Peterson.
Great, these bikes make one hell of a noise, don't they?
Unbelievable. I think the little 250 with its 22,000 revs a minute has got the biggest shout of any bike I've ever seen. But the 500 is also very noisy, you know. And I think Mr. Honda was quite knowledgeable about the way they rev, you know, because this little one revved in 1961 to 20,000 revs, Dave. Quite incredible, you know.
And the output per litre was something they're only just achieving again nowadays.
Yes, I mean it was so many 100 horsepower per litre squared or whatever it is, you know. But I think that he made every single piece of the engine differently. So the six-cylinder has 6 different pistons, 6 different sets of valves, 6 different sets of conrods. Each cylinder had to do a certain thing, so it was really, really jacked up. You know, I mean, the way ahead. When this came to the Isle of Man, when I was there years ago, 66. It was
What were you, about 12 then? Or
yeah, I just got 16. Just fudged my license to get there. And then all these big single cylinders were running, Dave. And we used to say, why can't we have a 4-cylinder? The next year, when Elwood brought 4 cylinders, it never stopped. Now you go there, I've been there about 25 times. Now you go there and you say, why can't we have a single? You know, it's gone full circle for me, you know what I mean? But
the build of these bikes, just tell us about that a little bit.
Well, the frames are all made in England. The front wheel there's from Czechoslovakia. I'm the daft guy that sat in a lay-by in the rain, you know, wrapping it up, put it in cellophane to send to South Africa. I sent the engine, a compressor engine, so they didn't get me for GT. So all of them got little tails. I mean, the 12 for Phil Reed and for Jimmy Guthrie, they're absolutely state of the art. You know, 6-speed gearboxes, Carrillo rods, they got everything.
I'm just going to zoom in on the frame. Yes. Lawrence, if you just zoom on the frame of that bike, it's not welding, is it? It's brazing.
The story on this bike is Hellwood, when he got the 63 bike from Mr. Honda, said the frame is like a moped. Okay, I'm going to put it in my own frame to Rimini with Paddy, and they won the race. Okay, but then Mr. Honda said in the message, put the bike in the back of a truck. Nobody must ever see that bike again. You race only with that product. And he came second. But they wouldn't do it. It's a Reynolds frame. Okay. So all of everything has a kind of a history, you know, which is as old as me.
Well, great talking to you. And,
yeah, I'm going to do it through the lunch hour because everybody has to put earmuffs on. Okay.
Great on, cheers.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dave. And thanks for bringing the bikes, Thank you very much.
Well, there you have it. A little bit of two-wheeled history there as well with Grote and Peterson giving us insight as to Jimmy Guthrie's bike, Mike Hellwood's bike, and also saw KP's bike there, if I'm not mistaken. The Presto Ducati's down there as well. That late great Keith Peterson piloted at one point in his career. Great to see those motorcycles on display here. It's part of the Passion for Speed Festival. In the old days, of course, we used to have a Day of Champions on the Sunday. That's kind of fallen away for now, but I know that they are trying to revive some kind of two-wheeled action here at the Passion for Speed Festival. And hopefully by 2024 that will be the case. Right now we're standing by for green flags and the go-ahead to get back on track for the first heat of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. It's a 15-lap race and they'll be on track shortly. like anything that has a bit of a supercar flavor to it, this is the time to join in and pick up on our live stream action here from Facebook and YouTube's point of view. G&H once again signing up a deal, and the main headline sponsors for our Extreme Supercar category. It kicks off its championship here at the 22nd running of the Passion for Speed Festival, and then we'll go down to Cape Town, PE, East London, back to Zwartkops, and traverse the country for the 2023 championship. It's going to be a big fight in this championship, there's no doubt about it. Franco Scribunti, though, having a look at when they rolled out onto the circuit, did not roll onto track. So we were expecting to see the fourth derivative of that 997 Porsche out of Scribunti Racing make its way onto the circuit, but it doesn't look like it's been able to get out there. You'll pass it just on the right hand side there of the shot we've got into turn 8. And if he hasn't made it out, it'll be a little bit concerning, because as I was touting earlier on, and maybe I gave him the commentator's ghost, Scribunti did a 1:59.190 in qualifying. It only took him 2 laps. It was in the second lap that he did that 1:59.190, which was enough to put him on pole position for today's racing, ahead of Jonathan du Toit, Charles Orangis and Chris Budnick. But as you can see, there is no general on track. The army green and orange striped Porsche 997 has not made it out for this first heat. And whatever the problem is, I'm sure they're working frantically to get it sorted out. 007 on the side of the Aston Martin, that is piloted by Zolile Letlaka for Into Africa Racing. That Lamborghini Huracan is not a Lamborghini Huracan, it's actually an Aston Martin. And yeah, change up on his choice of vehicle. Puts EXO into an Aston, not a Lamborghini. Lamborghini Huracan, though, will be the front car after the non-appearance of the Porsche. So Jonathan du Toit for Trans Africa Racing and Studale Motorsport in the Lamborghini Huracan will lead things out over Charles Orangis in the Paget Racing. Oh, Franco's just squeezing through there. So late entry there for Franco, trying to come around the outside on the grass to get to the front. I think he's going to have to just slot in somewhere to get the start. He's not going to be able to get to the front where he needs to be on pole. So whatever the issue was there, maybe he got caught out by the early start of this race, but here we go, hammer down, and it's lights out and racing. In towards turn 1 we go. Franco Scribunti starting from about 6th place on the grid as they head towards turn 1. The Hulk on the inside looking for a way through. That's Charles Orangis in the Mercedes-Benz AMG, and finds a way past on his stablemate Jonathan du Toit. Du Toit's not going to give it up without a fight. There's a big squirt through on the inside for 3rd place from Scribunti to try and get ahead of Gianni Giannacaro in the Nissan R35. Good move there from Gigi, though. Tries to keep out the hard charge just behind him, of course, coming from Chris Budnick in the Dodge Viper. At the back end of the field, Jimbo Giannacaro. So it's national GT3 cars, 1 and 2 on the road. Unlimited GT3 A+ car of Franco Scribunti with a late start to the proceedings. Wasn't even on pole position, where he needed to be. And now trying to find a way through there on his 2 rivals. So GT3 spec cars running front and second, with an unlimited car in 3rd. And as I said, that Porsche shouldn't be too much of an issue for him to get through on both the cars ahead of him, but du Toit's making it very difficult for him at the moment. With this, of course, there's a possibility of that 58-second lap falling by the wayside here for this first heat. Jackson runs wide, Zolile Letlaka dives on the inside in the Aston Martin to get through on the Audi. Du Toit goes defensive into turn 4, not letting Scribunti through. So the General in full flight, trying to find a way through there on the Lambo. And he under squirt and under power, but under braking. The Lambo comes back at him. I thought we might see that happen. Franco tried to go around the outside, up the hill towards turn 5. Use the additional power from that Porsche to get through. Spin out there from Aubry. Aubry spins out. A little bit of problems there for the 997 GT Cup car. So as they come across the line and complete another lap in anger, we've got 13 to go, 2 down. The Hulk leads out. The Paget Racing Mercedes-Benz AMG of Charles Orangis, ahead of Studale Motorsport and Trans Africa Racing's Lamborghini Huracan. Jonathan du Toit at the wheel. Scribunti for Scribunti Racing. Franco hanging on to the back end of that Lambo. Gigi in 4th place for the BISC Bisc Logistics machine. Zwartkops Racing's Dodge Viper. And then it's, by the looks of things, coming through there, Zolila Letlaka, Marius Jackson and Nicky Dix. Once again, there's Aubrey. Second spin there for him in the Cup car. TD3 Cup Porsche spinning out at a turn 4. Here comes the very fast 997 Scribanti Porsche, the General as it's named. Looking for a way through there onto Toy's Lamborghini. How's the lap time so far? Minute dead, minute dead, minute dead. 365, 659 and 633 are the splits on those 60-second flat laps of the first 3 cars. Jonathan du Toit and Charles Arranges were able to get into the 59s as well, but it was high 59s and mid 59s from du Toit and Arranges as opposed to the very low 59 from Scribanti. Franco now just holding on, trying to set things up for the right time to get through there on the Lambo and on the Mercedes. Charles and du Toit running GT spec cars as per the SRO rules that they would be normally piloted in the international competition. Oh, and Jonathan du Toit goes very defensive, slams the door firmly shut in Scribanti's face as he attempted to make a move up the hill. And you saw him coming and squeezed him out into turn 5. Scribanti will start to feel a bit frustrated here. He knows if he's got clean air, he can possibly get away from these two, but he's got to get past them first. And he wasn't able to do it on time for the race start, so that's a big costly mistake there from him. Behind that, Ricky Giannaccaro, Zuli Letlaka, change up there between Letlaka and Giannaccaro. Ricky's through on EXO, Marius Jackson behind them. GG keeps out Chris Budnick in the Viper. There it is. The Viper just behind that R35 GTR Nissan of Gianni Giannaccaro. Mercedes-Benz Lamborghini Porsche. That's how they head to the top of the hill once again towards the AMG Driving Academy. It is an AMG Mercedes-Benz leading this race for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Franco now putting a little bit extra pressure onto the back end of du Toit as we go back to Jackson versus Dix. Oh, big moment for EXO. Zolila Letlaka with a big maneuver and a 007 style stunt in turn 4. The Aston Martin is stuck in the middle of turn 4 now. Is that a possibility of safety car or maybe even worse? We'll have to wait and see. EXO trying to get the Aston started. Joseph Ellerin and Mark du Toit go through. He pulls the Aston Martin onto the inside of the circuit to try and get it back in the right direction first of all. And then, gets it onto track and tries to get going. Has he stalled it again? He stalled it again. He gets going only just in time. Because watch out. Here come the lead cars. He'll stay on the outside line and the lead cars should be coming through here any second now. Here they come. EXO, fortunately out of harm's way just in time before Arranges, du Toit and Scribanti made their way past him. So Charles Arranges looking to make a debut win here for this car. It's the first time in anger that we've seen the Sudale Motorsport AMG Mercedes-Benz in full flight, and he's looking for the victory to keep his stablemate and teammate out of that top spot. But more importantly is to keep Franco Scribanti's car in third. Team tactics coming into play here from Sudale and Trans Africa Racing's combination team. Charles defensive into turn 2. These cars are just incredible. The downforce, the wings that they've got, and all the electronics that go into these cars that give the driver the ability to brake so late into turn 2. Du Toit with the fastest lap, 59.8. How close do you want it? 59.884, 59.897 for second and third place. Still 60-second laps coming out of Charles Arranges. 9 laps still to go in this one. 8.5 as they make their way to turn 4. With Gianni Giannaccaro feeling the pressure a bit now from the big V10 behind him. Dodge Viper is looking for a way past on Giannaccaro's R35. Looks like they're coming onto the back end now as well of Ant Blunden in the Sajco Porsche. So Lille has recovered nicely from that big spin in turn 4 into Africa Mining. Aston Martin. He heads down in towards turn 1. Closing down on him will be Gianni Giannaccaro and Budnick. So as As they come out of turn 2, you can see here's the fight for the lead. They've got through there now on Aubrey. It's actually Roy Aubrey that they caught first man from Haval Edenvale in his Porsche GT3 Cup car. Once again, Jonathan du Toit goes defensive, forces Scribante onto the high line into turn 5. Scribante can't cut back on the Lambo into turn 6 because the door is firmly shut yet again there from du Toit's point of view. Frustration must be building there from Scribante's point of view as they come up on the back end now of Jimbo Jonacaro. Lamborghini Trofeo about to be caught by the top 3 cars now heading into the second half of this race. 7 laps to go. Mark du Toit is also about to be caught now by them. So it's Jimbo and Mark du Toit. Joseph Ellerine just up the road from them. No problems at all there for Charles and for du Toit. Just a little bit of room there from Jimbo. That's Joseph Ellerine and Kwanda McQueen's championship winning car. Joe waiting for his new car to arrive from the Audi Customer Racing team. Marius Jackson heading that one up, of course, and giving opportunities for young drivers to come out of Polo Cup and step up into GT3 and GT4 spec cars. So Ellerine in the GT4 Audi at the moment, that Zolile also assists with. Great to have that development team coming through there, giving those youngsters a chance to get into GT4 and GT3 spec cars, as I said. Ellerine coming out of Polo Cup from karting and now into that GT4 Audi R8. About to be caught now by the top 3. They head down towards turn 2 once again. Naranji's late on the brakes. du Toit follows suit into turn 2. Almost equal braking spots, and it's like they're playing PlayStation. They're running literally on the ideal lines around this circuit, keeping Scribante at bay, working together, showing that teammates on track can assist each other to keep out what is arguably the more powerful and possibly stronger car out of the 3, but still down in 3rd place there for Franco. Scribante trying to find a way around the outside. Now watch for the cutback as they head down the hill. They get on the inside of that Lambo for turn 8. Not close enough as they head towards G&H Transport Corner. Cool. There's still lots to play here with 5 to go. Mark du Toit in pit lane. You can see silver, green and yellow striped racer there of the Ferrari 430 having to pull in the pit lane. Maybe du Toit feeling the effects of yesterday's crash and wants to rest himself so that he's good to go for about 4 races time as we get into the Castrol TT, where him and his brother are going to look to take on Warren Lombard for the title, along with Roy Campos and a couple of other contenders in this one. Peter Bailey will be one to mention as well. It's Joseph Ellerine coming through there, currently down in 10th overall. Not a bad start there for his first outing in this category. It just doesn't seem to be an answer here from Franco Scribante's point of view to get through on du Toit. I think if he'd been at the front of the race from the start where he was supposed to be, there's a possibility that he may have had a bit more clearer air. This is what he likes. I mean, the fight amongst traffic now and 2 contenders in the same team, certainly working together to keep him at bay, is not what Franco Scribante likes. He's usually very good through traffic, having spent a lot of time in the Endurance Series Championship, having to fight in fast cars through a lot of slower cars. And Blunden now getting through on Aubrey and about to be caught by his stablemates. Zwartkops Motorsport looking after those 2 Porsches as well as the Lamborghini and AMG. 2 flags waving there for Blunden, warning him that the AMG, the Lambo and the Porsche are about to come through on him. It has concertinaed them slightly, so this could be a chance now for Scribante to pounce. Another lap completed and it'll be 3 to go. Ranji still maintains Paget Racing Mercedes-Benz AMG Hulk out front. And then it's Trans Africa Racing Stradale Motorsports Lamborghini Huracan. GT3 Evo is a magnificent race car, and Jonathan du Toit now has got full effect of how that car works, which is why he's running so close to Arunji's. Arunji's will be looking in his rearview mirrors, watching out for the second green car on track as once again Scribante comes alongside du Toit. This time he seems a little bit more eager to get through, but it's nice to come alongside. It's very difficult to get past, particularly when Jonathan du Toit is so late on the brakes up towards turn 5. So let's make that penultimate lap started. 2 to go. Here they go down into turn 2. And now out of turn 2, can Franco Scribante do anything about the top 2? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Right now this race is in the hands of Charles Arunji's, and he's controlling it admirably at the front in the Hulk. Behind that, you can see just how hard Jonathan du Toit's had to work all race long to fend off the attack from the General. Once again, side by side between the Lambo, and he just tucks in behind the Lambo this time. Didn't quite get up close and personal and wing mirror to wing mirror as he has done on a few occasions in this race so far. But he's a lot closer coming down the hill now. Let's see what Franco can do here to start the final lap. Is he going to settle for third, or is he going to have a go here at these two on this last lap? There they come. Up towards turn 2 and some back markers. Looks like they're coming up on Jackson, Dix and John Acaro. That could potentially change things up here for the top 3. Let's see if Scribante's going to use those back markers to his advantage. Marius Jackson leading R8 out on track right now with some new machinery underneath the bonnet of that car, getting to grips with a new setup on the car with Nicky Dix in the curb and air conditioning Porsche behind him. Dix realizes here comes the quick cars. He's going to have to give up that room and allow Charles Arunji's past. Arunji's gets by. Can du Toit do the same thing? He dives on the inside of Nicky Dix into turn 6. Dix gives him a little bit of room to play. This could potentially fall into the clutches here of Scribante. No, Scribante had to go around the outside as well. So Arunji's hangs on, stays behind Jackson. Jackson will get the flag, so will Arunji's. Debut win for Charles Arunji's in the hub. The Paget Racing, Sudale Motorsport, AMG Mercedes-Benz takes the first win of 2023 for the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars ahead of his stablemate Jonathan du Toit. And Class A Plus's Franco Scribante comes through there for third place after coming onto the track very late in race number 1. So it's Arunji's from du Toit, Scribante, John Acaro. Gianni will take the GD3 class ahead of Ricky John Acaro, his brother. In fact, no, it'll be Charles Arunji's to take the GD3 class. So Arunji's takes the overall win and GD3s ahead of Gianni John Acaro and Ricky John Acaro, who finish in 4th and 6th respectively. Class A Plus goes to Jonathan du Toit ahead of Franco Scribante. Class A goes to Chris Budnick. And then it's all the way down in 9th place for Class B for Ant Blunden. That's how we wrap things up for the first heat of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Up next, we've got a small break in the proceedings. It's a couple of demonstration laps from some, I think, 2-wheeled and 4-wheeled competitors. Only the 2-wheelers. No 2-wheelers. Just some parade laps. And that'll be for about 2 or 3 laps before we get into HRSA Racing's first heat. And then the second one. Oh, we've got a change in program. All right, sorry for that. We've got a change in program. It's just been passed on to me. So it's actually HRSA first and then the demonstration.
I think my camera is only about 3.
So while we're waiting for our Historic Racing Academy or Association to join us for their first heat of the day, Dave Peterson is down in pit lane and he's looking to catch up. Debut with Stradale Motorsport team and Charles Larangi's in the Hulk Mercedes-Benz AMG. So we're going to pick up now with Charles Larangi's down there with Dave Peterson and find out exactly how that first heat went.
Charles Larangi's debut win for a brand new car. You've got to be thrilled.
No, we over the moon, really. I mean, we didn't expect to get a result today, to be quite honest. Like I said, we're busy testing for the 9 hour. You know, it's a new car. It's getting used to a new, complete new setup. And yeah, with Franco not in front of us, him being late out, I knew I had to do something with Jono, and my car got a lot of torque out the gate. So yeah, we could stay next to Jono.
Jono, we're going to call him in here as well. We live, Jono, come here.
Come, Jono.
He was just saying, John, that he knew you were chasing him and he had to keep you out. Is that a good teammate then?
Probably not, but every man for himself. Yeah, no, fantastic race. Missed a change on the first lap, and that's how Charles got past me. But then, yeah, my plan was I was hoping that Franco's turbos would get nice and hot, and then he'd fall back, and then I could focus on Charles. But it never really happened because going up the hill to turn 5, Franco was quite a bit quicker, so I had to defend into 6. And then Charles had a bit of a gap, and then I spent the rest of the lap chasing him down, and then we do it again and again and again. So I'm very happy. We kept Franco behind us. Shows the GT3 cars can do it, even with that car with monstrous power. But yeah, very good race.
Well done to you. I'm going to ask Charles about the GT3 story. So the spec of these cars, GT3 is this, so you can drive them internationally and you can race them here.
Yeah, that's basically the thing. It's internationally recognized car class, and I mean, they showed today just the base is so quick, it's so fast. You know, we can unrestrict them. It doesn't give us hell of a lot. I think I don't know what like 0.2 maybe. So yeah, it doesn't give us a hell of a lot more. So it just shows you the base that we have to work with is brilliant. And I mean, from here we can go and do a 6-hour endurance race now. That's how great these cars are. So you know, it's a beautiful platform, and we're growing the platform in South Africa with Johnny also now in the GT3, Marius Kolile. I mean, what's interesting is the grid now. From where we started a few years ago, where it's home-built BMW race cars, I think there's one non-factory race car on the grid today, and that's Franco. More than that, it's all factory race cars. Just testament to, you know, how we've grown this class and how good these cars are. They're super reliable and super nice to drive.
Oh, great story. Good luck for the second race. Jono, good luck for the second race. Hopefully you can pull one over your teammate and keep him out.
That'll be the plan. I think we're going to need to work together to try and get one over Franco. So that'll be objective number 1. Good job. Good result. Cheers, guys.
It's awesome to catch up with the two teammates there to see exactly what it's all about. And also nice from Charles to explain the fact that, as you heard, about 6 of those cars are running exactly the same spec as what you'd been able to enter into the likes of the Kyalami 9 Hour, as an example, or any of the SRO championship events that run around the world. And we now got them in full flight here on our grids for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Just to see more of those Extreme Supercars later on this afternoon, and of course on the only extreme festival of motorsport in the country throughout the season. Now let's go back to something a little bit more classic and historic with the HRSA Racing Series out on track. Rudolph de Vos, Rob Priest on the front row. That's a big Chevy, or the little Chevy it's like to be known, and a very fast Golf Mark 1 from KwaZulu-Natal. Yannick van Rooyen and Richard Pott are the second row. Yannick van Rooyen, of course, in the Volkswagen Sirocco, as he usually is. And he'll be be looking to pilot that ahead of Richard Pott in the Porsche RSR. Stefan Pushkevez makes a welcome return to the Passion for Speed Festival. Great to have a man who's been involved in a lot of those in the past. Ahead of Stuart Koenig, Ollie Broom, and Andre Ten Apel, just ahead of Rene Janssen van Rensburg and Hammond Klucher. So the front 10 cars: Chevy, Can-Am, Volkswagen Mark 1 Golf, Sirocco's, Porsches, and Mark 2 Escorts, as they get ready to go now for their first heat of racing. And Ben Morganwood, of course, the man behind the sponsorship of these. Sofas Pantassis in the Datsun 240Z. He's just ahead of Greg Steen in a Ford Escort. You've got Gavin London leading up the Datsun parade there. That's the 1200 GXs and the 1200 GX Coupes. Volkswagen Sirocco's in the hands of Ladner, Layson and Hepburn. I beg your pardon, in Ladner, Layson and Roux. And then you've got a 1200 Deluxe, Sean Hepburn at the wheel of that car. At the back, also a little Fiat Uno there. Peter Lance makes a welcome return to the Passion for Speed Festival in a car that he piloted in original Group N days, the Senec Group N, and of course in the similar colours to what they used to run there. They had the factory cars that ran in the Italian colours, and then there were the Sanyo cars that were sort of the satellite team at that stage for the Fiat Brigade during Class B's attack of Senec Group N and Fiat's attack of that championship as well. Big fights there, of course, between the Uno Turbos and the Golf GTIs in Class B in the day. But need to say, great to have that kind of car back on track here at the Passion for Speed Festival as we're ready to go. Andre van der Merwe on the front row there alongside the Chevy. And that little Chevy is, of course, testament to 50 years now of the Forenza, celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Chevy brand and that Forenza brand in 2023. As the lights go out, we'll be racing here in full flight for Ben Morganwood HRSA's qualifying with 38 cars in this pack. Whew. Good luck, gentlemen. Here we go. Ten Apel side by side with Van Rooyen as they head down towards turn number 2. It is the Chevy that leads out over Rob Priest from KwaZulu-Natal, the Daisy Raceway man. Oh, and that's Layson. Dave Layson with a problem, clipping the inside curb and getting that Sirocco literally almost mounted on the curb as they came out of turn 2. Fortunately, he bumped himself over it, but I think he's broken something. As he came back, trying to get back on the circuit, he realized something was not right on the car, and he just shot right and kept going right until he parked it. Pot on the inside, getting through now. The Porsche up ahead of the Mark 1 Golf. Here comes Van der Merwe as well. 2 RSR Porsches fighting with that Golf 1. And up to the top of the hill. That's an amazing looking Golf 1, by the way. The Power King machine looking really good. Big wings, arches flared out. Massive wing on the back of the car. Very much the old school style there from the Golf 1 days. In the background, we got is that Ladner? I think it was Terry Ladner out of shape as well. It is GX. So the 1200 GXs and Siroccos getting to grips with track conditions here for the first time out. Nissan Sentra in there as well, in the hands of Tion Smith. Whoa, bits and pieces of car flying there. I'm not quite sure whose bits and pieces were flying there. Definitely some body work that was flying up in the air. Late braking and a bit of body rub on that front splitter as Priest hangs on and keeps Van Rooyen at bay for now. And slicks and splitters and flared arches on that Golf 1, trying to fend off the attack from a stock standard Sirocco. Looks like it actually might be the Golf that might have a bit of problem. You can see the front end of that car, it's got a bit of scars on it, and that someone's off. Is that a Porsche? It is! Pot's out of shape and into the wall at turn 4. 72, Richard Pott gets it out of shape, gets going again. And fortunate to survive that, because he usually ends up in tears if you go off at that point. In a Porsche 911 RSR, probably about 160k an hour before you tip it into turn 4. And he went left instead of going right. Taking it easy to try and get back on track, but looks like he's going to drop right to the back of the field. What's that? 2 cars. I think Willem Funk in the Ford Escort Mark II and possibly John Bronner in the Alfa were the only 2 cars that didn't get past him on his off-track excursion. Koenig now trying to find a way through there. Yellow Siroccos from Pro Auto Rubber starting to make their way to the front end. It's a Northern Bolton Tool and Pro Auto Rubber with Koenig at the wheel, and it's the Pro Auto Rubber Jonny van Rooyen car. Currently sits in 4th place. Priest hangs on for 2nd right now with Andre van der Merwe applying a massive amount of pressure onto that Golf 1. on the outside there, but can Van der Merwe find a way past on that Goldwagen and Power King Golf 1? Is he good enough on the brakes? No. Priest is better on the brakes in the turn 4 inside line, gives him the advantage. But he has got a broken splitter on that Golf at the front. It's going to definitely affect his handling slightly. He might start to hear the noise as well, which is always a concern as a race car driver. As I said, Chevy celebrating 50 years of the Chevy Forenza brand, and it would be awesome to see Rudolf de Vos take a victory. Probably the first victory that the Chevy's had in 2023 anywhere around the world to celebrate that 50th anniversary. Just hangs on. Porsche behind him. Sirocco closing down. Van Rooyen looks dangerous. He wants through and wants away past, but looks like Van der Merwe is going to make him work hard for it. The little Chev heading to 4. That's the gap to second. Attack mode coming from Van der Merwe, looking for a way past. Can he find it? No, not just yet. And you've got Van Rooyen closing things down in the background as well. Keep an eye out on the push coming from that big Chevy SS. Nice to see that car also on the circuit. Slightly bigger car than most of them out there, and Oliver Broom, of course, is at the wheel of that one today. Hammond Looker behind him. And then you've got Ian Kilburn in the Toyota, sticking into that mid-pack in amongst all the Datsuns. So another lap completed. They've got 6 to go. Change up for second. Van der Merwe's through. Priest down to third, into the clutches of the Sirocco once again. Nice manoeuvring here as well from the 5'9" of Hammond Klucher. He's got some pressure coming from that Inco Sirocco. Not an easy day in the saddle there. Stuart Koenig puts the pressure. Greg Steen behind that, and then it's René Jensen van Rensburg in the Ford Escort. Peter Jensen, first time we've seen the Jensen boys today. Slightly different colours on those cars. Looks like Hamilton's Paint and Hardware have joined up with the Pedersen team for 2023. Yannick van Rooyen in the Sirocco has not found a way through there on that Mark 1 Golf just yet, but Brees is definitely keeping him honest. The Porsche's got away now from Rob though. Pulled about half a second over the Golf 1. KwaZulu-Natal native. Top called Power King machine there. No one's going to catch the little Chevy though. Perfectly done so far there from Rudolf de Vos. He's got 5 to go of the 10 laps allocated for this category. Coming past Peter Lance in the Fiat Uno, and also closing down there. I think that might be on Gavin London. Looking also for the Alfa Romeo of John Simpson, about to be caught too. So Tian Smith in the BP Nissan Sentra has been caught and passed by the leaders. That's Peter Lance in the Sanyo Fiat Uno. He's also been caught and passed now as well. Here they come on the Retro Racing Alpha. Brian's got any answer. I don't think he's going to have any problems at all as Van der Merwe goes flying past on the straight up the hill. Blue flags waving to warn the Alpha driver that 2 Volkswagens are coming, and formation flying from those 2 Volksies as they go into turn 5. They come back down the hill towards G&H Transport Corner. Very, very awesome race here between these 2 Volkswagen brands. Sirocco and Golf 1. The vehicles in their day and still popular on the racetracks around South Africa. Let's go back to Mark 2 Escorts a bit further back as well. We go from Volkswagen to Ford as they get caught by the Porsche. It should be Willem Foster and Willem Funk in their own little fight there for honours in the Ford Escort battle. Leaders coming up on the back end of Tian Smith in the BP Nissan Sentra, running colours that were also synonymous with, I think it was Class C those Sentras ran in, if I'm not mistaken, in Stanek Group N days. Now through on the 2 Fords, trying the Porsche. Gap has come down slightly though, relatively bigger than what I expected with the traffic available. The Porsche coming up on Mike O'Sullivan. Rothman's Porsche out there as well. 5.9 on the sideline there as well. A little bit of problems for Hammond Klucher, I think. His Porsche 911 RSR is on the outside of turn 1. You're looking to return to the track, not go through the kiddie litter. The kiddie litter is quite thick on the exit point of turn 1 to avoid the cars going over the top. That's Hepburn in the mix there as well. Is that Dave Layson back on track? It is. Long way down the field though for Layson. I'm not quite sure. I'm just trying to pick up on the number on that car. As the Forenza goes flying past, a little Chevy now. Marco being caught by the Porsche and passed by the Porsche into turn 5. Traffic's been kind to Rob. Let's give him a little bit of a gap. So the little gap now is closed down. Rob Price, or Rob Priest I should say. Price in the program. That's actually ECE there. I said that. Hammond Klucher with some problems. He was on the outside of turn 1 into the kiddie litter, and he's now parked just below that kiddie litter. And the SS is out of shape too. Broom's got out of shape at the top of the hill. Big mistake from that Chevy SS, and Ollie Broom hasn't quite got it according to plan there. Has he come together with somebody? Possibly. 287. That's Willem Funk. With some battle scars on the right-hand side of his car. So 1 and 2 now. Definitely a lot closer than what they have been all race long. I wonder if the Chevy's having some problems allowing that Porsche to catch him. I wonder if Van der Merwe doesn't need too much of an invitation to have a go at a race win if it's this close with a lap and a corner to go. Some more cars to negotiate just ahead of them, and traffic could play into the hands here of Van der Merwe as we get into the closing stages. Final lap now for HRSA, Peter Janssen in his own little fight, and Peter of course fighting there with Nigel Townsend. Oh, the Chevy just threads the needle between the two cars, Datsun and Ford, and the Porsche follows suit. Outside line there, it's a bit of a slipperier line to be on. There was a little bit of oil drop down there yesterday in turn 2. I'm going to ask John Tendershate about that. He'll tell you about the oil. The little Chev hanging on. Can he get the victory here? What a way to start the season, and what a way to celebrate 50 years of the Chevy brand, particularly the Forenza style brand. And that Chevy Can-Am on the inside of Peter Lance again for the second time. Porsche's going to get through as well as they head towards turn 8, GNH Transport corner for the last time. Flick through on the left hand, and down the hill they come. Up on a couple of back markers. I don't think they're going to be affected by this. Willem Funk is possibly going to be just beaten to the line. Yes, he will be. He'll have one less lap to do as the checkered flag comes out there for Rudolf de Vos to celebrate 50 years of the Chevy Forenza brand in South Africa with a race victory here at the Passion for Speed Festival. Second place. Great drive there from Andre van der Merwe in the Porsche. He closed down rapidly in the last couple of laps to get onto the back end of the force. Rob Priest all the way from KwaZulu-Natal and Desi's Raceway will get third place, beating out Yannick van Rooyen and Ollie Broom. Although Broom, I just saw him parked on the sideline there, so I'm not quite sure if Broom is actually going to get that one. There might be a change up in that for you. I saw Broom on the sideline. Could be a potential problem there. He hasn't come through yet, you can see, because he was parked on the exit of turn 2. Yeah, there we go. Broom dropping back, which gives Greg Steen 5th place ahead of Rene Janssen van Rensburg. Travis Jensen for Hamilton's and the Jensen Racing Stable ahead of Fred Koenig, Pro Auto Rubber, and the Northern Bolton Tool Team. And then it's a good drive there from Richard Pott to recover up to 9th place after going off at turn number 4. He beats out Gavin London for the top 10. So we are now going to move on to, of course, what we had planned previously at this time, and that was the parade. Demonstration. Going to get a chance there to get some cars out on track to show some wears and tears. and also the big AT&T truck will be on track as well. And we'll be back shortly with action as we get into the second day, or the second part of the day's racing. And we'll start things off with the Ben Morgenhout HRSA Pursuit Series. Cars making their way out to the circuit once again for part 2 of our coverage here of the 22nd running of the Passion for Speed Festival. We're into the second heats of each of the categories, bar 1. That, of course, is the South African TT that happens in about 3 races' time. And we'll get into that one a little bit later on. But just to run through how things finished up on the first one, that 916 Porsche of Werner Hutzenberg was the first car not to break out. And he beat out Andre Hutting and Rion Roux. Johan Goos, Johan Smith, Willem van Niekerk, Jensen Nuert and Rob Van Aal. They came through there for the fine class and for the victories. Breakouts came from Wynand du Plessis Sr. in the Porsche. That was the first car across the line. William Kelly, of course, who usually does the timing for this category, has put a little chirp up on the WhatsApp group that Pursuit Racing Challenge have got, saying, yes, I normally do the timing and I will be doing the timing again. And my time will be corrected this time to ensure that I hopefully get the victory for race number 2. Let's see if that's the case. So du Plessis Senior, Kelly, Whitehead, Bronner, Stacey, Althea Pretorius, Greg White, Mike Thompson and Garrett Murray all breaking out of their allotted race times for race number 1. Let's have a look at those allotted race times for race number 2 now. William Kelly has decided that maybe a 35.3 is the way to go in the Mini. His closest rival, Rob Van Aal, who will be on his tail, is looking for a 37 dead as his 27 dead, I should say, as his allotted race time. Althea Pretorius has gone for a 27 dead as well. William van Niekerk has gone for a 25.5. Mike Thompson a 25.2, 24.7 for Hedley Whitehead, 23.3 for Greg White. Jensen Nuert with a 22.7. Stan Stacey 22.6, 21.9 for John Bronner. Garrett Murray's gone for a 21.1, and it's Werner Hutzenberg with an 80.65, which of course is a 1 minute 20.655. Johan Smith a 1 minute 20.0. Wynand du Plessis Senior has gone for a 1:18.4. Hutting with a 1 minute 1 minute 17, I should say. 1 minute 15 for Johan Goos, and Rion Roux with a 1 minute 13 as their breakout times for this second heat of Historic Racing Challenge. Pursuit Racing Challenge back on track and now into the pit lane to get their positions ready to go for race 2. Handicap version of racing, which means the slowest car starts first, and that is our official timekeeper for this series, getting into a race car and having some fun and games out on track as opposed to watching from the sidelines. William Kelly will dictate the pace, and if he's gone with a 1:25.3, it means he should get down to about G&H Transport Corner before the first car gets sent on his way. But that, of course, is all changed up from the first one. Now the gap to Rob Van Aal, second car, is 1 minute and 6 seconds. So potentially going to be up towards turn 5 before Rob Van Aal gets sent on his way in the Ford Escort Mark 1. So there he goes, our official timekeeper and the man who sets the percentages and the breakout times for this category. He's on track. Rob Van Aal will be standing by. It'll be 1 minute and 6 seconds before he gets sent on his way. I said probably going to be up to about turn 5 or just before that we see William Kelly get to before they send Van Aal out in the Ford Escort Mark 1. Maybe using a little bit of drag to slow him down a bit, because this time he's got both windows down in that Mini. Looking for the checkered flag. If he can't find it, he just needs to get out the car and look on the roof. So he's out of turn 5. He's into turn 6, the double right-hander. And I'm sure Van Aal will be standing by to make his way out to the circuit. There he goes. Althea Pretorius right on his tail. 106 and 107 are the two allocated start times there for Van Aal and Pretorius. About 10 seconds later, we're going to be seeing Willem van Niekerk sent on his way in the Marauder. The Team Gunston Marauder should be on track. There it is, just in the foreground of that shot as we watch Van Aal in the Ford Escort Mark 1. Althea Pretorius in the Nissan Exa, making her way out onto the circuit for the second time. 73 is on track. That's Headley Whitehead. He also broke out in the first one, so he'll be looking to remedy that for race 2. That's the Marauder into turn 4. Nice to see those original Team Gunston colours on that car. Synonymous with South African racing. There are a lot of guys that ran in those colours. Famous, of course, for the old sponsorships that came out of the cigarette manufacturers in their day. And behind that, it is the Ford Capri of Mike Thompson. Race 1 winner is on track, Werner Hutzenberg in the 916 Porsche. Craig White has just squeezed through there and found a way past our lead car, William Kelly. He's got to do it again, though. He's got to get away from him and come all the way around the track and catch him again if he wants to take the lead of this race. Jensen Hewitt, Stan Stacey, John Bronner are about to be sent on their way if they haven't been already. And then Garrett Murray in the Alfa Romeo GTV. There is our scratch car, Rion Roux. He will start 2 minutes and 51 seconds behind the lead car of William Kelly. There he is on track, and we've got all cars on track now. 17 cars in total. If you have just joined us, this is a historic handicap race, meaning that the slowest car starts first from pit lane, and allocated lap times and percentages of their race allocations will then put in place to send them on their merry way at different intervals. After that lead car of William Kelly, the 42 Mini in shot right now, gets sent on his way. So we had 106 for Rob Vanal, 107 for Althea, 119 for Willem van Niekerk, 120, 25 and 36 for Thompson, Whitehead and White. And as I said, the scratch car of Rion Roux, final car on track, 2 minutes and 51 seconds behind the lead car. There's the leader, or the winner I should say, of race number 1, Werner Hutzenberg in his 916 Porsche. Hutzenberg this time out has allocated a 120.65 as his breakout. If he goes faster than that, he gets automatically disqualified. And once again, just a reminder to everybody, you may not run timing monitors in your car or lap timers. You have to go on the feel of the car, and you need to realize what a good lap feels like, what a bad lap feels like, and also, more importantly than anything, is to get the overtaking done as soon as possible. You can't be hindered by cars in front of you. Get those overtakes done and continue on your hunt for the front. Jensen Hewitt in the MRF Tyres car having a fantastic run there in that little Alfa Romeo of his. See how far back Rion Roux is as well. Roux was about 6 cars behind the second car on the track, and that's Rob Van Aal. Van Aal there, side by side with Althea. Althea Pretorius trying to come back at the man. Those two are very evenly matched though. If you look at their start times, 106, 107 behind the leader. There's only a second between them. The Marauder being caught now by Whitehead. Just behind that, you can see Thompson coming along for the ride. There is the man who would be king if he can get it all right this time. He just missed out in that first one, but I'm sure he's played around with these percentages and breakouts to see if he can get a little bit closer to potentially winning this from the back of the pack. Hartzenberg closing on Hewitt. Hans Smith at the wheel of Michelle's Nissan Skyline. Mercedes-Benz starting to close onto the back as well, once again, of the lead car. Thompson's had a good day so far as well, looking for a chance to be slightly higher up than when he finished up in the first one. Greg White, Hewitt, Hartzenberg coming along, looking for a chance to get on the inside of the Alpha in the Porsche. Can he do it? No, not yet. John Bronner, Alfa Romeo GT Jr. Craig White's on his tail, trying to close him down. That car prepped, of course, at Universal Motorsport stable, just on the left-hand side up that hill. Past the garage that looks after his car. Hartzenberg and Ewan having a good fight here, that's for sure. Ewan hanging on for now, keeping the Porsche at bay. It could cost Hartzenberger some time. Can't be fighting for position. You've got to get the job done, get through and get away from your competitor. That's exactly what Hartzenberger is trying to do now as they go through turn 1. He's got a little bit wider than what he'd like and eventually gets through there in the Porsche. Alpha trying to come back at him. Feta has just not got the same pace. And here comes the Nissan Skyline to go past him as well. Right, that's good to see. Scratch car past the lead car. Perfect timing there, Scotty. Thank you for that. Rion Roux getting past William Kelly, the man who led things out and the man who started last. 2 minutes and 51 seconds. That's the gap he has to negotiate and get past twice in the space of these 8 laps. And we're at the halfway stage, so he's a little bit closer than what he was in the first one, that's for sure. In the first one, he only managed to pass him down the back straightaway. This time, he got him on the front straight, so that could be a good omen for Rion Roux, who is currently quickest on track. When I say quickest, he's doing 15.3s at the moment. And he's allowed to do, according to what we've got here, 13.7s. So he's well within his lap times, is Rion Roux. Could potentially be looking for about a second more out of the car if he could, to try and close the gap down on these 4 contenders. Duplessis Senior is back into the mix as well. He's made his way up into top 10, closing down on Johan Smith and Werner Hartzenberg. Porsche was the 4th last car to get underway, that 944 Silver Dream Racer in the background. Watching as well for Johan Goos in the second of those Siroccos. It's the all gold car. It was about, let's say, 15 seconds up the road from the green Sirocco of Rion Roux. Smith on Hartzenberger, Duplessis joining the party. Nissan Skyline, Porsche 916, Porsche 944, Mark 1 Escort, Volkswagen Sirocco. As our leader comes out of turn 2. Continuing on his merry way, not worrying about what's coming up behind him just yet, but he's got about a lap and a half to go before he has to be concerned. Marauder heads down to turn 2 as Bronner goes through ahead of Smith, Hartzenberg and Duplessis Senior. Hatching just behind that in Mercedes-Benz 190E. They come side by side now. Duplessis Senior's got through on Hartzenberg. So Hutton's done the same thing into turn 4. Leader across the line. Let's have a look at the gap there. Well, it's not too far. Actually, just, no, it's okay, Scotty. I got to see Althea just in the background there. So across the line, here comes the leader. Watch, just coming out of turn 8 now should be the Nissan Nexa. There it is. But look at them lining up behind. Hedley Whitehead behind Althea Pretorius. Rob Van Aal just ahead there of the Ford Capri. So it's definitely on as Mike Thompson joins the party. Thompson could be in for a shot here as well. certainly in contention for a win with 2 to go. How far back are the quicker cars? Maybe as we get onto that back straightaway, we can hold the shot and see where the quicker cars are in relation. So this is the lead car. He's got a lap and a half to go, but you can see that second Mini, the HRSA, the Ford Escort, and the Ford Capri are closing down rapidly on him and could potentially catch him by the end of this lap, never mind the end of the next one, which is when the flag will be out. Overtake on the cards here. There it is. Lead has changed. Headley Whitehead takes the lead. Let's look and see what his lap times are like. He's doing 24.6s at the moment. And Whitehead allocated, what did he allocate there? Whitehead allocated a 24.7. Yoist, gone quickest by 1/10 of a second, which is a breakout. Can you believe that? The white Mini of Headley Whitehead is 1/10 of a second quicker than his allocated lap time, which means he's broken out. That's such a pity. He's going so well. He's going to try and take the win at least and maybe get the glory of the checkered flag. But in the background, they are lining up thick and fast. Thompson's through, up to second. Van Aal following him through. Watch in the background as they start to line up there. Hudson coming along with Smith, Gous, Duplessis Senior, and Rion Roux. And they've got 7 corners to go. We're on the final lap. Oh, awesome stuff. As we're getting into this final lap now, this is what handicap racing is all about. This man has broken out, so unfortunately it looks like he's not going to get the victory. Thompson at the moment is currently doing 24.6s, and Mike Thompson allocated 25.2s, so he's well within his allocated lap times as we're getting into the last half of the last lap. 6 cars side by side heading up towards turn 5. Here we go. Whitehead's going to try and hang on for the win. Oh, big dive from Mercedes-Benz to get through there on Thompson. So it's Hutting up into second place. Andre Hutting's lap times 18.2s. What did he allocate himself? Andre Hutting did 17.1, so he's also well within his class. So it looks like, unfortunately, Headley Whitehead is going to get the win, but not the overall victory because he's broken out of his allocated lap times, according to what we've been sent. He gets the win, though, and the flag, but I think it's going to be Hutting to win out over Smith. And then Thompson, beg your pardon. Let's have a look at those lap times though quickly. Hutting did an 18.2, and Andre Hutting was allowed to do a 17.1, so that'll give him the victory. Johan Smith did a 20.4, and Johan Smith allocated a 20 dead. So he's okay, only just by the tune of 0.4 of a second. And I think Mike Thompson also came through. So that should be your top 3 overall in the second race and final race of the Ben Morgenroot HRSA Pursuit Challenge. Up next, we stick with the historic side of things as we are at the historic race day, which is Passion for Speed Festival, and it's back into the single-seaters for their second race of the day.
Driving, getting outside.
Single-seaters back on track now, and before we go racing with them, let's go and catch up with Colin Clay, have a chat about what's happening with the historic single-seaters here at the Passion for Speed.
Colin Clay, Lotus 23. Looks like a beautiful car. It must have taken a lot of work to build this thing.
Yeah, Dave, I built it from scratch in my workshop at home, and I race it in the historic single-seater class. Great formula, nice bunch of guys to race with, and we're having a lot of fun.
How much competition is there? Do the guys go for it, or is it just...
Well, we all sort of at the age group that we're a little bit scared to go for it, but we all have a lot of fun. It's a very relaxed formula, Dave. You know, there's no real hargy-bargy type racing, and so it fits my age and stage right now. I'm really enjoying it and the car.
Perfect.
So some real interesting little manoeuvring happening out there, and particularly amongst the single-seaters, because if you see the array of single-seaters that are here this weekend, it is always great to have them as part and parcel of this event. And as I mentioned earlier on, we had a lot more had we not had the restrictions on travel, because our friends from the UK always bring a huge contingent of single-seaters to come and participate there. And we're watching that car as well, in particular, the Gold Flow 77B of Ian Schofield. A little bit of a shakedown in the first one. Wasn't quite happy with the performance of the car and didn't get it started yesterday. They got it started just in time for race 1. So expect to see it possibly coming through to the front end here in race number 2. Nelson Niemann is the original driver of that car, now in the hands of Mr. Schofield. We'll be looking to try and get to the front again and take on the 2 contenders in this one from race number 1, Matt Nash and Andrew Horn, as they come down to take up their position. Standing start for the single-seaters as they come down there. We're looking at Matt Nash, Andrew Horn, Dallin Holton and Sean Cabrita, the first 2 rows of the grid. Neil Dobb and Ben van der Westhuizen, Shannon Winterstein and Steve Fenter just ahead of Paul Richardson. And Richardson, of course, having a fantastic day so far in his Dulon LD97. So we got Dulon LD97s, Chevrons, Van Diemen's, Titans, Royals, Ford Tigers, the Lotus 23 as we saw and just spoken to Colin Clay about. We've got a Porsche 718, we've got an Alva Porsche Mark 7, and we've got a Lotus Formula 4, a couple of Capital Mark 1 Formula Vs, and even a Formula V balls up and is piloted at the back end by James Derbyshire. Right, getting ready to go now as they come to the line to take up their positions for that standing start. Let's have a look and see how things turn out here for this second heat of historic single-seaters here at the 22nd running of the Passion for Speed Festival at Zwartkops International Raceway. Big welcome to all of our fans out there who've been watching on the live stream and have stayed with us all day long. Some new people jumping in here right in the right time of the day, because after this we get into the big one. It's the Castrol SATT. Stand by for 8 laps of historic single-seaters. Once again, it's Horn off the inside line. This time Nash alongside him, a little bit closer between the two of them as they head towards turn 2. Good move from Cabrita. Sean Cabrita up to 3rd place, just outgunning Dallin Holton for 3rd and 4th. And just tucking in behind that, looks like it's the 4 car coming into play now for the first time. Keep an eye on that machine coming through of Shannon Winterstein. Didn't quite have the same start in race number 1. March 77B coming through the back end, slowly but surely making his way to the front. And speaking of the front, it's Andrew Horn. Horn who leads out into turn 4 and maintains the lead only just over Matt Nash coming out of turn 4. And a big move there from Cabrita to go alongside Matt Nash towards turn 5. Dallin Holton, exceptionally late in the Formula 4, dives up the inside of Cabrita and gets through. Cabrita out of shape, loops it out 360 degrees onto the grass out of turn 5. And he looks going, hang on a second, what happened there? Where did Dallin Holton come from? There's no way you can make that maneuver stick, but he did. Cabrita got caught out, and 360 degrees onto the grass drops him right to the back of the pack. Nice run here for 4, 5 and 6, heading towards turn 1. 21 is the 4 car. Start there from Ben van der Westhuizen again. He's got Shannon Winterstein and Steve Fenter right behind him. Second place battle heating up between Holton and Nash as Andrew Horn looks to get away. Problems for the 21 car. Van der Westhuizen pulling to the sideline. So they go flying through there. Van der Westhuizen's got a problem. He's on the outside of turn 2, slowing dramatically. So we got Winterstein, followed by Venter, followed by Richardson. Behind that, it's the 5-5. There's Hillary, 51 behind him. And looking for a way through there is Ron Lydiard. Top 3 getting away. All of them in Formula Fords. At this stage, it's Andrew Horn leading from Matt Nash from Dallin Halton. Matt Nash in a 1981 Van Diemen. Dallin Halton currently piloting a 1990 Van Diemen RF90. And there is Schofield ticking them off one by one in that March 77B. Nash also looking for a chance here to be at the front end. Can he do anything about these top 2? The Royale RP31 leads out over the 2 Van Diemens. They head in to the top of the racetrack once again. 5.5 laps to go for them. Matt Nash closing down on the Xena sponsored Royale out front of Andrew Horn. Look at the gap there. That's 4th place. Eventually coming through into turn 5. And 5th place now is Ian Schofield. Scope around the outside of Steve Venter. Promoting him down to 6th. Looking to close things down now on the 4 car. Not a bad effort here from Shannon Winterstein, but I don't think he's going to have an answer there to Schofield once he gets that March 77B in full flight. Scope around the outside, look at the turn 2's inside line, he gets it. So Ian Schofield now moves himself up into the top 4. Said the first one didn't quite go according to plan. That shakedown has now got him confident with the car, and he's got enough laps in hand with 5 to go to catch these top 3, possibly take the second victory of the day here. Nash late on the brakes for the lead into turn 5. Does he make it stick? Yes, he does. Comes defensive to keep out Andrew Horn's return to the favor. It's Matt Nash now who leads out over Andrew Horn. Dallin Halton in 3rd. Not too far in the distance, you're going to see that Golden Flow March come into sight. Not quite there yet, but halfway stage reached, and 4 to go. Let's see what happens as they head down into turn 2 now. No changes between the top 2, although Horn is keeping Nash very, very honest. Not going to give him any room to play there or maneuver to make any mistakes, that is for sure. Assume that's Ben van der Westhuizen's 21 car parked on the sideline. There it is in the shot there. And that is Schofield down the back straight. Should have enough time to catch that top 3. Venter on the inside of Winterstein. Change up for 5. Shannon Winterstein back, or Venter ahead now of Shannon Winterstein, I should say, for 5th place. Down the hill into G&H Transport Corner, the top 3. How far back? There it is. The March is only that short straightaway away. Coming up on 125, Matt Goodendall. Let's see if that is actually Matt Goodendall out there. Ray 86F. About to be caught and passed, possibly. Andrew Horn saying thanks for getting out the way. Alan Grant is the next car in their sights. Matt Nash waving at him. Giving him a bit of hell out there. A little bit of camaraderie as well as some fun and games and antics. If you got any antics, Matt Nash will be involved in it, that's for sure. Andrew Horn going trying to overtake, but Matt Nash went very defensive early on, not to give Horn any chance to try and get by. Nash just placing the car perfectly to keep Andrew Horn behind. Dallin Holton looking to pounce, but these three, they're fighting hard and they're actually slowing each other down a bit. Just watch in the background, we should see that little march come through. There it is. Got caught up slightly with the back marker. Might be enough to keep Schofield out. I think with 2 to go, he might not have enough laps in hand to catch these three now. With the traffic that's got to be negotiated, I don't think he's going to. And then, of course, stranger things have happened in motorsport, and they usually do. Coming up on Michael Koenig now. Michael Koenig getting outgunned by these top three. Koenig fighting, I think, yes. Koenig fighting with Matt Woodendal. And Tony Beecher. Tony Beecher looking to try and come up on the inside of Michael Koenig, using the leaders coming through to his advantage. Andrew Horn had a big look into turn 5. Can he make it stick into 6? No, he can't. So it's Van Diemen, Royale, Van Diemen. Top 3 heading towards G&H Transport corner for the penultimate time. They got a lap and 1 corner to go. Holton went for a look, and Andrew Horn saw him coming, shut the door. Starting the final lap, here we go. How far back is Scope? Too far back, I think. Fords are going to hang on for 1, 2 and 3 across the line. Nash doing a superb job at this stage to keep Horn and Holton at bay. On the other side, there comes the Golden Flow March, but as I said, I think it might be a little bit too late. There is Mac Woodendal, about to be caught by the leaders. I think he might just survive. Holton with a big move. Oh, Dallin Holton so late on the brakes into turn 4. Runs a bit wide, which might let Andrew Horn back at him. Oh, look at this. Coming up on the back marker now, Mac Woodendal right in harm's way, if you could say. Nash on the inside. All 3 get through. Driving there from Mac Woodendal to stay out of the way of the top 3 coming through there for the win. Who's going to have what it takes here to get that second spot? Andrew Horn's going to have to settle for 3rd. Dallin Holton timed that to perfection for 2nd. But it's Matt Nash for another win. It comes through to take the victory in the historic single seaters here at the Passion for Speed Festival, beating out Dallin Holton and Andrew Horn. Driving there from our historic single-seater class. Steve Fenter, Sean Cabrita, Shannon Winterstein and Paul Richardson, with Roy Douglas and Des Hillary making up the top 10. Bjorn Teet coming through for 11th place, and he beats up Ron Lydiard, Colin Clay, Clive Winterstein, John McKercher, and then DNFs from Mac Woodendal, Tony Beecher, Michael Koenig and Alan Grant. They've already passed, not DNFs I should say. They had to do 1 lap less than the rest of the pack. Up next, we're going to one of the other big highlights of this Passion for Speed Festival. It's the Castrol TT. And all of the top gunners are standing by to come onto the track for the next 45 minutes. It's a 45-minute endurance race that'll be up next.
Is it carrying? Oh, it's not in.
Welcome back to commentary and race action from the 22nd Passion for Speed Festival. And we're now into one of the highlights of this race meeting. It's the Castrol SATT. As they roll out onto the circuit, Mark Toy being helped out by Jono, pushing him onto the track. Behind that, the GD40 from Bailey Cars of Peter Bailey. Two real GT40s from Sweden. South African contingent in that as well, with Michael Koenig sharing the drive with Janne King and of course Kenneth Persson. Those two going to be fighting hard for honours. Roy Campos will be in the Shelby Daytona Coupe number 8. And last year's winner, number 1, Warren Lombard, who's starting down in 8th place, not quite getting the qualifying right there for the reigning SATT champion. Nice set of cars going out there, including Alan Mayer in the Chevron V8. Track will be Mark Miller, so the Datsun 240Z. Ishmael Beloy will be back out in action in his GSM Dart. There's a Marauder making its way on with Ben van der Westhuizen, and then of course that BMW 200 Ti, father and son team there of both Kishore and Mikhail Pitamba. Husband and wife team as well, also getting a chance to go out in the GSM Dart. That's actually my car that they're in. Yes, Robin and Stian Krill piloting the GSM Dart. And Johan de Bruin in the Eau de Cure Porsche 911R, looking for a chance to be in that mix. Nice field there. Kobus Brits also in a 911R. So looking to be a bit of a giant killer amongst the bigger contenders out front. But that's kind of where we're going to concentrate the battle, I'm sure, as we've seen in the past and for the last 22 years. Some incredible battles have happened in this Castrol TT. It's a 45-minute endurance race. You may not come into the pits in the first 10 minutes, and you may not come into the pits in the last 5. But there is a compulsory pit stop that is required by all cars. Whether you need to refuel, change tyres, or change drivers, that is what happens while you're in the pit lane. And we'll be watching for those as well here as they come round now for their second warm-up lap. So we've got a Shelby Daytona Coupe out front in the hands of James Temple, running for Lindenberg Racing. Fantastic for that young man to have an opportunity to be part and parcel of that team, and also part of the family now, as Chichi Lindenberg married James, and they've got a beautiful son here with them. Peter's here as well. Mikhail Patamba's got problems. It's Kishore Patamba. Kishore Patamba parked on the inside of that back straightaway, and it looks like there's a problem there for him in that 200 Ti BMW. Gonna hope to get a lift back to the pits if they can just strap that car and get it going. Pace car will come past it. They'll all realize that there's a slow car, but they might be able to get him strapped up and back in the pit lane using the shortcut across the track. Still 45 minutes of racing to go, so don't need to panic too much. But you do need to get back in as quickly as possible if you want to still stay in contention. Going back to the story at the front end, of course, with Lindenberg Racing, Peter is here. Great to have the man who's now retired from racing and, of course, just launched his brand new book, Flat Out and Fearless. I think they've actually got some of the books here at Zwartkops on sale down at the Lindenberg Racing stable, so you can get a copy of that if you want to find out all about his antics in not only motorsport, but, of course, in the very competitive sport of Formula One powerboating, and also Springbok in water skiing as well, was Peter Lindenberg. So a man of very little fear when it came to the extreme sports. It's a very good read. Yeah, I also have to agree with you, Paul. It's a very good read if you want to hear some of the stories there from Lindenberg's racing career, his career in Formula One powerboating, of course his near-death experiences on 2 occasions. Now get underway. Let's get into concentrating on the Castrol SATT. Temple and Dutoy on the front row. Bailey alongside Michael Koenig and Jan Klinner, and then of course behind that look out for Kenneth Persson and Thomas Falkner. The lights are on. They'll stay on until that entire pack comes through turn 8, GNA Transport Corner. Lights out and we're racing. The hammers drop and down towards turn 1 we go, and it is a great start from Temple. Peter Bailey hangs on to keep out the 5.8 of Janne Kling. And onto the brakes, it's Toy who keeps out that pack of GT40s behind him, led out at this stage, by the looks of things, by Peter Bailey. Look out for Roy Campos, also a previous winner of this event. He actually won out in a Lola T70 Spider about 4 race seasons ago. And already some maneuvering happening in the background from the man who wants to retain that number 1 plate, Warren Lombard. Lombard looking to try and get through there on the Mustang. Sunday Times man is under attack, and you can see as that AC Cobra flies past, it's Thomas Faulkner who's demoted down 1 position. Now Lombard goes on the attack for the 2 real deal GT40s. 2 type cars up the road from that. Lombard already looking to try and attack and get through, and he's going to bring along the Ford Mustang. Faulkner's got anything to do with it. Behind that it is Roy Campos. Ollie Delay just in the background, and look out for the Odacure Porsche. Kind of thought that might be him. Squeezing through there is Johan de Bruin. That little number 67 911R Porsche. Already into the mix with the big guns. So not a bad way to start things out here. Robert Olivier has joined us, Rowan Japet, Lawrence Saunders. Good timing here, guys, to come and jump in. Jean Hendricks as well as Tian van Rooyen. And a lot of people watching us on both YouTube and Facebook. Hope you enjoyed all the action so far. 45 minutes of racing and endurance style racing coming your way now for the SATT. Bailey under attack from Lombard. Lombard's found a way through on both of the international GT40s and now sets his sights on arguably one of the closest type cars to an original that Peter Bailey designs and of course built at his factory at Bailey Cars. He's looking to try and find a way through there as Lombard. Can he do it into turn 6? Bailey giving a little bit of room there to play, but not a lot. Peter Bailey's won this in the past as well, so we've got some champions in the mix. Certainly pushing hard here. And Lombard puts the pressure onto Bailey. Eventually he succumbs into G&H Transport corner. So it's Lombard moving his way up to 3rd place. Now setting his sights on Toy and Temple, who are a couple of meters up the road from him right now. GT40s, 2 international cars under attack now from Thomas Faulkner in the Mustang. Roy Campos and Johan de Bruin just behind that. So it's Lindenberg Racing, Shelby Daytona Coupe out front ahead of the GT40 from Trans Africa Racing, in the hands of Mark du Toit at the moment. He'll be handing over to his brother Jonathan a little later in the proceedings. Past Universal Racing Stable, they breed racing champions there. That is exactly what they do. We saw one of them earlier on. We're going to see you another one a bit later on in the form of Leighton Ferree. He's stepped up into the BMW Racing Series this weekend for his first time. So the AC Cobra now trying to close that gap. Lombard will know he doesn't have to push too hard. There's some things that can go right and wrong in an endurance race of this nature. He realizes that it's gone wrong on a couple of occasions for him, but it went right definitely last year to ensure that he took the number 1 plate and the TP title. Faulkner looking for a way past, putting the pressure on there to the first of the real deal GT40s he has to get past on. 26 with some problems, that's Dovey. Josh Dovey in the Ginetta. He was having problems in that Ginetta yesterday, battling to find 3rd gear. He only had 2nd and 4th. They don't really use 5th gear, although there is a 5th gear in that car and you won't be using 1st. So 2 gears in that car is probably not the right way to be racing a Ginetta G4R. And unfortunately that is Dovey by the side and probably out of this year's Castrol TT. So it's Temple from Toy. There they come towards G&H Transport corner. Lombard from Bailey. Bailey from the 60 car of Kenneth Passon. Passon from Klinner. Jana Kling having a good run there. He'll be handing, of course, across to Michael Koenig in the second half of this race. Johan de Bruin applying huge amounts of pressure to the back end of Roy Campos. Going to try and squeeze through there on the Daytona Coupe that Campos is piloting this weekend. run in from Bailey so far to keep ahead of the two real deal GT40s, but not able to close that gap down to Detroit at this stage. Lombard, Detroit, second and third. At the moment it is Detroit who hangs on to that second spot. Lombard trying to close him down. It's 5.9 seconds between them. It's quite a big gap that Lombard's got to try and make up. It's only about 2.5 seconds between the top two. Make that 2 seconds now as they come across the line. Between our lead car of James Temple, for Lindenberg Racing, and Shelby SA. And then Trans Africa Racing's Mark du Toit. Bailey from Passon. Bailey GD40, the real GD40, another real GD40 behind that. Followed by a Mustang. Sunday Times and Ignition man there, Thomas Faulkner. Running pretty high up in that Mustang at this point. Inside the top 10. So Kish and Mikhail Patamba already out along with Josh Dovey. So 3 drivers will not be making it to the end of the day's racing. Racing, prepping that car for Warren Lombard, looking for another victory here for him. He was also doing some work on that Mustang that Warren was piloting earlier on in the day, in the ZB class for Legends of the 9 Hour Salute cars. Now in his sports car, already into the back markers. Coming up on, is that Dirk Venter? I think it might be. No, sorry, it's Dion Swapsky, yeah. Swapsky coming through there. So first of the overtaking done. That's Robin Creel being overtaken by Mark du Toit in the 125 GSM Dart. That's my car that she's in there, by the way. Mr. de Kock, who's sitting here in the studio with me, Andre de Kock from Citizen Motoring. I was told that car wasn't ready. Clearly it wasn't ready for me, but only for Robin and for Stian. Here comes Lombard, closing down on the young lady as well. Take nothing away from Robin Creel. She's a seasoned campaigner in terms of a race car driver. Definitely can hold her own and has podiumed with Stian and Chrissy Veyers in their endurance car, which of course is a Shelby. No, Shelby, an AC Cobra, I beg your pardon. Into pit lane comes the Datsun 240Z. Mark Miller, first of our pit stops. Don't think that's a scheduled stop, eh? 8 minutes and 22 seconds into the race. That might not be a scheduled stop. That could be a retirement. The Marauder Ben van der Westhuizen about to be caught and passed now by du Toit. Ben opens up the door. Mark says thanks very much. Next up the road, possibly going to be closing down there. So that's your leader, James Temple. That's second place, Mark du Toit. About to go past there on Werner Hutzenberg. They're through on Hutzenberg, they're through on du Toit, they're through on Beloy, I beg your pardon. Here comes Peter Bailey. Watching in the background for our 2 international GT40s. They're in formation flying now, with Roy Campos starting to close down on them. Carrying very long and good corner speed there from the Shelby Daytona, does Campos. Robin Creel giving them some room to play. They come back down the hill now. Campos trying to close down on them. Ollie Delay in the background there in the 5th GT40 on track. Road Crane High Man currently sitting in 8th place overall, ahead of Johan de Bruin in the Odacure Porsche. So it looks like Campos has broken away from that Odacure Porsche. Temple 4 seconds up the road from Detroit, 4 seconds from Lombard. Oh, into pit lane comes Thomas Falconer. Is that a scheduled stop? He's just in that 10-minute bracket, so it was perfect timing there from him. Falconer, if I'm not mistaken, is on his own. I don't think he's going to do a driver change, so he's going to stay in pit lane for 3 minutes. Doesn't necessarily have to do a refuel, because I'm sure that Mustang might have a big tank to get him through the 45 minutes. Most of these cars have got enough to do a full 45-minute run. Here comes Falconer, back out on track. So he's done his pit stop. Let's get into those as we get into it there for sure. So there are out. Run here from Lombard. Look at how Lombard is closed now on Detroit. I wonder if Detroit's got a problem in that GD40, because that GD40 has been caught rapidly by Warren Lombard, and Lombard about to overtake for second. Done deal. Lombard up to second place. Big flame out of that AC Cobra as he went through turn 4 and gets up ahead of Mark Detroit. Change up for second now as they go past the AMG Driving Academy and into turn 6. Detroit just settling down slightly, looking to try and hang on to the back and see what Warren Lombard's pace is like, and try and close that gap down, possibly to the lead car of James Temple. Lombard goes past the pit lane one more time and completes another lap. We've got 32 minutes and 50 seconds still left of this race. Is there some smoke out of the back of that GD40? Yes, there is. Mark Detroit's got a problem on that GD40. Definitely some issues on the Trans-Africa Racing GD40. Smoke coming out of that. Detroit seems to be slowing onto that back straightaway. Lombard pulling away rapidly as they go up towards turn 4. So good run here from Warren Lombard. He's up to second place now. He'll be looking up the road to try and close what is an 8-second lead that James Temple has. Back into pit lane comes Falconer. Oh, that doesn't look good. That last gesticulation from the team saying, game over. So it looks like that might be the end of the day's running there for Thomas Falconer for Adaptive Resource Engineering, Ignition TV, and the Sunday Times. To the top of the hill, Roy Campos now closing down on Kenneth Persson. Cars now with a former champion in this class and in this race, sandwiched between them in the Daytona Coupe from Trans-Africa Racing. Down the hill they come, closing on some back markers. Only delay is the second or third of the GD40s in that shot, the blue one just in the background. Warren Lombard quickest on track at the moment, 11.4. About a second quicker than any other car out on circuit, including James Temple, who leads things out at this point. Temple, Lombard, Detroit, Bailey, Passon. That's how it stands for your top 5. And I'm telling you, there's a bit of an issue here on that Trans-Africa Racing GD40. Peter Bailey is now closing down rapidly on Mark Detroit. Might just try and nurse it to the pit stop to get it all sorted out. Bailey now onto the back of the toy. I think Peter Bailey will realize there's a problem on that car. Yeah, Detroit pulling away, pulling to the side and allowing Bailey through there without a fight. So it's Bailey now moving his way into the top 3. Peter Bailey, Mark Detroit down to 4th. Persson is up to 5. Campos at 6th. Hasn't quite gone according to plan for a couple of drivers, as I said. Kish and Mikhail Patemba not even making it to the start. They're breaking down on the warm-up lap. Mark Miller's out, Josh Dovey's out, Thomas Falconer, by the looks of things, is also out, along with Ben van der Westhuizen in the Marauder. So a bit of attrition rate here in the 45-minute. Starting to feel the effects there of a slightly longer race format. Leader coming down towards turn 8. There he goes. Across the line in the Shelby Daytona Coupe. And the gap has come down rapidly there from Warren Lombard's point of view. Lombard has closed that gap down to half of what it was. He was 8 seconds up the road. It's down to 4.7 now between Lombard and James Temple. Temple into turn 2, looking for a way through there on Robin Creel. Alan Mayer was having a good run there, just inside the top 10, and currently 3rd in Class B is Alan Mayer, 4th in Class B, I beg your pardon. So Warren Lombard running in Gavin Wilkins Racing, Dimatoa Racing, and High Tech Mag Repair colours for this weekend. Chance now to catch and pass James Temple just up the road from him. You can see him. He's in his sights. That's where he needs to be. He might leave him there for a little while. Let James Temple dictate the pace. See what's going to transpire to allow a pit stop window to open up, or maybe even a pit stop under safety car. What a lot of these drivers try and rely on as well, is to try and take the advantage that a safety car situation brings for pit stops. Hudsenberg being passed now. Hudsenberg closing down on that V8 of Alan Mayer. Ishmael Beloy tips it into turn 4. Leader onto the back straight. There comes Lombard in the background. Down to 3.4. He's taken a second back on that last lap. So he's ticking them off and doing it a second at a time every single time they finish up the laps. Into the pits comes Jana Kling. Going to be handing over to SA's Michael Koenig. What an opportunity there for young Michael Koenig to get into that car and have a drive in a real deal GD40 in an endurance race. Purpose-built race car to go and do this kind of racing in. Beloy outgunned by Temple into turn 1. So it's Temple just hanging on for now, but once again I think that gap's come down even more. 2.3 seconds, another second taken by Warren Lombard to close it down on James Temple. Dave down in pit lane. He's picked up on some action. Let's go down to pit lane and catch up with Dave Peterson.
It went well, better than I thought. And we're going to just do one driver change. Yes, you can take that off, yes. Yeah, you can take that off. You just take his helmet off, don't worry. Okay. So driver change early in the race?
Yeah. I have the South African Formula 3 master in my car. That's good, isn't it? It's really good, sir.
I hope you're paying him a lot of money.
Yeah. A lot now. in his own.
Anyway, good luck for the rest of the race. And I'm sure he's going to go well.
Well, I think the car, I can't have a better car. And yeah, for this year, I hope it will come to the whole way. I think so. Last year we had a disaster. Thank you. I must go away.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jona. Giving us a little insight there. Back into race action, and the race action is heating up here properly. Has good timing there, Pops. Joining us right on time for a Mobil 1 V8 Supercar Ace, going at it for the race win here and for a double victory in this championship. A safety car has been deployed. Oh, now this could play into the hands of some race strategies. Safety car board is out as Warren Lombard closed right onto the back of James Temple. And let's see whether or not that's going to bring, it does bring Roy Campos in. Campos straight in to take advantage of the safety car scenario. Lombard, oh, it's the GT40 of the toy car. The toy car on fire on the sideline there. That could see them out of contention for sure. Temple and Lombard into pit lane at the same time. Perfectly done here. Capitalizing on the fact that they've got a window of opportunity here with that safety car. Looks like everybody going to take that opportunity as well, because even Johan de Bruin is in. As they come in, yeah, the entire pack coming in there. There's Hartzenberg. Hartzenberg comes in, so does Alan Meyer. Behind that, Ishmael Beloy comes in as well. That could be a little bit of a tough one there for Trans Africa Racing if Beloy has come in at the same time. There's only a couple of teams down there, or members of the team to help out, and Trans Africa Racing have got about 4 or 5 cars in this race that need to be looked after. So right now, Robin Creel would take the lead of this race if she stays where she is and doesn't take advantage of the pit lane window opening up. But I think she's going to dive in. She is. So is Kenneth Passon, and so is Ollie DeLay. Kobus Brits still got to come in. He actually stayed out a long time last time, if I recall, in the BP Porsche. Temple is in, having a quick check under the bonnet to make sure everything's okay. I see that we've also got Robbie Frank and Brian Algar into. There is the 6 car of Oliver DeLay, getting a little liquid refreshment as well as making sure that everything's right on the car, using the safety car scenario to great effect here. That's exactly what you want to be doing. Bruce Dantu and Rob Priest have just joined. Robbie Priest, a fantastic drive there from you, buddy. Down in pit lane though, Dave's got some more action. Let's go and find out what he's got.
Looks pretty warm in here. Over here. I'm okay. I've been riding my bike. And is the car going well? Going well. Really hot today. Just running over 100. Worried about the engine. Car's holding out. Send you back out and give it hell. Yeah, but all the best, thank you.
Nice catch up there from the Marlboro Crane Hire man's point of view. Bonnet's down on James Temple's car. Are we going to see Warren Lombard exit the pit lane before James Temple, or is Temple going to still maintain the lead of this race? Once this pit stop is done, it's basically down to 20 odd minutes of racing, and that kind of is a bit of a sprint race to finish up this SATT. The pit lane opportunity has opened up with Trans Africa Racing car. Here is Kenneth Passon in to do his driver change. See frantic pit lane activity out there. Right, looks like we've got the Shelby Daytona back on track. Here comes Lombard. So it'll be positions remaining the same between those 2 cars. Temple still continues to lead. I don't think he'll be leading on the road at the moment, but he'll be leading in terms of opportunities to win this race overall. And the brain fires up there, 911R. About to make his way back on track. Temple from Lombard. Oh, slowing Peter Bailey into the pit exit. He's stalled. Bailey stalled in pit exit. Can he get that GT40 fired up? The brain coming alongside him, going to go around him. Hartzenberg exits. Kenneth Passon exits. Ollie DeLay exits. So pit lane activity all done. The only car I didn't see come in was Kobus Brits, but I don't know if he stayed up. The safety car is back in pit lane, so it's racing proper. They've cleared it and everybody's racing. So let's have a look and see as they come across the line. We'll get to see exactly how things panned out after that bit of frantic pit lane activity. Sonette's in the house, birthday girl from yesterday. Happy birthday from all of us here at the production. Coming through, Temple, Lombard, Peter Bailey. That's how it stands as they've crossed the line and continue on their merry way with 20 minutes to go. Lombard was quickest and has stayed quickest car on track at the moment. Let's see what James Temple can do now in the last part of this race. 20 minutes to go. Bailey had some problems coming out of pit lane. Hopefully he's got it all sorted out Passon's in 4th, Delay's in 5th. So we got Shelby Daytona Coupe, AC Cobra, GT40, 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 and another Shelby Daytona Coupe with Roy Campos in 6th place, just ahead of Michael Koenig now at the wheel of the 58 car, out of the Swedish contingent here in that GT40. Johan de Bruin currently in 3rd overall for Class B, but 9th on track there in the little 911R. Not a bad effort from his point of view. So it's Temple looking to try and keep the lead of this race for the next 19 or so minutes. Lombard's out! Can you believe it? Warren Lombard's car has given up the ghost and parks on the sideline, just on the exit of pit lane. Safety car will be deployed again. And it's all gone wrong for Warren Lombard. What a pity. See how disappointed he is there on the sideline there, Warren Lombard, shaking hands with one of the fans. Big smile on his face though. He realizes this is the kind of racing action that can happen. Oh, that's a pity. The fans there to commiserate with him, I'm sure. He won't be happy about that, but he's still smiling. He's going to climb back in the car because they're going to hook up that tow rope to get him out of harm's way. Romeo 1's done a lot of work today. Boys have worked hard to get these cars recovered in time. So under safety car, Hudsenberg takes the safety car. And it's Koenig, Stian Creel, Oliver Delay, Kubis Brits, James Temple. That's the lead car there. On his tail though is the 5.8 of Koenig. So actually it was Kenneth Passon up the road there. Slightly higher up. Campos, incredibly at this stage, has now moved to 2nd. 2nd overall for Roy Campos. Now, if he gets word of that, particularly with the concertina effect here under safety car, I think we may see Roy Campos have a go at this. It's going to be a Shelby Daytona battle for the final part of this race. Lombard being towed out of harm's way. That's a really horrible sight to see. Pep Boy's automotive man, and unfortunately he is not going to be able to take the back-to-back victories here and the #1 plate and retain it. It's always a hard one to hang on to. You ask the Detroit boys, they've done it on a few occasions, but back-to-back victories in the SATT is not an easy feat. Let's see how these guys can now try and finish up what's going to be about 15 minutes of racing by the time Lombard's out of harm's way and we're out of the safety car. 2nd safety car period for this race. Lights are out on the safety car, which means it's going to be coming back into pit lane. So stand by for the restart. No overtaking until you've crossed the finish line, so they'll all have to hold their own and possibly not try and get past each other. Hudsenberg is waving the GT40 through. He realizes that the Foster car is coming, so he's going to give him the chance to get past as soon as he can. That's good driving there from Werner. And of course, he's got a lot of experience in various forms of Porsches that he drives. So as they cross the line, we'll get the change-up. It is still Temple leading things out. But now Campos in 2nd place. How far back is Roy Campos in the red Shelby Daytona? That red #8 Shelby Daytona, I can't see it in shot just yet, so it might be too far back there for Roy Campos. He's possibly lost about a lap, according to the timing monitor. We'll wait and see as he comes through there. Lead car coming up to the top of the hill, to the top of the back straight is Kenneth Passon. Ollie Delay and Temple trying to find a way through there. Stian Creel has now taken over from Robin in the 125 Trans-Africa Racing GSM Dart. So Temple just biding his time here. Doesn't want to go and do anything rash because it's only 15 minutes of racing to go. So it's about 15 laps or so of race action to come your way here for the SATT 2023. So 1, 2 and 3 in your shot are currently sitting on track. in 3rd, 4th and 5th place. Temple is careful here. He could possibly even stay where he is, depending on the progress of that red Shelby Daytona Coupe of Roy Campos, who's in 2nd. But looks like communication to James Temple is not to do anything untowards. Gets past on delay. There is the 2nd car, fighting with Bailey. Bailey looking to try and come back into contention here after a little bit of issues coming out of pit lane, but it's Campos now in 2nd place. But the gap between 2nd and 1st is almost half a lap. Half a lap there between the two Shelby Daytona Coupes. Temple, I'm going to just ensure he doesn't make any mistakes. Find a way through on Michael Koenig. Find a way through there on Kenneth Passon. Peter Bailey is all over the back of Roy Campos. That's a long-standing rivalry between the two of them, but great friendship off the track. Every man for himself on it. So Michael Koenig up to 3rd place now after that last pass. It's a good run there from Michael Koenig. The 58 car leading on the road in terms of what we can see, but down in 3rd place with Temple closing in on him, about to give him another lap. So if Michael Koenig stays where he is now, Temple stays where he is, he won't lose that lap. We'll wait and see if that's going to be the case. Alan Mayer closing down on the back end of Kenneth Passon. Brits onto the back straight. He stays ahead of Hartzenberg. And then a nice battle continuing here between Roy Campos and Peter Bailey. Hunter Brain wants to join the party. He doesn't have the same amount of squirt in that little 911 RSR or R that he has compared to the two big bangers ahead of him. Take nothing away from that little Porsche though. Able to run with the GT40. Oh, Campos runs wide. Campos got a problem. Campos was slowing out of turn 4 there. Maybe he missed a gear into the wrong gear, but that's enough for the change up and also for a big move to be made from Peter Bailey's point of view. Bailey now moves himself back into 7th place overall behind Alan Mayer. You can see Alan Mayer just up the road, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So Koenig hangs on and maintains the gap over the lead car there of James Temple. There is 2nd place Roy Campos. Phil moves out the way, gives a little bit of room there to Hunter Brain to come through on the inside of turn 1. Nice manoeuvring there from Ollie DeLay as well. He's now starting to make his way up, possibly into contention for a top 3, but I think he's too far back there on Michael Koenig. Alan Mayer looking for a way past on Passon. Mayer going to give that little Chevron V8 a chance of outgunning a big GT40. Brian Elgar out of the car now, and it's Robbie Frank piloting the 230 machine. A little Lotus 23B. Elgar and Frank were sharing that car this weekend. Robbie at the wheel of it right now. Elgar back in the pit lane. So he'll climb out in that pit lane activity when the Detroit's car unfortunately gave up the ghost. Flying through turn 4. Koenig is really reveling in this car. He's putting on a very good display here for a man who hasn't had a lot of seat time in this car. And you can hear from Jana Kling how impressed he was with this young man. And I can tell you there's a lot of people on the sideline that are going to probably be just as impressed, if not even more. So everybody's pitted, everybody has done what they need to do. A couple of people who have fallen by the wayside, including our reigning champion in this category, Warren Lombard. So if you've just joined us and you're looking for Warren Lombard, unfortunately he's retired. So have the Detroits, Faulkner, Ben van der Westhuizen and Mark Miller Swash Dovey and the two Tampa boys. Could this be the day for Lindenberg Racing with 9.5 minutes to go? It's about 7 laps to go in this race. And Temple looking for his first win in what is going to be the Castrol SATT for 2023 here at the 22nd running of the Passion for Speed Festival. Delay is in 4th place, tucked in there behind the lead car, letting James Temple show him the way around. In comes, was that problems for Koenig? Koenig coming into pit lane. That'll move Delay up to 3rd. Watch for the change up here if you have got a timing monitor in front of you. Molly Delay will move up into 3rd place, he does. And Koenig drops down to 4th. Problems there for Michael Koenig, having to come in for an unscheduled stop with 8.5 minutes to go. He's got about 3 minutes to get out of pit lane, or he'll be stuck in pit lane and not be able to re-enter the race circuit. So Michael Koenig coming in for a very big unscheduled stop there. I wonder what the issue is. Maybe overheating. It looks like it might be. Steam coming out of that car in the back where the engine compartment is. They're going to the clips there, so they do it. And you can see water pouring out of the back of the car there. So it looks like it might be an overheating issue there, and I think that's the end of the day there for Jan Aklin and Michael Koenig. What a pity. They were going so well. Yeah, you can see from the body language there, Michael just so disappointed. So your lead car now is the leader on track. And James Temple coming up on Ishmael Beloy with 7.5 minutes to go. Temple from Oliver Delay, who's moved up to 3rd place. Roy Campos still in 2nd and piloting a bit further back in the field. Such a pity that Campos was so far back, because can you imagine if he was a little bit closer? Campos would not be holding anything back to try and take the victory away from the Shelby South Africa and Lindenberg Racing Daytona Coupe. James Temple. Certainly a bit of an overheating issue there on that GD40 that has retired Michael Koenig out of this one. So Daytona up to the top of the hill, coming up on the back end of Schwabski. Dejan Schwabski and the Ford Escort still circulating, looking for a top 3 in Class D. Run there from Dion. There's the man who's just retired and the man who gave him the opportunity to drive. As you can see him gesticulating that at certain revs, he's just not giving the power, and with the amount of water that's coming out of that car, you can assume it was an overheating issue. It's about 34 degrees Celsius outside at the moment, so ambient temperature and track temperatures not playing games nicely here with some of the cars. So it is the 33 car of James Temple from Lindenberg Racing and Shelby SA who leads things out with 5.5 minutes to go. Ollie Delay in 3rd place. Roy Campos is in 2nd. As Temple heads up towards turn 5, you can see it's Campos heading towards turn 1. Coming up on the back end of Robbie Frank, Peter Bailey and Kenneth Passon. That is your 2nd place car there in shot into turn 2. Roy Campos at the wheel. There have been a couple of drivers in that car who have tempted to win this race for Trans Africa Racing in the past. Michael Briggs is one of them. Sarah van der Merwe was the other. Campos has tried hard, but he's just too far back. I don't think he's going to be able to catch James Temple with 5 minutes to go. As I said, if he'd been a bit closer to Temple at this stage, we'd be in for another epic Roy Campos attempt at a victory for the SATT. He has taken one in the past. He was piloting a Lola T70 Spider when he did it. This time out, in a different stable, a different car. Looks like it's going to be second place he's going to have to settle for here. But there's still 4 minutes and 41 seconds of racing to go. A lot can happen in that time, particularly in endurance racing. We've seen it on numerous occasions. Kenneth Passon's got something coming out of the right-hand side of that car. As he had an off-track excursion, maybe it's a bit of dirt coming off. But he's opened up the gap and Campos has gone right past with no issues at all. Just watching Passon there. Give me some kind of issue there on the second of the real deal GT40s. Could possibly be water on that car as well, and an overheating issue could be in the cards. So 3 minutes and 59 seconds as Temple tips it in to G&H Transport Corner. Continuing to lead comfortably over Roy Campos in second and Oliver DeLay in third. So it's SA 1, 2 and 3 on track. In terms of the nations represented here, we've got 2 Swedes, we've got an Irishman, and we've got a Dutchman involved in these races. It's not a full contingent of the international friends and fans that come to this event, as we said, due to some travel restrictions being thrown in the last minute, but take nothing away from the action we've had so far. Kenneth Passon going to try and nurse that car to the finish line with 3 minutes to go. Possibilities of about 2 laps, 2.5 laps, I'd say, yeah, for James Temple. Quickest car on track is Temple now. He's got down to a 1:13.8, and he just now circulating and wanting to get to that checkered flag with the number 33 Shelby SA Lindenberg Racing Daytona Coupe at the front of the helm. To go for Temple. We chatted there with Ollie DeLay, saying he's been on his bicycle trying to get fit for this weekend's racing. Seems to have done the job because he's in the top 3. Oh, Ishmael Beloy locking up into turn 8, but here comes second place Roy Campos. We're closing down on his 2 stablemates. Campos in the Trans-Africa Racing Daytona Coupe, closing in on the Chevy B8 from Trans-Africa Racing with Alan Mayer at the wheel, and the GSM Dart out of the same stable with Ishmael Beloy at the wheel of that car. Robbie Frank watching those rearview mirrors. Temple, he'll be looking for that 1 lap to go board. Just watching the timing monitor as he goes past to see how many minutes he's got to go. On the board it says 1 minute and 24 seconds. So if he just takes an easy lap around here, that should finish up the 45 minutes. Potentially we could be on the last lap here. Is there going to be a bit of luck thrown the way of James Temple this time out? The Lindenberg Racing stable are standing by to be the first to congratulate James Temple's efforts here in the 2023 and 22nd version of the Castrol SATT here at Zwartkops. Temple heads to the top of the hill, coming up onto the back end of Stian Creel. Creel will be in 6th place in Class D with his wife Robin, piloting that one. Are we going to see the checkered flag on this pass, or are they going to make it do one more? Standing by, coming down onto the brakes. Is this the last time for James Temple as he comes out of the turn? No, 1 to go. 1 lap to go. There it is. He's on his final lap now. That 1 lap to go board came out from Henny the Flag. They got 1 lap to go now for James Temple in the Lindenberg Racing Shelby SA Daytona Coupe. sponsor's going to be happy with that. Quelle have been with Lindenberg Racing for a long time, so have Sabat. Sabat have actually been with Peter Lindenberg since he started his racing career. And they maintain their support of the Lindenberg Racing team. He comes through on the inside of Kenneth Passon. Passon still looking to finish up and nurse that car to the line. He does not want to give it up without a valiant effort, and that's exactly what he's putting in here, to nurse the original GT40 to the line. He's dropped down to 7th place. It'll still be 3rd in Class A, which is why he's staying out there. But ladies and gents, stand by, because here he comes to the checkered flag, and the flag comes out for James Temple for the first time. He wins out the SATT, and Lindenberg Racing have got that in their stable now, with the valiant drive there coming out of James Temple to take the victory. Roy Campos heads to the top of the hill for his final ditch effort here to finish up in 2nd place. Daytona Coupes 1 and 2 on track. Can you believe this? How this finished up? As I said, if Campos had been a little bit closer up the road after that pit stop, I think he may have given Temple a run for his money, but needless to say, take nothing away from the man who comes through here for 2nd. That is how Ollie Delay has already crossed the line for 3rd place. Nicely done. Your Honda Brain still got to cross the line though to finish up his day's racing. Campos shouting out, happy with the result. Roy comes to finish up. So it's James Temple, Roy Campos and Ollie Delay, your top 3 in the SATT. Class A will go to Temple ahead of Peter Bailey, and a good run there from Kenneth Persson to get 3rd, although he finished down in 7th place with an ailing car. Class B is Campos, Delay and Bailey. That's how they'll wrap things up here for the Castrol SATT for 2023. We move on to more of the race action now and our single heat categories once again. After our Castrol SATT, we're standing by for BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series classes D and E. They're down in the pre-race paddock. Looks like Dave is making his way down in the pit lane to catch up with some of the contenders and possibly the race winner in James Temple for the SATT. And we're going to try and get James Temple with Dave Peterson down in pit lane as we see classes D and E of BMW M Performance Racing Series making its way onto the track now. Just want to get that camera all sorted out for a clear picture with James Temple. As soon as we've got that, we'll go to Dave in pit lane as we're watching class D and E make their way onto the track for the second time today. So once again we're into BMW race action. It's the M Performance Racing Series. They've had a fantastic day here today, kicking things off right from the word go here with classes D and E. They were the first race on track. Look in the background as well, there's Scotty, just to keep an eye for our cameramen too. The wind has picked up pretty dramatically, and a couple of those gazebos look like they might be in a bit of harm's way. So we'll have to just keep our eye on that as well, because that could potentially cause a bit of chaos. Dave is down in pit lane though, and he's caught up with James Temple.
James, what a drive. You've been trying this for a long time and you did it.
Yeah, of course. You know, look, it's always tough. The older cars don't like the heat, especially today. I mean, I think it must have been 34 plus out there. Look, it was nice to come and get revenge. Last year should have been ours, and we made a pit stop error and let it slip. So it's very good to be back. Just a huge thanks to the team. I mean, the car is on another level. I have to tone down the pace. That's how good it is. Really, the car is good. The driver's just not as fit. But we'll get there next year.
Well done from all of us, so we look forward to next year.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Not too shabby an effort there from James Temple's point of view. I was just telling our director that, of course, he also broke his back in a Formula 4 racing crash incident. So he's been trying hard, as you heard from the man himself, to take this victory. Just losing out last year to a pit stop strategy that didn't work out. And this time out, no worries whatsoever. And kind of living up to Lindenberg's flat out and fearless race strategies of his career. He's passed that on to his son-in-law now. And James Temple has eventually taken a race victory in the SATT there for Lindenberg Racing. So from the SATT, let's concentrate our efforts on the Dunlop Shod BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series. This is a really awesome series they put together here. As I said earlier on, if you weren't listening, or if you've just joined us and you heard earlier on, 60 cars entered for this event. They started with 57, which is why they needed to split the fields into classes D and E, and later on this afternoon, the second heat of classes A, B, and C. They eventually finished up with 53 cars qualifying for today's racing. So if you are looking to take on the accolades of the premier class of racing in this country, you don't have to go much further than M Performance Parts Racing, because they really are putting in an effort here. And Bernard and his team keeping the likes of M Performance Parts, I2, and all of their sponsors on the way. I can tell you they're doing a superb job. And of course, lots of marketing campaigns being put into this event and to this series as well from their point of view. But this is race 2 action now, about to kick off for the BMW series. We are under starters orders. It will be up to the man on the left-hand side of your shot right now to dictate the pace. That 73 car was very good in race number 1. Andre Diedrichs, as I said, making a welcome return here to race action. Haven't seen him behind the wheel of a race car for a while. He's got Rian Lubber alongside him. Behind him is Nick Hapst. And watch out for Sean Dodd as well. Race 1 winner. Well, he's got some work to do. Jaco Storm starts from 5th place alongside Benny Ribeiro as they head down towards turn number 2 out of turn 1's exit. Around the outside, looking for a way through early on, is the 99 car of Rian Lubber. Has he been able to get through there on Diedrichs? Diedrichs keeps him honest and stays on the inside of turn 3, so should be able to maintain the lead only just heading towards turn 4. He's got the inside line, Diedrichs versus Lubber, and the fight is on. Dodd, Hapst, Storm, Ribeiro. Let's how they come through there for the first pass through turn 4. Look at how they line up behind though. It's 4 or 5 cars side by side, including the 5-7 there. And Gary Martin's fighting hard with that 57 machine. Not an easy drive at all coming out of Neil Reynolds, but Reynolds putting the pressure onto Martin, onto Hapst, and they're all in the mix. Fighting hard for honours here in classes D and E. Class D leads things out in terms of the first couple of cars on track as they come under braking. In fact, all the way down into the top 15 are all Class D. Just outside of that top 15, you're going to get into the Class E competitors. And at this stage, it's Dierwald Smith, Dave Reese and Ari van Heerden are your top 3 in Class E. Deirdricks inside of Lubber gets back to the front of the field and looking for a way now to get through in that box-shaped BMW. 2 dolphin shapes on his tail, Haps behind that. Slowly but surely coming into play here. You can see Reynolds and Ishmael just watching in the background, losing a little bit of ground. But ground being lost here big time by Nicholas Haps as Jaco Storm closes that gap down big. And he is certainly applying huge amounts of pressure onto the back end of Nicholas Haps. Roman Levy back on track in the Chive. BMW, great to have that car back on circuit. He had issues in the first one. Had to retire the car on the inside of turn 2. Looks like the Jive Cool Drinks car back into the mix now. Can he try and get a bit higher up and find a way through there on the roof surgeon machine of Trevor Long? 5-0 car there coming into what has been a fantastic day's racing so far for these competitors and these cars. As Gary Martin's 18 in the mix as well, on and Naidu all having their own little fights, but right now we concentrate back to the front as Rian Lubber looks for a way to get back ahead of Andre Deirdricks. Doddy on his tail. Sean Dodd trying to close the gap. It's just a little bit of a margin that he's lost out there, about 0.6 of a second there between those first 3 cars. Deirdricks, well, he said he was a little bit rusty when I saw him yesterday. Doesn't look like that rust is a concern for him this time out. Greenhouse BMW took the final victory last year. Can he go and do anything about those top 3 ahead of him? And watch out for Jaco Storm coming along for the ride. So first 3. And you got second, third, and there comes 4 and 5. Manny Ribeiro in the track taxi. He's in 6th place, I beg your pardon. Just ahead of Reinhard Miller. Then it's Farhad Ibrahim, Matthew Wadley, Arnold Naidu, Anwar Levy, and Gary Martins. That's how close it is for the top 10 fight. Dierwald Smith looking for Class E honours, but he's got Dave Reese just ahead of him. Ari van Heerden just up the road as well, so it's a bit of work to be done now for the 3rd place Class E competitor. As you've seen in this category, every single time they get on track, they really do put on a good show. You can see why Van Aert and his team that are behind the scenes running this series are touting this as the premier category in South Africa, because who else has got 60 competitors fighting for honours in 5 different classes? One is Miller. 36 pushing through hard is Farhad Ibrahim. The 50 car of Martins back into the mix. Amtech CRS Auto Machine of Sean Dodd losing a little bit of ground now to the 2nd place car. Doesn't look like he's got an answer to Rian Lubber's pace. Doesn't look like Jaco Storm's got an answer either this time out to try and close that gap on Nico Hapst. Fastest car on track is Andre Deirdricks, just setting the fastest lap there on the last pass, getting down into a 1:12. Lubber 1:13 dead, 14:1 from Dodd, 13:4 from Haps, 13:2 from Jaco Storm, so he's starting to up the pace ever so slightly. 1:12 Johan Miller now, also in a bit of a fight there. See, there's little packs of cars here that have just got together and are putting the pressure onto each other. A bit of diesel power there from the 50 car. Gary Martin's in that M250 diesel. Didn't quite work out for him in the first one. He retired that machine at the top of the hill, and it looks like, I've just given him the commentator's curse, he's going to retire it again in the second heat. It might just be the heat of the day that's affecting the BMW M250D's performance, but that's 2 out of 2 there, 2 DNFs for Gary Martins. This is a good fight as well. 317 is Matt Wadley. Wadey now with a little bit of pressure coming from behind. He's got Gary Martins and Arnold Naidu not too far behind that. Naidu closes in under braking. And we're at halfway stage. 5 done, 5 to go. Doddy with some problems out of turn 2. Sean Dodd, I'm not quite sure if he made a mistake on his own or had some pressure from Haps, but he's lost out that position. Drops him down into 4th. Sean Dodd up to 3rd, and that's now reversed. Dodd to 4th, and Haps into that 3rd spot. Here comes Jaco Storm along for the ride. Libero too far back to be involved in that little fight, and he's just up the road enough to stay ahead of Reinhard Miller. He'll be a little worried about Miller's progress. He'll be watching for that. Try and keep him out and stay in contention for possibly a top 5 if something goes wrong between these 3. Haps on the inside. He's in the E46 330i. Sean Dodd trying to find a way back at him. He's also in an E90 325i. And then Jaco Storm, as I mentioned earlier on, having a fantastic start to the season in the E46 330i Turbo. Diedrichs in the 330i. It's the E30 version of that car. The box shape, staying ahead of the 99 of Rion Lubber. Going a little bit further back in the pack now to pick up on some action for Class E. Class E on is still up for grabs here as well there, as you can see. Down into turn 1 they come. Fighting just as hard in Class E as they are up the road. Dave Reesa in the 735 hangs on for now. And that's the lead car there with the M colours on the side, the white BM there. Scotty, just for your info, that's the lead of Class E. And just behind him, you can see they're lining up, looking to take that honour away from him. This one. And here they come. So Arisa, no, you got the right one there. Spot on. 32 car. He's in the mix there as well. Remember that 32 car. Zahir Sidat looking for a chance now to spoil the day there for Class E honours. Someone's run wide out of turn 5. Driving a little bit of dust on. Here they come for Class E. And they are certainly fighting hard. Class E honours up for grabs as they come down the hill towards turn 8. Harry van Heerden. 88 car. And of course in the E30 318i. I don't think that's a 318i. I think that's a 130 he's in, if I'm not mistaken. A short boot. This is mid-pack of Class D. Leaders should be at the top of the hill by now. They're way out of turn 5 into 6 possibly. That's where they should be as these guys come flying through turn 4. Diedrichs hangs on, Lubber in second. And that'll be 2 to go. Can Diedrichs keep it all together now for another 2 laps? It's 4.2 Ks of racing still to go in this one. And Andre Diedrichs making a welcome return to racing proper here at Zwartkops. Lubber's run is outside, trying to get the drive out of turn 2. Going to look to cut back on the back end of that E30 330i. Now goes diving on the inside, does Rian Lubber, but has the door firmly shut from Andre Diedrichs' point of view. Runs a bit wide, that's Lubber's opportunity. Lubber going to be very late on the brakes if he wants to outgun Diedrichs. He's not late enough. Diedrichs just hung on. But here we go, into turn 6. Oh, change up! Lubber dives on the inside and finds a way through. How did he get that right? Just opportunistic driving there. Brilliant stuff there from Rion Lubber. We got a Tyre into the pit lane as these two are about to start their final lap. Last lap, here we go. In Performance Parts Racing Series classes D and E, and it's Rion Lubber dropping the hammer. And getting away now from Andre Diedrichs with 2.1 Ks to go. Make that 2 Ks to go as they come out of turn 2. Through the right-hander at 3. Watching just behind that as well. They're not quite done yet for 3rd place. 1 and 2 seems to be sorted out. Now Diedrichs, I think, has not got an answer here to the pace of Rion Lubber since he's been overtaken. So Rion Lubber literally timed that to perfection. With 1 corner and a lap to go, got through. Well, actually it was 2 corners and a lap to go, I beg your pardon. He's coming into this turn 6 that he made the move stick. So it's Lubber heading down the hill for the last time, and the 2nd victory for BMW M Performance Racing Series for Rion Lubber. Top of the hill, a little bit of dust as well, but as they come to the line, it's the flag out for Rion Lubber, and the Class D victory goes to Lubber. Lubber wins out ahead of Andre Diedrichs. Nick Hapst and Jaco Storm should be the next cars through there after Sean Dodd has crossed the line. Back to Class E, there they go, up the hill. And Class E is still up for grabs, that is for sure. Ribeiro crossing the line, he will finish up in 4th place ahead of Reinhard Miller. That's your top 5 in Class D. Matthew Wadley, then Arnold Naidu, Craig Hapst and Nicholas Hapst. Looks like they might have had a bit of a problem. I think they crashed out at the top there. Did Hapst and Hapst. Class E, we're looking for the 735 BMW of... So nicely done to the line there for those two. Rion Lubber, has he run out of fuel? I think he might have. He's taken the win and had just enough fuel to get round to turn 1. So that's pushing it to a fine limit there. So let's have a look and see how they wrap things up there. Harry van Heerden looks like he might have taken the win over Dierwald Smith in terms of Class E. And then it was Kobus Boma. But Class D, it's Rion Lubber, Andre Diedrichs and Sean Dodd, your top 3. Top 10, Ribeiro, Miller, Wadley, Naidu, Hapst, Farad Ibrahim and Trevor Long. I think there may have been an issue there with Nicholas Hapst coming together in the closing stages of that 2nd heat of BMW M Performance Racing Series classes D and E. Right, we are supposed to be staying tuned now for possibly some grid walk and a chance to get up close and personal with these cars. We yet to see if it's going to go ahead. We'll probably see that as they roll out, but if I look at the way things are standing right now, G&H Transport Extreme Supercars are supposed to make their way onto the grid for the grid walk, and the classes A, B and C of BMWs are supposed to make their way to turn 4. So it looks like we are on song for the grid walk. We'll come back to you as soon as we know. And then just a heads up to all of our Facebook fans. As usual, we only get 8 hours of racing allowed on one stream. So during the grid walk, we will be shutting down the Facebook feed and coming to you with part 2 within about 5 minutes or so of it shutting down. So if you are watching on Facebook, just a heads up to you guys, stay tuned for the new link that'll come through for part 2 of today's proceedings. is always an awesome opportunity to get up close and personal with your favorite cars and drivers, and the grid walk now for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars here on the main straightaway, and down at turn 4, a chance for the people on the banking to get up close and personal with classes A, B and C of BMW M Performance Racing Series. But down in pit lane as well, Dave Peterson has caught up with the man who puts it all together, Peter du Toit.
Peter du Toit, the fans are back.
Well, it's just wonderful. We're having an incredible day. It's just a reward for, and we're just so thankful for the support that we get. Without the vibe and the public support and the competitor support and then the sponsors, no, something like this cannot happen. So it's just, early this morning you have your extreme doubts, but as the day wears on...
I saw you when you did, I saw it.
Yeah, but as the day wears on you relax a bit more and you're getting the response. It's the response of people, of the racing, of the competitors. It's the response that counts. So, it's a lovely day.
Peter, this started with a little spark in your mind, what, 22 years ago?
Well, no, it goes back much longer than that. It goes back way back to the 80s.
Obviously that one, but this version.
Yeah, this version. Yeah, because I was professional businessman. I can't go away Thursday, Friday practice. So I wanted a facility. I did it for my sons as well, and for others too. It's like playing a game of golf. You come here Saturday morning, unload your car, you practice, you race, you go to the awards, you go home, you've had a great day. Because most of us can't afford, in business world, can't afford the time. And this is what's happened. But the emphasis is on the participation, not the aspiration. Aspiration of the professional guys. We go for the participants, guys. The accessibility is so important. You can see people can walk around, they can see the drivers, they can talk to you. And the location. The location is very important.
That is what I love about it. It's unbelievable that you've got all this going on, the fan walks, the grids, and also the categories that you've run. You know, from your little giants, all those guys are giants.
Yeah, these are those little giants are the real historics. But I mean, from the little Ford Anglias right through to the Lamborghinis and the GT3 Mercedes Benzes and the Porsches, you know, that's the whole spectrum. You know, so yeah, I won't say the good, the bad, and the ugly, but it's for the past, the present, and the future. The future comes with the nationals.
Tell us about going forward on this one.
Well, you got to keep on working on it. I've got international promoters here this weekend, and they're looking and they're coming with proposals for next year. So I hope, because this year's still been very difficult with the shipping, 3.5 months for a container to leave the UK to get here. You know, it's just not practical, and then the cars have got to get back for their season. But I think next year the whole procedure will be a lot faster. We can go back to normal, and we're hoping to bring different formulas. But there must be all formulas where South Africans can also participate in. You know, it's not a foreign thing that comes. It's something that South Africans feel an identity and part of, and you can actually shout for your local heroes.
Peter, it's wonderful talking to you. And from our side, from the TV production crew, I thank all our cameramen who are cooking out there today. Thanks from our side as well. Thank you very much.
All right, bless you. Thanks. Okay.
Have a look at that. It's always awesome to see the fans up close and personal with the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Scotty, can we get a shot of turn 4 maybe as well? Just see how the fan walk's going there with the BMW guys. They're on that back straightaway, I think, hey? Certainly some fan favourites there with the Lamborghinis, Porsches, Mercedes-Benz, Audis all thrown into the mix. And then the BMWs, there they are. Have a look at that. Little LMP BMW leading things out with the M3, the brand new BMW M3. You can see some big fans out there of the BMW BMW brand, I should say. getting up close and personal with those cars and drivers, and then walking across the grass to go and see the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. So nice initiative here from Zwartkops to give the fans a chance to get up close and personal with their favorite drivers and favorite cars, get some selfies. Don't forget to tag in Zwartkops Raceway and maybe even the Extreme Festival pages in your posts. Right, so as we're seeing a lot of fans out on the track, we've got some new fans who've joined us here. It's great to see the city of Tshwane showing some interest in the circuit. And Dave Peterson is down in the grid walk and has got some councillors there. Councillor Andre Leroux, the MMC responsible for tourism, and Peggy de Bruin, the MMC responsible for sports.
Thanks, Greg. Yeah, I'm with the councillors. These are the main people here today. Andre Leroux, obviously something incredible happening in your region as well, economic development, something close to your heart?
Very much so, and economic development, tourism is part of my portfolio. So an event like this is really magic for tourism, for the hospitality industry and everything that goes on around it. So we're here to support, and we're also here to work with the organisers to make sure that future events that Tshwane Metro municipality as a local government work together with the stakeholders, work with the organisers so that it's to the benefit to all the residents of Tshwane.
Well, I don't have to remind you, international event brings in international tourists. There you go.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think we've got to look at it, especially post-COVID. This is very important. This is not a new normal. This is normal. And normal brings in money, and it is very positive for everybody here. So I'm very excited to be here today with my colleague and with my other councillors here, and we're looking forward to support you guys in the future.
Wonderful to have you here, Councillor Peggy de Bruin. You're on the sports side of things, Councillor for Sport. What do you think about all of this?
It is actually exciting to us as a department and the city of Tshwane. You know how important is sports for social cohesion and other things. We were stuck in our houses due to COVID, and now we're out. It's good to have people coming to Tshwane.
Dressed beautifully, I might say.
Thank you so much. So it's our responsibility to make sure that we promote sports, and we must see it on the map. You know? So it's exciting to see people out here with their families having fun. It's a great event, and I'm excited. The sound that's coming from all these cars. So yeah, we're looking forward to getting more of these events and having to promote them so that people can come and have fun with you.
Well, we thank you for being here. We thank you for your support. The Dutoy family has put in so much work to do this. They thank you as well. Thank you very much.
You're so welcome. Thank you for having us.
Cheers, Andre.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bye-bye now. Thank you.
So important to have those kind of people at these events. We've seen it in the past with other extreme circuits around the country, and how much influence the city's MMCs have in continuing what we do in motorsport. We saw it in Cape Town, and the city of Cape Town, of course, behind Killarney International Raceway in a big way, and bringing international events into the city of Cape Town as part and parcel of what they're doing. So the same thing can be applied here in terms of what the city of Tshwane are going to do now in a partnership with the circuit here and Zwartkops management. Great to have it, and more of that coming our way, please, ASAP, to ensure we can keep doing what we do here on an international basis as well as on a national basis. Great to have the city of Tshwane behind Zwartkops. So a little bit of track clearance now for the BMW class. They're going to make their way back into the pit lane. They'll be out a little later on this afternoon for their second heat of classes A, B and C. It's the second last race of the day for them. And up next, G&H Transport Extreme Supercars for their second lap, or second race, I beg your pardon, here today. 15 laps of action coming away. And as I mentioned, we do have Franco Scribante this time on the grid in the position he's needed to be. He was late coming onto the track for race 1 and missed an opportunity of possibly going to be the first saloon car to break into the 58-second bracket around the circuit. That's Roy Aubrey in his brand new GD3 Cup car. Nice to see some support there from Stradale Motorsport, and of course he's the man behind Haval Edenvale. So, dealer principal getting behind a race car every now and again as well. Front row, Jonathan du Toit and Franco Scribante. We heard from both Jonathan du Toit and his teammate, stablemate, Charles Arungis. They'll be looking to try and outgun Franco Scribante in race 2 as they did in race 1, with Scribante being caught out by a late start to proceedings. He came onto the track exceptionally late and as I said, missed out on a chance possibly using the more ideal temperature conditions for that lap record to be broken here. Performance Racing Series classes A, B and C making their way off the track right now to make way for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars to start their rolling warm-up lap for Heat 2. We've still got Midvaal Historics and the greats of the past for 8 laps. We've got Auto Truck and Tyres 10 lappers for the pre-74 ISPs, Trans Ams and V8 touring cars. 2 Marlboro Crane higher categories, Little Giants and HRSA's Class G combined. We've also got action coming from Marlboro Crane High's Pre-66 Legends of the 9-hour production cars and under 2 litres. And as I mentioned, classes A, B and C of the M Performance Racing Series and HRSA Racing to come at the end of the day. So cars rolling now Just hear them in the background getting ready to go for the second heat as Mark Friedman, Johnny O'Reilly, Glenn Scott, Moira Thompson's in the house. Where's the copy, Moira? Sheila Twaleng and Jessica Walter have joined us on some of the live stream feed that we got going. It's part 2 of the live stream. Catch all race action from part 1 already out on Facebook and continuing here on YouTube. And so far we've had some absolutely amazing race action thrown our way for the 22nd running of the Passion for Speed Festival. They roll around here. Let's pick up on how they're going to line up for the action for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Jonathan DeToy and Franco Scrivanti will be on the front row. Second row is Charles Arangis and Chris Budnick. Dodge Viper just ahead of Gianni Donacaro. Looking for another good finish in the GT3 class ahead of his brother Ricky. Then you've got Zolile Latlaka in the Aston Martin. Marius Jackson, he's in the Audi R8 GT3. Just ahead there of the Curvent Porsche and the Sagco Porsches of Mickey Dix and London respectively. Joseph Ellerine in the second of the Audis. It's the R8 GT4. And then you've got Mark DeToy, should be out there in the Ferrari. He had a bit of a problem with the diffuser after avoiding the spinning Porsche ahead of him. I don't know if he's gone back on track. It doesn't look like the Trans-Africa Racing silver Ferrari is back on track. It doesn't look like it, no. So he hasn't made it out. So the Jimbo Jonakara and Roy Aubrey that'll make up the back of that grid for race 2 of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Now, let's have a look and see. Is there possibilities here of that Porsche? Franco Scrivanti's, has he got what it takes to go into the 58-second bracket? He missed it by 0.190 this morning in the qualifying session. So he's definitely on song for a first time a saloon car will get into the 58-second bracket if he can get ahead of Jonathan DeToy, the pole man. They're giving them 3 laps under safety car. They are. To the fact that they need to get some heat into the rubber, giving them a 3rd lap under safety car before they come under formation for the race start. Trying to get a heat into the rubber. Also heat into the brakes is important right now. There's a lot of heat out there. It's about 35 degrees Celsius at the top of the day, and it's probably still in the high or the low 30s at the moment, even though we've got a little bit of cloud cover coming through. Gonna make it very hot in those cockpits. The Lamborghini, the AMG, and the GTR have all got aircon, along with that Audi R8. The reason they've got aircon in their cars is they're built for endurance racing, and it just helps to render the fatigue that would come in on a long distance stint for the drivers. So I was chatting to Marius Jackson yesterday. He said he was running his aircon from turn 2 to turn 4 and then turning it off because it loses a little bit of power. But the ACs are available in those cars. I'm quite sure if Jono and Charles are going to be using them, but maybe Gianni Jonakara and Jackson will, because they'll be looking to try and keep themselves from being too fatigued in these race cars. 15 laps they've got to hang on for, and pace car is now moving off the circuit. So Jonathan DeToy will now dictate the pace to the line and try and outgun Scribanti into turn 1. Charles Arangis will be looking to try and go with his teammate and fend off the attack that is possibly going to come, in fact highly likely going to be coming from Scribanti as he goes into turn 1. Scribanti whole shots. Franco Scribanti hits the front right from the word go. Gets to the head of the field, ahead of Jonathan DeToy, who keeps his teammate out. Budnick on the inside of Gianni Jonakaro as they come out of turn 2. Behind that it's Zolile Latlaka side by side with Ricky Jonakaro. So Aston Martin versus the Lamborghini Trofeo, and it's Scribanti pulling about 2 car lengths ahead of the Lambo into turn 4. Litlaka on the inside of Ricky Jonakara, looking for a way through there in the James Bond Aston Martin. 007 on the side of that car. XO looking for a chance now to be ahead of the Lambo. Charles Arangis wants a chance to be back up ahead of that Lambo as well. He took the first race victory and a debut win for the Hulk AMG. Pageant Racing and Stradale Motorsport bringing that machine in, and of course doing the development that they need for the 9 hour in a couple of weeks' time. That car will be piloted by Charles Arangis and his teammates at the Kyle Army 9 hour. They come across the line. Butnick stays ahead of Jonakara. Ricky Jonakara stays ahead of Lily Litlaka, and a bit of pressure from the Porsche of Nicky Dix, trying to find a way through there on Marius Jackson. 1018 is the first lap from Franco Scribanti. 14 of them still to go. Not quite sure if ambient temperatures and track temperatures are ideal to see that car go into the lap times we're hoping to get out of him. Remember, he did a 59.190 in qualifying, which is only 1.190 short of a potential new outright lap record for a saloon car. No one has been into the 58s in a saloon car. That's exactly what Franco is trying to do here. But as I said, earlier conditions were slightly better for that lap record. Are they going to be ideal here? We'll wait and see as he comes to cross the line for the second time. Jonathan Detroit did a 106.0, 106.4 from Arangis. 1 minute flat from Franco Scribanti on the last pass. 60-second lap out of Detroit and Arangis as well. 102s coming out of Butnick in the V10 Dodge Viper. He keeps out Gianni Jonakara, Ricky Jonakara and Zolile Litlaka for 5th, 6th and 7th place on the road. So top 3 going through, no issues at all there for them. Jonathan Detroit is just fending off the attack from his closest rival and teammate, Charles Arangis. They'll be looking to share the honours, of course, in the national class for GD3s. All running in GD3 spec, as we heard from Charles Arangis in his post-race interview, talking about the fact that these cars can go and run on international shores as well, because they all fit the spec that SRO would require if you wanted to run any of their events on an international basis. And it's just showing you how the development of this Extreme Supercar class has worked over the last couple of years, trying to get guys into cars that are internationally spec'd. And straight away go the top 3. Another 60-second lap there from Franco. As I said, I don't think conditions are conducive for a lap record. He would have to do it within the next lap or so before they catch the back markers. Otherwise, he's going to run out of opportunities. Franco goes into turn 5, into 6 now, the double right-hander. The Lambo and AMG are behind him as they go past the AMG Driving Academy. Then it's Butnick in the V10 Viper. Jonakara in the GTR. Looks like Jonathan Detroit's turned the wick up ever so slightly, trying to get up close and maybe past the leading Porsche. 60-second laps out of all 3 again. 0.4, 0.07 and 0.3. Quickest man is Jonathan Detroit. Set the fastest lap of the race now with a 1:00.073. 60-second lap, 0.073 for Detroit. It's bridged a small margin, just under a second between himself and Arangis. Big gap down to Butnick now, down to 7.5 seconds for 4th. Jonakara behind him, 1.8 seconds back. Flick through the right. And then 2 left-handers back-to-back. 7 and 8 come up on you. And into G&H Transport corner. And completing the first third of the race. 5 down, 10 to go. Don't know. Conditions are ideal here for Scribanti to go for that lap record. I don't think it is. But you can see just how hard Jonathan Detroit is pushing. He's not worried about that record. All he's worried about is passing the Porsche. He gets up close and personal in the handling side of the track, but it's the squirt of that Porsche on the straights that's keeping him at the front end of the field. Badnick and Giannicaro. The Bisc Racing logistics car there of Gianni Giannicaro. Enjoying his squirt and of course getting to grips with that new car. Took him a while to get it all sorted out last year, but in the last outing he was literally at the front end of the field with a top 2 finish there for Giannicaro. Still second in the GD3 class with his brother behind. That's where things could change up. Internal battle there between the Bisc logistics car and the Itre Cugini and G&H car of his brother. The in-house fight amongst the Giannicaros continues. The fight for the lead continues as well. Looks like Franco's turned the wick up slightly. One slightly quicker on that last pass. 1 minute flat, 0.391. 4.48s and 3.80s coming out of Giannicaro. Sunshine on track might just be the cue that Scrivanti's been looking for. But unfortunately, it looks like traffic is going to be a factor now. Just saw in the foreground of the shot. Looks like they might be closing in on Joseph Ellerine as the first car to catch and pass. Turn 1 again. 8 laps to go, almost the halfway stage reached. This is awesome stuff. Oh, Zolila Latlaka spun it out at the top of the hill in the Aston Martin. So EXO in the Into Africa Mining. Aston Martin has looped it out, unfortunately, at the top of the hill. He's stuck in the kitty litter trying to get the car started again. Keep an eye on that. If he doesn't get going, there may be a need for a safety car. Joseph Ellerine about to be caught and passed by Scrivanti. Crowd love that. Scrivanti getting through there on the young man in the Audi, and Totoy follows suit, so does Oranges. And the lap completed and the halfway stage is reached. Safety car is out. Safety car boards are out. Safety car is out. Going to concertina this field up. Chris Badnick slowing. Don't need to slow. You need to drop down to about 80% until you get onto the back of the safety car. So Badnick slowed up pretty dramatically down towards turn 8 there and slowed Gianni Giannicaro up in the process as well. Coming past the Gazoo Racing stable, they've picked up on Jimbo Giannicaro with the pace car. They should wave him by, and they should wave Roy Obery by to give Scrivanti the chance to be the first car behind the safety car. Zwartkops Racing, MJR Racing, I beg your pardon. That's what it's all about there. It's fantastic to see youngsters getting a chance. Franco's overtaken the safety car, I'm not quite sure why. Maybe he's coming in to retire. The only reason he would overtake the safety car is to retire. Jimbo Giannicaro should be able to overtake the safety car and make his way around to the back of the train. Okay, I'm not quite sure what's gone wrong there. Unless they waved him through. I think they're trying to wave Jimbo through and Roy through. And they waved Franco through. So that's going to be interesting. He might have to back out of that and let the safety car back ahead of him. That's a 30-second penalty for overtaking under safety car conditions. Oh, it's been a nightmare of a day there for Franco. The possibility that the safety car let him through, trying to wave both Roy Obery and Jimbo Giannicaro through. We'll have to wait and see what the call is on that, but still under safety car. There you go. He's backed out of it. Brought the safety car back in again. Well, Jimmy's actually pulling out and allowing all of them through. That's not a bad call there from Jimbo Donacaro. You don't want to be at the front end of those 3 cars when the green lights come back on again. I think Jimmy realized that and said, no, you guys can have the bit of space that's required here. I think Franco realized what had gone wrong there and backed out. Lights are out with 5 laps to go as they pass. So 2/3 completed, 1/3 of racing to go. Exo is back in pit lane and back on track, in fact. They sent him straight out to get out just before the safety car came in. So Scribanti drops the hammer, trying to catch Dutoy and Arunjis out as they go into G&H Transport Corner to restart the race. 5 to go, green flags. I don't know if Franco realizes that Zolila Latlaka is back on track, so he's expecting it to be clean air in front. By the time he comes out of turn 2 and 3, he might see the Aston Martin up the road. Unless they held Exo at the exit of pit lane and didn't let him out until the field came through. No, they haven't. There he is. He's in turn 4. So Zolila Latlaka got out just before they would possibly have shut the pit lane to allow the stream of cars through. Jimbo Donacaro running a little bit wide, putting wheels on the dirt there, in amongst the 2 Porsches that are fighting for honours a bit further back there for Class C. Blunden, of course, leading Class B, but ahead of him, it's actually Class A car of Nicky Dix. Latlaka pulls out of the way, allows the first 3 through. Lights flashing as they come through, and he realises that Charles Arunjis is there as well. Nice indication there from Charles that he's coming along, and Exo saw that and got out the way. Top 3 go through there, back into the 60-second lap times. 4 laps to go, and it's the toy all over the back of Scribanti, looking for a chance to spoil his day even more. Possibly get a victory in the bag there for the Lamborghini. The Lambo ahead of Charles Arunjis in the AMG. No reversals of the roles there of the 2 teammates. We're looking to share the honours here today. They've got to get ahead of that Porsche first. The General in full flight is a tough car to beat. It's the 4th rendition of this 997 that's come out of Scribanti Racing. Certainly, I would say, the most powerful one we've seen out of those 4 different derivatives of this car. Three to go. What is Dutoy going to do? Gianni Donacaro now closing on to the back end of Zolila Latlaka. He's got ahead now of Chris Budnick. The Vipers dropped down into 5th place. Donacaro up to 4th. Donacaro will also go into 2nd in GT3s with that manoeuvre. Aubrey about to be caught by the Porsche of Scribanti. Up the hill. Extra bit of power in these first 3 should get them through on that GT3 Cup car. So we've got blue flags waving there frantically for Roy Aubrey. He stays on the right-hand side, going to give a little bit of room there for Charles to come through on his inside, which is exactly what Charles Arunjis does, but that loses him a little bit of ground to his teammate Dutoy, who's on the attack here big time. Dutoy was quickest on the last pass, a 59.7 from Dutoy, 59.8 out of Scribanti. The fight is on with 2 to go. On the last pass. This time it was 1 minute. That was due to traffic. Only reason for that is traffic, and there's no more traffic to be negotiated. Dutoy on a massive attack here, trying to find a way through here on Scribanti. Scribanti gets the power down and just uses that little bit of extra top end that the Porsche's got over the Lambo down that back straightaway to maintain the lead over Jonathan Dutoy. Dutoy getting down the 59s, but a 1 minute, a 60-second .425 was his last pass. 5.70 was Scribanti's. They got 3 corners and a lap to go. What are they going to do here? Is Dutoy going to have a go? They start the final lap now. Further back, Donacaro with some pressure. Even coming back into the mix is Chris Budnick in the Viper. Wow. Late braking from the Lamborghini, using all those electronical aids and the downforce that the Lamborghini provides to close in on the Porsche. But no answer. He had a look, but Franco just gets the hammer down and gets away on that back straightaway. Unbelievable to see the General in full flight like this. And he is now trying to stay ahead for the next 4 corners. I think he's got enough. I think Jonathan's realized that. He's tried hard, and he's going to have to settle for second. Scribante is there for the win. Nice turnaround. Looks like it might have gone a little bit haywire with that safety car, but he realized the error and sorted that out. So it is Franco Scribante for the second win of G&H Transport's 2023 season. And a 59.6 on that last lap as well. Fastest lap of the race on the last lap from Franco Scribante. Scribante wins out over Jonathan du Toit. Charles Arangis. That's your top 3. A+ for Scribante. A+ national class for Jonathan du Toit. Gianni Giannacaro for 4th, ahead of Budnick, Ricky Giannacaro, Nicky Dix just coming through there to beat out Ant Blunden for the Porsche battle. And it'll be Marius Jackson in the Audi just in the background. So there you have Franco Scribante with the fastest lap of the race on the last lap, a 59.687, taking the victory over Jonathan du Toit and Charles Arangis for your overall podium. Class A+ goes to Franco Scribante. Du Toit in second. GD3s is Charles Arangis, Gianni Giannacaro and Ricky Giannacaro. Class A goes to Chris Budnick, B to Ant Blunden, and Roy Aubrey will take Class C honours with Joseph Ellerine winning out Class D. Up next, we've got Midvaal Historics and the Greats of the Past. They'll be out shortly. Under starters orders now as we get into the second race of Midvaal Historics and Greats of the Past. Combining together here for the 22nd running of Passion for Speed Festival. There's a couple of cars that are maybe a little bit out of sort in terms of where they should be on the grid. Hopefully they're going to be making their way through rapidly because we're about to get underway after this final warm-up lap. Unless they've shuffled the grid on purpose to give us a bit of entertainment. That might also be part and parcel of the course. Coral Force and Mohammed on the front row. So they might have inverted the grid here. That could possibly be what they've done here for the second heat. Because these cars in the front were certainly at the back of race number 1. And the cars at the back of this heat were in the front of race number 1. The Rossies, CFRE Senior, the Zach Speed of Martin Buerta. Yeah, it's a complete inverted grid. That's what they've done. So this is going to be fun, Scotty. Fast cars at the back coming through the slower cars. Lawrence van Zyl certainly not going to be used to being at the front end of the field of Midvaal Historics and Greats of the Past race. So it's a full inverted grid here for them. Lawrence van Zyl, looks like Vanna Kotze as well as the Pretoria Noord Toyota 86 pulls to the sideline. It is going to be up to Foss to set the pace. Mohammed alongside him. Lights on, lights off. And we're about to go racing. Here we go. Into turn 1 with the inverted grid. Watch for the quicker cars. Trying to get through this pack as quickly as possible. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for a lot of those quicker cars to find a way through, particularly when you've got a pack of 35 odd cars on track. Some shuffling going to be happening. Some race strategies need to be put into play here, but there's only 8 laps to do it in. Watching in the background to see how many of those quick cars have been able to get anywhere. Travis Jensen side by side with the two Rossies at the back of the pack, and it's Foss leading out. So Foss from Dave Hall by the looks of things. No, Dave Hall a little bit further back than that. Oy, good luck on that. It's like 5 o'clock traffic on the M2. Jensen squeezes through on Rossi. Rossi going to try and come back at him. Let's see how difficult it is there. Senior trying to find a way past. Second place up for grabs there. Third place now also, as we've got a change in lead. Is that Johan Kutsia Jr.? I think it might have hit the front. It could be, as they come flying through into turn 6. Junior, Senior, they're all in there. Oh, and Senior's out of shape. He's looped out in the Datsun 160Y. Yes. CFRE Senior making a small mistake. Maybe being helped out slightly with a little tap from behind. Here comes Rossi. Rossi squared, that is. Trying to find a way through there on the Ford Escort. Behind that, it's the Mito. So non-stop action there as Rechard van Zyl gets into it as well. Kappa Jimbo Bennett in the Ford Capri in that mid-pack. As they go down into turn 2. Inside line and over the curb for the 3 car of Ian Richards. You can't find a line, make one. That's exactly what he did. So it's Kutsia Jr. ahead of Johan Kruger. Then Carl Voss, Lawrence van Zyl. Just watching in the background for the faster cars. Look at them coming through there rapidly. How far back are our quick cars? They're in about the second third of the race. Problems for the Anglia. Seniors back on track in the 160Y with a lot of work to do. 474 at the back, or 674. That was our front row car of Ahmad and Iman Mohammed. There is Martin Buerta in the Zach Speed car, the 2 GTVs behind him. Gary Harrison trying to follow them through, as is Travis Jensen. making hay while the sun doesn't shine, because we've got a bit of cloud cover at the moment, is our lead car, and continuing to get away from Foss. And as they come through there, looks like a bit of a change up as well, with Lawrence van Zyl and Johan Coetzee Senior coming into play as we get into this race proper. 2 down and 6 to go. It's a bit of a mix-up as Ian Richards gets up ahead there of Werner Kotze. Then it's Dave Hull, Schwabski, Henry Foss, Jimbo Bennett, Dave Armstrong, Martin Botha, first of the Foss cars, currently in 14th. A couple of cars clipping the curb and bringing a little bit of dust across the circuit. Foss gets demoted down 2 positions. It's now Lawrence van Zyl and Coetzee Senior that move through. Hull, Schwabski and Foss coming through. Here comes the second of the Rossi boys. 5 by 5 into turn 4. Doesn't usually work. Unbelievable stuff. Can you believe that? Right, so to the line come the top 2. At this point in time, it's anybody's race, because the Foster cars are battling to get through this field. They really are. Werner Kotze. Oh, big movement there. That's Martin Botha. The Zach Speed Escort coming together with Jimbo Bennett. And by the looks of things, another Mark II Escort involved in that as well. Safety car has been deployed. So safety car has been deployed. Looks like we just missed that one, unfortunately, with the amount of action on track. 3 cars involved. One is definitely Jimbo Bennett's F&H Racing machine there. That's the Ford Capri. On the right-hand side of your shot, I think Martin Botha might be the other one. He's the car in the wall behind Romeo 1 there, our recovery vehicle. I'm just battling to see what the number is on that Gulf Racing Ford Escort. I think it might be Chris Williams. I think it could possibly be Chris Williams who's out. Yeah, there's definitely 3. There are 3. One's behind the recovery vehicle there, Scotty. Behind the recovery car is the car in the wall. That's Martin Botha. So Jimbo Bennett, Martin Botha, and I think Stuart Armstrong is the other car that's involved there. Big pity to lose those 3. So we've got safety car conditions now. I kind of wish, I don't want to say it, but an inverted grid of 35 cars makes for a bit of chaos. And it's a case of the Foster cars getting frustrated, trying something that they might not get 100% right. And yeah, it ends up in tears for some. Zach Speed Ford Escort, race 1 winner, ends up in the wall at turn 1 in race 2. Chris Williams is the Ford Anglia that pulled to the side of turn 4's internal. And he's out. Coetzee Jr., Johan Kruger, Coetzee Senior, Richards and Hull are your top 5. 2 Rossies just biding their time, realizing that they don't have to go too quickly to get through, but they've still got to make up at least 10 or 12 cars. Here's Martin Botha bringing the Zach Speed machine back in and out of the track. He'll be going back by the recovery road. Jimbo Bennett, unfortunately, out of that one as well. Yeah, certainly a huge amount of action here today, Jody, that's for sure. Particularly when you've got a class of 35 cars completely inverted. Trying a little bit of mental straightening to get those wheels to be able to turn. Marshall's working frantically to get it all sorted out, so they can get Jimbo's car out of harm's way as well. Jimbo pilots this car, of course, in this category, but he'll also be looking to take this car to the Neisner Hill Climb later on in 2023. Here he is, the big man. His nickname is, of course, Jumbo as opposed to Jimbo. But he, of course, knows that his racing career He's certainly lived up to some great fun events that he's been involved in the past, and of course was the chairman of this category for a long time as well, ensuring that everybody could go racing and enjoy themselves. So Jimbo puts his steering wheel back on. I'll get that car hopefully out of harm's way as quickly as possible. The medical team were there just to make sure everything's okay, but of course the big man wouldn't have taken too much strain there. Still under safety car. So we got to the halfway stage under safety car as well. 8 laps and 4 done. Oof, that doesn't look nice. Always hate to see a race car that broken, and the 31 car of Stuart Armstrong being towed just behind the wall at turn 2. Pity we didn't get that one. It's because it's like it could have been pretty hair-raising. We did hear it earlier on from Peter du Toit that this is a participatory event and not for the wins, but of course try and tell that to any racing driver in the world, that you're only here to participate, you're not here to win. Okay, that didn't clearly get through to this class because they were pushing him very hard. It's more important to get the race cars to the end of the race day. That's what he's meaning by that, and not too much damage. But of course when you got race cars up close and personal like they have been all day long, things tend to end up going a little haywire. Jimbo showing somebody a bit of his car. I think that fell off during the incident. As I said, the full race engineering machine. Antics aplenty amongst these drivers. We love it. Doesn't matter how much action they're involved in, there's always a good camaraderie off track as well. They all know what can happen here in this kind of race. Possibilities, I did hear in my ear, yes, red flag has been called. So they've completed enough laps to call them off the circuit and bring them back in a pit lane, and that'll be the end of the day there for Midvaal Historics and the greats of the past. That's a big pity that they have to finish up like that. But sometimes, because of the amount of racing we've still got to get through in the day, they don't want to run too late, and they're going to need the extra time that would be available to them now to recover those vehicles. So stand by, because in a few moments' time, once we've got those vehicles recovered, it'll be the second race for our Pre-74 International Sports Prototypes, Trans Am and V8 touring cars, proudly brought to you by Auto, Truck and Tyre. Right, it looks like they haven't called the race, and they're going to send them out for another 4 laps because they haven't completed half distance. Not enough laps completed under the safety car there to deem it to be a full race distance. So we're going to get a restart here for Midvaal Historics and Greats of the Past. I've also just realized how that Alfa Romeo Mito has got into this class. On our program and on the qualifying sheets, it says Midvaal Historics and Greats of the Past, but on the timing monitor, they've added in Trofeo, which is Alfa Trofeo, which is why the Mito's in this class. That's the only reason it would qualify as an Alfa Romeo, being an Alfa Romeo class. So there you go, news to us, and of course that's how we want to try and get the information to you. When we look at the timing monitor and all of a sudden they've added a comma, Alfa Trofeo. Now we know. Always good to tell us that up front, you know, always helps. Anyway, let's go and do it for 4 more laps of Midvaal Historics, Greats of the Past, and Alfa Trofeo now. A couple of ladies joining us here in the late afternoon. Krista Simon is back again. And Colette Howie and Barbara Mayering joining Carla Husselman. And, one of the feeds. Big welcome to all of you that are on the other feeds there, on Extreme Festival, on Zwartkops, and on our YouTube feed. And a really good outing here for the 22nd version of Passion for Speed Festival at Zwartkops. Let's see now if they can get things sorted out and finish up this second and final heat of the Greats of the Past, Historics and Trofeo. Right, lights are off and we're running down into turn 1. Johan Kruger trying to get ahead of Johan Kruger, Senior and Junior. It's the battle of the Johans at the front end there. 3 of them involved in that. Coming through there behind, of course, is Ted Young, Gavin Harrison and JJ Fenter. They'll be at the back of the pack trying to make their way to the front end, but keep an eye on Richards and Carl Voss, Dion Schwabski, Werner Kotze, and of course Mario Rossi, who's now up into 8th place. Man who took the first victory had to start right at the back of the pack of 35 cars to ensure that the inverted grid was put into place for all 35 cars. Richards now looking for a chance to dive through and into 3rd place, and he gets up ahead, finding a way past on the 210 of Kutsia Senior. Senior tries to come back at him. It's Datsun GXs versus the GX Coupe. GX Coupe going to win things out as they get to the top of the shelf. It's again into turn 5. And this time out, 79, Johan Kruger takes the lead. Kutsia Senior and Kutsia Junior in there, fighting hard with Ian Richards. As I said, Datsun GX Coupes and 1200 GXs going at it for the first 4 cars on track. Then we drop back into 5th place with the big Ford. And that is a massive Ford compared to everybody else that's out there. A couple of Ford Escorts that were involved. And one of the reasons we had to go to the stop, of course, was due to the fact that the leading Ford Escort of Martin Burter ended up in the wall. Mario Rossi making his way through, slowly but surely getting closer to the front end yet again. And, the STP Ford looking for opportunities now to get to the front end of this field. Can he find a way past on Kruger? Junior, Richards, Senior, Hall, then it's Rossi, Mike Gaines, Dion Schwabski, Werner Kotze, Claudio Rossi still outside of the top 10. Hasn't had his own way trying to get through the traffic from the back of the pack, along with Travis Jensen also battling to get through the slower cars. There's a possibility of a change up again here. This is Junior going at it onto Kruger, and he's made it stick into turn 5. Runs. Oh, it's actually Richards. Richards who dives up the inside there. I beg your pardon. So Ian Richards now hits the front, leads out over Kruger. And it's Senior and Junior. And watch out in the background. Here comes Rossi. Rossi on the inside of the Ford. Had a look, couldn't quite get up the inside and make it stick though. Have to keep an eye on that and see whether he gets through on the next couple of passes. Travis Jensen certainly making a big dive on Red Suck to get through there into turn 8. G&H Transport corner. Richards hangs on. Kruger on his outside. Senior and Junior just behind that, and now Rossi through on the Ford. Dave Hall demoted down 1 place, so it's Rossi now on the attack, looking for a chance to get through and catch these 4 Datsuns up the road. with only 1.5 laps to go. Not quite sure he's going to have enough time. Here they go. Heading to turn 5. Richards hangs on for now. Kruger's on his tail. Junior and Senior right behind them. Rossi on the inside of Junior, I think. No, Senior. Senior keeps him out, keeps him honest. I wonder if there's a possibility. I saw the GTV with a little problem coming out of turn 5 though. He gets the squirt on and about to start the final lap. He's going to have to try and settle for possibly a top 4 here if he can. Here comes Mario in the background, also looking for a way through there on Travis Jensen. Jensen side by side with the second of the GTV V6 Alphas. That's an GX Coupe battle here, and GX is going at it. This is the way you want to do it, that is for sure. 1200 GX up the inside of that GX Coupe. It's going to be GX's 1 and 2, Coupe in 3. Back marker's going to come into play here possibly as well. 156, Henry Voss about to be caught by the leading pack. Is this going to play into the hands there of Kutza? Is he going to be able to hang on? Or is it going to be Ian Richards? Blue flags waving, warning those slower cars that the lead pack are on their way. 160Y still going to be a possibility of a thorn in the side here of this leading pack of 4. Rossi's up to 4th place, but he's not going to have enough time to catch these first 4. They come down under braking. Richards is going to hang on. Ian Richards, full race engineering, going to take it, but oh, look at that! Around the outside, trying to go for a last-ditch effort was Junior. Putting wheels on the dirt even to try and get through there. Didn't quite work out. He'll settle for second. Probably won't be happy about having to settle for second after that little dice. But take nothing away from that awesome finish to the way things get done and dusted. Datsun's 1, 2, and 3. Alpha in 4th place, with Mario Rossi beating out Kutsia Senior, and then it's the Ford of Dave Hull coming through there to finish up that top 5. So that wraps up our coverage from the Midvaal Historics and Greats of the Past and Alpha Trofeo. There is the unofficial results. Richards, Kutsia Jr., Johan Kruger, Rossi, and Kutsia Senior, with Hull, Gaines, Jensen, Claudio Rossi, and Daryl Mann making up the top 10. We'll be back shortly now with Auto Truck and Tyres, International Sports Prototypes, Trans Am, and the V8 Touring Cars. at it now with Auto Truck and Tyres 1974 or pre-74 ISPs, Trans Ams and V8 touring cars. Big welcome there to Michael Clark, JJ Lee's in the house along with Peter Scott as well. Good to have you guys here. The brain down the back straight away, Odacure Porsche. Looking to take on some of those big guns just up the road from him. There are some really big guns in this one. Larry Wolford was race 1 winner. Fuchs Lubricants Lola T70. Look out for that man as well in the McLaren. And a bit of a problem with the brake disc. Starting to wobble a bit in race number 1, which is why Kenneth Pearson had to back out of it slightly. Hopefully they've got it sorted out for race 2. And get that McLaren back up into the hunt at the front end here. Amongst the Porsches, the Lola, the Chevron, and that V8 supercar. V8 modified saloon, Lee Thompson. So Toy and Thompson on the front row, Wolford and Beaumont the second row, Bailey and Campos will be the third row, resuming a battle that they already had today in the SATT. Fearless behind that, and looks like Jonathan du Toit is going to get a chance now to go out there and have a bit of fun in the Lola T70 Spider. Oh, sorry, that'll be Mark. Jonathan's in the Chevron. So Jono in the Chevron, Mark will be in the T70 Spider. Just ahead there of Joe Dos Santos and Andre van der Merwe. Kenneth Pearson, Richard Pott, Ben Morgenroot, Herman Klucher. Looks like they've also got the second of those GD40s back on track again after a bit of an overheating issue earlier on in the SATT. So Jana Kling will get another chance at it, as will the debut car there of the American muscle man, Richard Evans. Corvette Stingray, looking for a chance now to finish its first race. Didn't quite get that right in the first heat. So the lights are out on the safety car, come under starter's orders, and it's now time to start fitting into formation. Ready to go now for heat 2 of Auto Truck and Tyres pre-74 ISPs, Trans Ams and the V8 touring cars. Lee Thompson, I'm sure, will be looking to get off the line ahead of the Chevron B8 of Jonathan du Toit, but that little Chevron is so nimble and so quick off the line. The bigger V8 might just take a bit of strain. Larry Wolford is in the car there, Moira. It's the green Lola T70 in third place as they go down into turn 1. Larry Wolford onto the back end of Jonathan du Toit. It is Thompson that gets the drop and just manages to get through there. A big welcome to my good friend in the United Kingdom, Hudson Kenner. Multiple SA Superbike champion has just joined us for our live feed. How are you doing, buddy? Thanks for joining us here on the Passion for Speed Festival. The Corvette Stingray seems to have a bit of a problem again there for Richard Evans. Nick Martin in the house as well as we head down in towards turn 4. It's Jonathan du Toit under a bit of pressure there from Rob Beaumont. Beaumont, the man behind AT&T, and of course now putting the pressure onto the back end of that Chevron. Looking for a way past, under braking into turn number 5. Late braking from Beaumont, very late to come right underneath the Lola T70 there of Larry Wolford. Great driving from Beaumont, holding nothing back here. As he comes through here, you probably hear the crowd shouting, but that's where all the AT&T people are sitting. There's a big contingent of VIPs here today from AT&T, and they're loving the fact that their car is in the mix at the front end. So it's Thompson from Wolford, Wolford from Beaumont, Beaumont ahead of du Toit. Great start there from those 4-5 cars in the front end, then further back. Battles continue. Beaumont looking to try and find a way through there on Larry Wolford. Wolford's going to make it very difficult for him. The Lola T70 versus the 917. How many times have we seen that in the past? A couple. But that 917 just seems to have a little bit extra there, and the ability to close down on Wolford was pretty spectacular at the top of the hill. To get through on the Chevron, you need to know what you're doing. Here comes Mark du Toit on Campos into turn 4. HRSA Carrera just losing out there to the T70 Spider. And about to lose out to the McLaren as well. Kenneth Pearson He did say to me in the break, I got to see him just as I ran to get some refreshment. He had a little bit of a brake disc issue on that car, which is why he had to back out of it and had to start braking earlier. He was worried about the disc shaking loose. It was starting to come loose pretty badly. Could have been because of the heat, it could have been because of the bumpy circuit. He wasn't quite sure, that was his words. But needless to say, he's back in the hunt and looking for a chance now to possibly get up close and personal with his first four. Not quite sure he's going to be able to do that because he's a bit far back to attempt that down in 9th. Here comes the toy back at Beaumont. He definitely wants a chance there to get into the top 3. So we got an Opel Astra out front ahead of a Lola T70 Spider, 917 Porsche Chevron V8. Sure, how's that for a field of cars? Not too shabby at all, that's for sure. Thompson leads out over Wolford though for now. Wolford did wait till later in the race before he made his move. So one of you's doing the same thing. Beaumont still hanging on and keeping out the toy. The toy, I think one of his most favourite cars ever raced is the Chevron B8. He definitely has the ability to make it work like no one else can. Particularly when you're fighting amongst slightly higher displacement vehicles. Behind them, 5th place is Bailey, 6th is the toy. Mark the toy now ahead of the 2nd Lola T70 Spider of Russell Peer. Oh, good move. Into turn 2, is that the toy going to get through? He does, but only just. No, he doesn't. Oh, Beaumont coming along for the ride. Not going to give this up without a fight. The car had a little bit of issues yesterday, had to be sent back to Bailey Cars, and on the way back, the front part of the bodywork ripped off on the highway and flew right across the highway, so they had to go and do some overnight repairs to Rob's car. As always, Bailey Cars and the team there did an amazing job. Doesn't look like there's much damage to the front end of that car. Probably replace that whole nose cone. Richard Evans being caught now by the leader. Ooh, Lee Thompson being squeezed out by the big Chevy Corvette Stingray. Ooh, that could have ended up in tears. Just enough space there for the Opel to get through. Oh, that got interesting. Evans, as I said, looking to just finish this one up if he can. Larry Wolford now looking to get to the front and putting a lot more pressure onto Lee Thompson. Wolford into the hunt now for the lead of the race. It'll be Class A win. Oh, Beaumont retiring. That's such a pity to see. Looks like down at turn 2. So Rob Beaumont retiring up onto the braking point. Here comes Wolford. Wolford under braking for the lead. Can he get through on Lee Thompson? That's always a difficult thing to do. Thompson's very late on the brakes, but Wolford even later. And he squeezes out to get ahead of Thompson. Thompson sliding out of turn 7. Slides from turn 6 into turn 7, in fact, did Lee Thompson there. So let's see if Thompson can come back now at Wolford. They've got 5 to go. Unbelievable halfway stage, and we've still got 5 laps of this kind of action to come your way. Oh, Lee Thompson is not going to give this up without a fight, that is for sure. Thompson comes back, gets ahead of Wolford. Getting the drive out of turn 2 and settling it. I'm not quite sure if there's a yellow flag in that corner, but we'll definitely check for it, Paulie, on the next pass. That might have been a pass under yellow there from Lee Thompson. I don't know if he saw the yellow flag. That was because Rob Beaumont's car was, of course, parked on the exit of turn 2. Here comes Wolford back at Thompson. Also late again on the brakes into turn 5. Oh, we got a little bit out of shape there, did Wolford. And he maintains. Doesn't worry. Doesn't back out. Thompson keeps him honest. It's a great fight here between these two cars. Who would have thought that this is what we're going to be seeing here today in AT&T Pre-74 International Sports Prototypes. Bit of smoke coming out of Thompson's car again. We saw that in race 1. Still managed to finish up, even though he had smoke coming out of the car. Incredible to say this, but Larry Wolford is in a 1969 Lola T70, and it's a 1991 Opel Astra that is leading him out at the moment. Coming up on some back markers. That's Jana Kling being passed by the two leading cars up towards turn 5. That's Larry Wolford, not Terry Wolford, by the way, Moira. Larry Wolford in the car, pushing hard to try and get through there on Lee Thompson. Thompson hangs on for now. 3 to go. It's about to get real here between these two, I think. They are not going to hold anything back there. Jonathan du Toit still maintains 3rd place as we're watching Rob Beaumont's 917 being pulled out of harm's way. Leading cars heading out of turn 2 towards turn 3 onto that back straightaway. So into the back straight, coming up on the back marker again of Richard Evans and the Chevy Corvette. Corvette Stingray still with a bit of work to do, a bit of development still to be done in that car, I think. But he's looking forward to bringing that to the hill climb in May. Up to the top of the hill, Lee Thompson maintains a small margin over Wolford. Wolford is good on the brakes up here, but this time he's a bit far back to get up close and sideways alongside Lee Thompson, like we've seen on 2 occasions in this race. Coming up on Johan de Bruin. About to close down on that battle between de Bruin and Klucher. 2 Porsche 911 RSRs and the 911R going at it, with 2 to go for Thompson. 2 laps for Lee Thompson and Larry Wolford to finish this one up. Blue flags waving for slightly slower cars there. I say slightly slower because Wolford running wide. Has he got a problem? Wolford might have a problem. Has he missed a gear? He did. Missed the gear. Maybe got caught out by the recovery of vehicles on the sideline and some marshals on the side of the track as well. So we'll wait and see if there's going to be an issue there, because up to the top of the hill is Lee Thompson. He's up ahead of the 2 Porsches now, with a lot of smoke coming out of that car. Wolford might still be in with a chance of the win here. That's if the COC deems that Lee Thompson passed under yellow, which he possibly may have done, into turn 2. Starts his final lap though, does Lee Thompson. And a Klucher and de Bruin in the Porsches, but they are currently just outside of the top 10, having been caught and passed by the leader. So as they come out there, Klucher closing down. Larry Wolford going to try and find a way through there on de Bruin. Harry dives on the inside of the 911R. Ben Morgenrud on that back straight now in the Mustang. He's got like literally 1 race break before he has to get back into that car and go at it again in the pre-66 and 68 Legends of the Niner. Oh, Lee Thompson. Problems there for Thompson's car in the closing stages. Wolford's got past on him. The Porsche's got past as well. I think Thompson's got problems. Lee Thompson has got problems in the closing stages here. Wolford is going to go for a double win. Wolford comes down for the checkered flag and the second win of the day there. Lee Thompson. Looks like he might be having some brake issues. As he comes to the line, it is Larry Wolford taking the victory. Lee Thompson in second place. Jonathan du Toit is going to finish in 3rd. I don't know if Larry Wolford's seen the flag. I don't think he has. Larry Wolford is still flat out there behind Ben Morgenrud. Let's have a look and see if he just rolled out on that back straightaway. He certainly looked like he was still. He is. Wolford has not seen the flag. I think he was behind Ben Morgenrud across the line and he didn't see the checkered flag come out. So the flag is out in terms of the timing monitor, but there's a couple of cars that are still flat out, including Larry Wolford. Wolford has not seen the checkered flag. He'll continue until he does see it. But he's already got the victory, so if anybody could have spoken to him, they probably would have let him know to roll out. Thompson in second, Toy in third. They've seen the checkered flag. Here comes Larry Wolford down into the final corner. And this time he gets to see the checkered flag, I'm sure. Yes, he does. For the second time, Larry, there's the checkered flag. Now he celebrates. Well, if he'd had a bit of a fueling issue there, he might have been in trouble. Anyway, take nothing away from a double win there for Larry Wolford in the Auto Truck and Tyre Pre-74 International Sports Prototypes. And the Trans Am and V8 touring cars all combined. That wraps up their action. Up next, Marlboro Crane Hire, Little Giants, and our Class G from HRSA. So we're down in pit lane as these cars roll out to catch up with one of our international competitors out of that ISP race. It's great to see. And just waiting to get hold of him. I'm going to try and get hold of Kenneth Pearson down in the international pit there. Pilot of the McLaren. Let's catch up now with Kenneth and find out how his day's gone there in his McLaren.
Kenneth Pearson, all the way from Sweden. Great to be here, and what an incredible car this McLaren is.
It's really nice, really nice. It's handling well. And we bring it overseas, and we have parts with us, so we put it together, the last parts here.
Yeah. And then you ship it back every time, back to Sweden.
We're going to ship it back here. But maybe in future I'm going to keep that car here.
And just tell us a bit about the car itself, because the McLaren, there's not too many of these around, I presume.
No. That's a McLaren from 1968. And delivery is from Joachim Bonnier when he raced it in Sweden in 1968. And the funniest thing, he spanned with the car, and David Piper, he won the race, and Joe Bonnier got second. So it's a little bit fun story because David used to be here.
So, and yeah, of course, this was the David Piper series. But just before we say goodbye to you, It's just great to have you guys come out to South Africa and put on a great show.
Thank you. We go to Cape Town next week. So.
Well, enjoy that.
Yeah.
And great to see you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for everything in South Africa.
How about you?
Always great to catch up there with Kenneth Passon, a big supporter of this event. I didn't realise that there was a little bit of history behind that car that he just told us about. So in his day, the Swede that drove that car came second to David Piper. So Piper and Pearson's car there, of course, and of course this particular Passion for Speed event used to be known as the David Piper Series. So nice little interesting bit of history there thrown in at the latter part of the day. We got 4 more races to go. It's Marlboro, Crane Hire, Little Giants and HRSA Racing Class G combined. Mel Spur will definitely looking for a slightly better outing. Had to come in with a loose connection. It had to be fixed and sorted out before she could finish up her heat in race 1. And we've got Crane Hire's Legends of the 9 hour and under 2 litres. We've still got some M Performance Parts Racing Series to come your way from the BMWs Class A, B and C. And then HRSA's final heat at the end of the day as well. Georgie Smallberger in the Shield Ford Escort. He had to come onto the racetrack very late in race number 1. So, yeah, sometimes it happens. Rudy Dupree, you should know about missing checkered flags, but as the comment comes flying there from our top brunch run and Thunderbike riders, he missed it at the last round. It's Zwartkops. Did an extra lap, not seeing the checkered flag. It happens. Sometimes you're in the race and you're concentrating so hard you're not even watching what's happening on the sideline, and despite Henny the flag waving it literally in your face, you might not see it. And I think what happened with Larry was he was tucked in behind Ben Morgenroot and possibly didn't see the flag as he passed Morgenroot on the straight. So not only did he have to fight with a V8 that he'd fought with in previous years racing, he had to fight with a fellow rival from those days as well in Morgenroot in the closing stages of that race. Lights out and we're racing. 2 minis, 2 GSM darts, a Mercedes-Benz and a little Lotus chucked in again. Here we go. Who's going to have what it takes now to take the final honours here for this category? They're all lining up thick and fast into turn 1, but once again it is Burtis who leads out. Big move from Ishmael Beloy, trying to get through there on Kyle Brink right from the word go. Can he make it stick? No, he can't. The Mini's going to have what it takes to come out of that turn 2 and get the squirt down a lot better. Once again, power to weight ratio and the handling ability of these little Coopers at the front end are just unmatched in this category. Ishmael Beloy keeps out the charge there coming from Lars Bowden, and he of course will be looking for a chance to maybe just up the finish from race 1 and get onto the overall podium. Mel round the outside of Liam Murphy all the way from Ireland. He's sharing the car there today with Vic Camphor. Oh, and a tag. Oh, it's on. Ishmael Beloy getting up close and personal and tagging the Mini into turn 5. It's lost him a little bit of ground though, and he drops behind John Tendashate, his teammate, after tagging a Mini. Must remember Ishmael Beloy, that's just a fiberglass body, but I can tell you from very good experience how quickly that body breaks up. Oh, and another one! He's taken out his teammate! Beloy goes sideways into John 10. John 10 gets it going again, but Ishmael Beloy's car is completely wrecked. I don't want to say I told you so, but I just said that. Literally a second before Ish made the same mistake down into turn number 8, G&H Transport. So possibilities here of a safety car, because that front end is completely wrecked on Beloy's car. There it is. Front right of that car is toast. So there you have it. Here's a look at the front end of that car. Here's the replay. Trying too hard to get on the inside of John 10. And the front right of the car is completely damaged. Fortunately, John 10's car got going again. So Tendashate gets back on track in the second of the GSM darts. Because the third one is piloted by Citizen Motoring's Andre de Kock. Still haven't seen a safety car board yet. Although, as I see Gert Burtis coming into turn 5, are they slowing up slightly? I think they are. They must have a safety car. There's no way they can have that car there without having to get it extracted. There it is, there it is. Safety car, I can see it on the right-hand side, has been deployed. So we got minis 1 and 2. Lars Bowden in the Lotus is in 3rd place, and on his tail Grant Viljoen and Robin Clark. Those are the first 5 cars, and safety car should pick up on them as they come through here into turn 1. Sure. So it looks like they're keeping all the best races for last year. The accidents coming through here. We thought we got great action this morning. Well, it's not done yet. 86 is picked up on Boertus, Brink and Bowden. Battle of the B's out front there as well. Surnames all starting with B. Viljoen and Tiaan van Rooyen. Hope we're going to get some onboard action from Tiaan van Rooyen. He's got a helmet cam inside that Porsche 924. That'll be quite an interesting little shot to have. Ishmael Beloy, I think, realizes the error of his ways there. He'll be having a chat with John 10. And I'm sure apologies all around there for a dive up the inside. We saw an opportunity. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. Under the cock behind George Smallberger. And behind him, you can see them lining up, including Liam Murphy. In fact, it's not de Kock, it's Tender Shate. He's the first car out there. Or is Tender Shate drop back? No, it is. Andre de Kock is the first of those darts, and then Tender Shate is further back behind Liam Murphy, the man all the way from the Emerald Isle. So Beloy is in the car, but is the car actually going to turn? Look at that front right. I don't think so, Tim. I've got a strange feeling that, oh no, it pulled right as they got it going. They're just telling them what to do to keep that wheel rolling now. So locked up on those back wheels. The rear wheels are locked up because it's still in gear. There we go. Now we got it right. But I don't know if he's going to be able to steer this car. That's the problem. Because it looks like the steering arm on the right-hand side is broken. Malspur, Liam Murphy, John Tender Shate as they come through there. And you can see just at the back end, it's great to see Clinton Parsons out there as well. With Hendrik van Zyl, Carlos Alfonso and Donovan Meyer. That makes up the pack that are still left out there. 18 cars still looking for honours here. And completing laps under the safety car. These laps count. 5 to go of the 8 allocated. They may need to get Big Max out there to get that car onto a flatbed trailer. See if that's going to be the call from the COC at some point. You can see as they head down towards turn 2, that reverse angle from turn 1, you see the water sprayers just above the buildings in the background. That's due to the fact that part and parcel of today's entertainment is the drifters on the skid pad, giving an opportunity to the crowds here to go and enjoy a little bit of drifting in between the race action that's happening on track. Because as always here at Zwartkops, lots of food vendors and guys selling wares and tears, including the guys from Castrol Wakefield, helping out some of these historic cars with braking fluid, I should say, as well as oil. There's nothing like that 2-stroke smoke from a Castrol can. If I could bottle that, you could make millions as an aftershave for men. I can tell you that right now. You'd be making gazillions if you could just bottle that into some kind of eau de toilette or aftershave. Certainly a fan favourite amongst the smells of the racing fraternity. Particularly the Castrol Wakefield stuff. Not too much the new stuff from Castrol, but the Wakefield stuff certainly had a fantastic smell to it. And still does, because they're here and supporting a lot of these guys. In fact, the Castrol braking fluid that they brought in here today from the Wakefield guys, they sold an entire, I think, shipment to Scribanti for his Porsche. Right, here we go. Back into race action as the 86 pulls into pit lane. The 2 minis will now try and catch everybody else napping. Bowden has not been caught, neither has Viljoen. They go line astern across and can't pass until they've crossed over the finish line. So it's now every man for himself into turn 1 as Bowden looks on the inside of Brink. Brink looking for a chance now to try and keep out the intentions of the Swede as they come down under braking into turn 2. Viljoen now trying to find a way through there on that little Lotus as well, as he did in race 1. Tiaan van Rooyen slightly higher up than what he was in race number 1, there in 5th place. And just up the road, as you can see, from the 50 car. So some work to do there for that 5-0 machine of Robin Clark. Clark under pressure from Smallberger. Smallberger trying to dive on the inside, just in the background of that shot. But Lars Bowden is looking for a way through here on the 2 minis. Burtis hasn't got away like he did in the first one. And a bit of pressure now coming from Bowden. Late on the brakes from the Lotus. But he tried this on a few occasions in the first race and couldn't make it stick. The Mini hangs on for now. So Brink just keeps him out yet again. Viljoen is on his tail, looking to pounce onto the back end and find a way past that Lotus. Heading down into turn 8. We have completed the halfway stage. We're now getting into the second half of this race with 3 to go. Three laps to go for these cars. You can see in the background starting to make their way to pre-race. All of the big bangers from the legends of the 9-hour production cars and under 2 litres. Kian van Rooyen starting to close onto the back end of Viljoen. Mercedes-Benz AMG 300 SEL is definitely going to have to keep an eye out on the 924 closing down on him. A little bit of a concertina effect here as the minis seem to be slowing the pace down ever so slightly, and that's allowed Bowden through. There you go. The little fight between the minis has allowed Bowden a chance to put the Lotus between the 2 minis for the first time. Is he late enough here to get through to the lead of the race? He's going to have a go this time. Backside of it just into the turning point, and at the apex it's Burtis who comes out in the front. Look at Viljoen hunting for minis and Lotus. That big Mercedes will eat them up if he can find a way past. I think he'll probably have the straight line speed, but the handling ability of the Lotus and the minis is what's keeping them at the front end right now. And also their ability to get out the corner. Light power to weight ratio for those Mini Coopers and the Lotus. And the ability to get the slightly heavier, I say slightly, a lot heavier Mercedes-Benz out of the corner is not as easy. Burtis maintaining the lead for now. Bowden in second and Brink in third. I think Carl Brink will like to return the favour there before the end of the race on Lars Bowden. But 1.5 laps to go as they head towards turn 4. Nothing in it here between the top 2, and look at that. Bowden getting on the inside of Burtis and gets through. Change up for the lead. First time the Lotus is at the front of this pack. Now, can he hang on for a lap and a half? Will Burtis be able to come back at him? He's got great drive up the hill as that little Lotus. Slightly more straight line speed than the Mini has, but look at the Mini's handling ability. Here's where it comes into play. Burtis looking for a way through to try and get back at the new leader. The Swede hangs on. And Terence wants by, big time. Can he find a way past on Lars Bowden? They are now side by side. The 2 Minis almost coming out of turn 6. Into 7 and now down towards UNH Transport Corner, the final turn. Penultimate time of asking into this last corner for these guys. 1 to go. We're going to see Lars Bowden hang on here. There's a possibility as they're onto the final lap. Looks like Grant Balloon's rolled out of it. He's not going to have any more. He's going to just finish up the race day with a vehicle intact. Always a good thing to do, particularly when you've got those kind of cars that these guys are playing in. You don't want to be ending the race day with some damage to those cars. Not always easy, as we've heard in the past, to find parts for them, that's for sure. Not like you can just shoot down to your local Midas or Goldwagen and say, listen, I need the front end of a Lotus 23. Sure, I've got 2 of those. I'll get them out the back for you. Right, so here they come. The Minis fighting for second and third. I don't think they're going to have enough here to catch Bowden. And it looks like the Swede is going to get a little bit of retribution here on the South Africans. Hanging on for 4 more corners. Make that 3. Double right-hander means there's 2 to go. And Burtis is not giving up without a fight. Watch the drive down the hill from the Mini. He's got a slightly better line coming out that, but Bowden goes defensive. Realizing Terence is going to try something, he went instantaneously defensive. Will there be enough to try and get the squirt to the line? No. Just not enough. Lars Bowden wins out for Sweden ahead of Burtis and Brink. What a great dice between those three. Smallberger sneaking through the little cheeseburger, beating the Mercedes-Benz. I think it was ailing in the end there from Leeuwen's point of view. And Tian van Rooyen just missing out on that opportunity. So well done for a great racing outing for our Marlboro Crane Hire Little Giants and HRSA Class G competitors. That's the way you do it. Tian van Rooyen will be very happy with that performance, that's for sure, in his 924 Porsche. So we got 3 to go, 3 more races to go. Let's have a look at how this one ended up. Lars Bowden, Terence Burtis and Carl Brink beat out George Smallberg, who in the end finished on the fastest lap of the race on that final lap, beating out Grant Verloon in the Mercedes-Benz. Tian van Rooyen just couldn't get there in that 924 Porsche. And there was Andre de Kock first of the GSM Darts, beating out Chris Radloff in the Alpha. Robin Clark in another Alpha made up the top 10 for that category. Up next, we stay with Marlboro Crane Hire, but we go to the Legends of the 9 Hour and the Under 2 leaders. Rolling out back into the mix one more time for our Legends of the 9 Hour production cars and the 2 liter categories, all brought to you by Marlboro Crane Hire. Nice little comment there from our director saying, I don't think Jeff Kruger's car would have passed roadworthy. May pass raceworthy though, that's an important factor. So that's how we're going to try and wrap it up here for the big bangers. Arguably, the biggest highlight of the race day, other than the Castrol TT, is our production cars that are on track at the moment. Usually piloted by some very famous race names, and they are being piloted by them today as well. That's all part and parcel of how Peter de Toy puts this all together. Good to see that Ollie Broom's got his Mustang sorted out after a little bit of an incident between himself and Stian Kriel in race number 1. Kriel, unfortunately, hasn't got the Studebaker Lark back on track. And then Watch out for the battle between Mark du Toit and Henny Groenewald. You heard from Henny Groenewald, if you were listening in after race 1. He was concerned about tyre wear and brakes. Graham Nathan is just concerned about staying in a straight line. Thanks for that, G. I think that was all on purpose, though. Yeah, that was done deliberately, as we would normally see from the big man. Grumpy, as his friends like to call him, but of course the big dog there. One of the biggest men in motorsport, of course. Literally 6'7" of him, and probably about 120 kilos odd, if not a bit more, depending on how that Christmas season went. Henny Groenewald, one of his arch rivals from the past. Mark du Toit has gone at it with him on a few occasions, as has Ben Morgenhout, Jonathan du Toit, and Jeff Kruger. Ellison, De Matteo, Warren Lombard. He'll be looking to turn his luck around ever so slightly. Didn't go according to plan there for Lombard, and in fact, if I look at Lombard's car, is that front right door open slightly? I think it may be on the 175 Mustang. As he slammed it shut through turn 1, he might have. And you've got Alan Poulter leading out what would be the under 2 litre category. He took the victory relatively easily. In fact, he's actually moved up into ZBs, so it was actually Mark Miller we need to keep an eye out in terms of the win for the under 2 litre class, I think. But if I look at the way they've been entered, let's have a quick squiz there. Alan Poulter, ZB, yeah. So, ZB battle between Alan Poulter and Paige Lindenberg. And then Mark Miller in the background there, Scotty, that orange-coloured Alfa Romeo is kind of the lead, and those are the leaders of the under 2 litre class that you're seeing now in your shot. So just for our director's point of view, just to watch out for those. That's the two battles. We've got the one at the front and under 2 litres in the background. We'll keep an eye on as well. 3 more races to go. 8 laps of this, 10 laps of M Performance Parts Racing Series BMWs, and 10 more laps of HRSA. So Pretoria North Toyota gets the drop on these cars and get away. Henny Groenewald and du Toit will start to get into formation along with Ben Morgenhout and Jonathan du Toit. De Matteo will be looking to come alongside Warren Lombard. Stable mates in their normal racing careers are those two drivers. With De Matteo Racing. There we go. Let's get that formation all sorted. Coming out of turn 8, G&H Transport Corner. For the last time, we're going to start production cars. Let's see what these guys can do in the second heat. We had a bit of action in the first heat. We're looking for more of it in the second. As the lights go out and we go racing down towards turn 1, it's Henny Groenewald who gets the drop. Ben Morgenhout follows him through with the Thunderbolt on the inside there with the toy at the wheel. Brother Jonathan all over the back of him looking for a way to get past the Ford in the Chevy, but Kruger is on his inside in the Camaro, and then it's the Chevy Chevelle of our bit of fun and games earlier on from Graham Nathan with the loop out. Then behind that, Ellison, De Matteo and Warren Lombard were side by side. But Henny Groenewald trying to get away now. He wants to get a little bit of a margin, I would say. Henny Groenewald's tactic would be here, so that he doesn't have to worry too much about tyre wear. If he can just get a bit of a lead, he might be able to control it from that position and stay out front and ahead of the rest of this pack of cars. So up the hill, go the under 2 litre category. It's Morgenhout a little bit sideways out of turn 5 into 6 with du Toit on his tail. Kruger, du Toit, Nathan, Ellison, De Matteo and Lombard. Paige Lindenberg leads out ZB at this point by the looks of it. Warren Lombard. Oh, it's Morgenhout. Morgenhout into pit lane. Ben Morgenhout goes into pit lane. That's going to give a huge margin there to Henny Groenewald. The battle's for second. It's Jeff Kruger on the inside of Mark du Toit. Jonathan du Toit on their tail. So we got Ford, Fairlane, Thunderbolt, Chevy Camaro and the Chevy Nova around the outside. The Chevelle coming into play now. Graham Nathan is definitely closing that gap down and wants a bit of fun in that second place battle. And he's bringing Ellison along in the second of the Fords. Franco De Matteo in the 57 Chevy Bel Air, pushing hard in the background, trying to close that gap down as well. And Nathan in the 13 Smoky Unix Chevelle, trying to get to the back end of Jonathan du Toit in the Chevy 2. they come up onto braking. Ellison's going to give Nathan a bit of a run under braking as they get into turn 5. So it's Henny Groenewald, Mark de Toy, Jeff Kruger, Jonathan de Toy. Ellison is through on Nathan. Frank and Mateo, Warren Lombard, Paige Lindenberg and Poulter. Looks like it's going to be Camper side by side here with Ollie Broom. And then Mark Miller. Miller having some fun and games there with Schwabski. Run there, Dion Schwabski and Roger Houston having such a good dice. Look at that, there's 7 cars fighting for 5th place on track there. Broom goes into the pit lane as well. Second of the retirements from the Mustangs. Hasn't been a Mustang day today, that's for sure. So it's Camper from Mark Miller, Roger Houston. That's how they line up in the under 2 litre category. Camper, Miller, Houston. And I would say just behind that it is Francesco Lombardi. So not a bad run there from the Alpha man. John T. Needham in the Ford Escort just behind that. So Camper hangs on for now, keeping out Mark Miller. It's the Volvo. And Vic Camper in that 122 trying to take the victory, the second victory of the day here for the under 2 litre category. They come onto braking for turn 5. Under pressure is Camper, but it's Mark Miller who's applying huge amounts of it and going to try and squeeze through on the Volvo. Miller side by side with Camper as they come through turn 6. Have to back out of that one, and he does so. Slots in line astern, but comes straight back on the exit point of 7. Outbraking maneuver down into what is turn 8, G&H Transport corner. Camper retaking the lead. Miller runs wide. Houston dives on the inside. Lombardi comes along. And watch out, just in the background is Schwabski and John T. Needham going at it. Yo, getting close there, that's for sure. Top 3 into turn 2 for under 2 litres. Moving back to the front end as the Chevy 2 tries to close things down on Kruger for second. Or for third, I beg your pardon. So it is Henny Groenewald. Groenewald at this point in time leading and controlling things. Had a slightly bigger margin earlier on. Looks like he's rolled out of it ever so slightly to try and control things from the front ahead of Mark de Toy. Kruger and Jonathan de Toy, your first 4 cars on track. Heading down the hill to get to the halfway stage of this final race of Marlboro Crane Hire. Legend of the 9 Hour production cars. Here we go. Is there going to be any bit of ask here from Jeff Kruger? Battle-scarred Chevy Camaro trying to close down there on the 207 machine of Mark de Toy and Ford Fairlane Thunderbolt. Back to the battle for under 2 litres. Camper continues to be at the front end with Houston on his tail now. Change up in terms of the Alpha and the driver and the colour. That needs to say the same kind of pressure being applied now from Roger Houston's point of view. Morganwood's back on track, coming through in amongst those under 2 litre category cars. He gets up into the 3rd place battle and now right behind Roger Houston in that Morganwood Auto Ford Mustang. So, here we go. It's getting real here between Lombard and Nathan, and in the mix as well as Alan Poulter. Poulter on the outside of Nathan, trying to close down on Franklin and Mateo. So you asked for some action in the closing stages of today. This is what we provide you. Graham Nathan on the inside of Warren Lombard, trying to close down on the 57 Chevy of Franco De Matteo. De Matteo looking on his rearview mirrors, watching for Graham Nathan, who's looking out and being really concerned about Alan Poulter, who's literally on his tailpiece. Look out for Paige Lindenberg. She's not too far away from it either. She's lost the lead of ZB, but she's not going to give up that fight. Lombard side by side now with De Matteo. Mustang versus the Chevy Bel Air. The Black Widow with a slightly, ever so slightly better turn of pace on that straightaway. Here comes Nathan. Nathan going to chuck it up the inside, try and find a way through on both of them. Keeping out Poulter, forcing Poulter slightly wide out of turn 2. Nathan squeezes through. Oh, what a move from Graham Nathan. Ideally placed is where Nathan was right there to get onto the back end of De Matteo. Lombard loses out ever so slightly. Top 4 going through there, no changes with these first 4, with 2.5 laps to go for them. That battle just in the background heating up dramatically as Henny Groenewald starts his penultimate lap. So he's got 2 laps to go there, does Henny Groenewald. Look at this. Here we go, back to the battle. Smoky Unique, Chevelle just getting ahead now of the Bel Air. Lombard's in it. Page Lindenberg and Poulter, they're going 5 by 5 down the hill. 2 by 2 into the final corner. And it's Nathan ahead of Di Matteo. Lombard around the outside, Poulter on the inside. Page Lindenberg and the Thunderbolt joining the party. With 2 laps to go, this is where the fight is, there's no doubt about it. What a battle between these 5 cars. Paige Lindenberg probably sitting there waiting to pick up some pieces because she knows how these boys are not going to hold back. Graham Nathan, Frank Di Matteo, Alan Poulter and Warren Lombard. There is certainly no chance of holding back between those 4. And Ben Morgenroot's about to join the party. We're going to have 6 cars fighting here as Morgenroot closes on the back end of Paige Lindenberg. Morgenroot is a lap down, but he's not going to be worried about that. He just wants a bit of this action. Morgenroot on the inside, looking for a way through. Look at Alan Poulter trying to follow Graham Nathan on that inside of turn 4 with Di Matteo on the outside. Yo, that's brilliant. American Muscles taking on the Volvo. Here comes Morgenroot. Late braking from Ben Morgenroot. Can he get on the inside of Graham Nathan? No, he can't. What a dice. What an amazing race here from these 6 cars. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Still side by side between the Unique and the Bel Air. That Chevelle is just hanging on for dear life. How much brakes are left? What are the tyre wear like? Here comes Morgenroot. Morgenroot dives on the inside into turn 8. Just getting ahead of Di Matteo with a lap to go. Oh, brilliant. They head down into turn 2. Morgenroot will squeeze through on Nathan. Well, he'll try. Graham Nathan's going to keep him honest. That's for sure. Looks like Paige Lindenberg has got through ahead of Poulter for ZBs as well, so it gets into second place behind Warren Lombard. Lead of the race is Henny Groenewald. No problem at all there for Groenewald, ahead of Mark du Toit. They basically are line astern and equidistant departure for these first 4 cars to complete the day's racing. Henny G will take the second heat sideways across the line there for the East Tennessee Motor Company in the Ford Mercury. A fantastic run there. Ford Comet, I beg your pardon. Here they go to the top of the hill. We go back to this battle. Morgenroot has pulled away slightly now. This is the second place battle we're watching for. It's for ZBs. ZBs led out at the moment by Warren Lombard in the 175 Mustang. He's behind Di Matteo. Oh, Graham Nathan started to get a bit sideways there. And a bit of showboating for the crowd as they come to the line. Morgenroot is a lap down. He's still going to finish about the 16th place there by the looks of it. As the flag comes out, Graham Nathan will finish in 6th, ahead of Frank Di Matteo. No, in fact, ahead of Warren Lombard. Lombard dived through in the last corner to get ahead of Di Matteo. And he'll secure ZBs ahead of Paige Lindenberg and Alan Poulter. Under 2 litres still coming to the line as well. They've got to still sort out who's going to finish at the front end of that one. And it looks like it might be Francesco Lombardi or Roger Houston who finished up in the front of the under 2 litre class. What a way to finish today's racing there. We did say it, one of the highlights of the day is to come and see these guys go at it. Henny G taking the win and the fastest lap ahead of Mark du Toit and Jeff Kruger, Jonathan du Toit, Colin Ellison, Graham Nathan. Warren Lombard takes ZBs. He beats out Paige Lindenberg and Alan Poulter. And yes, it was Francesco Lombardi to win out the under 2 litres ahead of Roger Houston and Vic Kampfer. 2 more races to go. BMW M Performance Karts Racing Series are waiting in the pre-race area. They'll be out on track shortly, and we'll be back with commentary here from the 22nd Passion for Speed Festival. So it's BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series classes A, B and C making their way out to the circuit as Harry Smith and Leslie Rudman have joined Jesse Huggett. Hello to Jess. Jan Panamava all the way from Cape Town, of course, is Jess Huggett, and Kat Pretorius also joining us now in the last two heats of the day here of the 22nd Fashionable Speed Festival. Dave Peterson is down in pit lane. He's going to be catching up, I think, with Warren Lombard. Let's go down there and find out how it went for Warren in ZBs.
Warren, winner of ZB. That means much to you.
No, it does.
What a dance you had.
Jeez, that's probably one of the best races I've ever had. We had such fun. I don't know how many times we overtook each other. Eventually, Renko got stuck in gear. I was either in the back of him or around him on the dirt. So I managed to go around and stick it on the back onto the tar. So awesome race.
A great way to end the day.
Good way. It's a good way. So sometimes things always happen, but I'm happy at least got some silverware today.
Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks for all your support. Appreciate it.
Now the Pep Boys Automotive man is very happy with that. How's that? Around the outside of Di Matteo and the Black Widow on the grass to get that position and take the ZB victory. Nothing wrong with that. Well done, Was. Dave's going to try and get there and pick up on a couple of the other drivers, but we'll catch up on them if they do. We're coming into starters orders now for the final heat of BMW M Performance Racing Series. Shod with Dunlop tyres and helped out with i2 and NGK spark plugs and a whole bunch of other associate sponsors that are loving being involved and being associated with this category. Class A, B and C, of course, are slightly quicker cars that are on track compared to what we saw earlier on with the D's and E's. Take nothing away from the race action that those guys provided, though. And interesting to see the way that they've lined things up here for the second heat. Leighton Free, the rookie, is on pole alongside Lorenzo Guarteri. Garbini and Lopesha, the second row. So they've taken the top five, and inverted the grid as they usually do. So Leighton would get that pole position because of that. It's awesome to see how they're going to make that work, though, for Leighton Free, because I can tell you something. In the past couple of seasons, if Leighton Free has been on pole position, I think there was only one or two occasions he was actually bettered and beaten in the end. So let's see now what the rookie in this class can do with some seasoned campaigners alongside him and behind him. The brand new M3, the official pace car for this category, takes them around and will be making its way off the circuit to to allow them to go to battle for the last time in our second last race of the day in total. 27C, there was Alan Hilligan in the orange BM. Leighton now going to dictate the pace with Gautieri alongside him. It's Bucketless Racing versus Sav Speed, side by side for the front row. Sav Speed, and should be alongside him, Leon Lopesha from Fast Developments. Not quite up close and personal like he was. And the lights drop and we head down into turn 1, and it is Leighton Free who gets the whole shot. Barbini slots in behind his teammate from Sav Speed, Lorenzo Gautieri. And Gautieri already applying the pressure onto the back end of Leighton Free. Soaks it up slightly coming out of turn 2, but he's now got a huge pressure and a very up close and personal BMW from the Sav Speed team on his tail. Onto the back straight they come. It's Leighton Free going defensive, but unfortunately losing out there as Gautieri gets through. Great move here, diving on the inside as well. Mansour just losing out there ever so slightly. You can see just not the way to go. And it's Nick Macris, of course, also under pressure there too. Looks like the two Sav Speed cars have got ahead of Farid. Farid trying to come back at them. And the 66 car, race 1 winner by a long mile in the 66 machine of Leon Lopesha. Not quite on the same kind of pace. Problems in the background. One of the Class C competitors just going high and wide and onto the dirty stuff. That was the number 21, I think, if I'm not mistaken. 21 just making a small mistake there, Benny late as they came out of turn number 5. Looks like Lopesha's got through there on Leighton. Leighton Free and down to 4th. Lopesha going hunting for the two Sav Speed cars ahead of him. Behind that they line up in the form of Macris, Ramsey, Meyer and Ari van den Berg. Here comes Lopesha looking for second. Gets the drive. Oof. Had to back out of that ever so slightly. Watch for the drive up the hill there. He's got the little bit extra power that's required. He has. He's early on the brakes, but he's good enough to get through for second. And Lopesha moves up in between the two Sav Speed cars. So it's Lopesha now trying to fend off the return of the favour there from Carlo Garbini. And then Leighton Free looking to pick up the pieces if something goes wrong between the two of them. Fight for 5th. Lyle Ramsey, Nick Macris. Macris at the stage, hangs on ahead of Ramsey. Ramsey's got the German on his tail in Andreas Meyer. Start there from Andreas Meyer. Remember, it's a Class B car that Andreas Meyer is piloting. He's got Nick Macris and Lyle Ramsey fighting for honours there with him. Ari van den Berg behind that, and then Thomas Portgitter. Mansour Parker into the top 10 now. In the second of the Jive BMWs. Change up for the lead. Lopesha hits the front, gets ahead now of Gautieri. And he'll be looking to try and get away now from those two Sav Speed BMs in second and third. Here they come into the braking point, past that rival brand at AMG. The M Series machines flying high here. We started with 60 of them entered. 57 eventually got to the circuit on Thursday and Friday, and 53 of them have qualified. That's an amazing effort there from this squad and club to put it all together. See on Leon now just disappearing at the front end. Fastest lap of 105.2 there from Leon Lopesha. Lorenzo Gautieri and Garbini haven't got an answer. Leighton Free, Macris and Ramsey, Meyer, van den Berg, Portgitter and Mansour Parker. Osbagioni just outside the top 10. And then it's Renier Smith and Fabio Fedetto, Neil Pillay, Hein van der Merwe, Cochrane, Everstein and David Weston just ahead there of Varish Gunpath for the top 20. 20th place at the moment is your winner of the overall championship last year, Nick Fisher. He's in 20th place fighting for Class C. Bit down on the Class C at this stage, but of course he has stepped up. And looking for a chance now to win things out. Speaking of winning things out, here comes the German. Late on the brakes on Ramsey. Trying to find a way through there on the new turbo-powered Lyle Ramsey. Changing to a little hairdryer in that car to get it a little quicker. Fast lap times continue from Leon Lopesha as we're watching the battle between Nick Macris, Lyle Ramsey, and the German joining that party. Just in the background as well, we'll have to keep an eye out on that black and white M-coloured machine, because I think Arie van der Berg wants a bit of this and is quite keen for some action between these four. As I was saying, Leon Loubser 104.6 from that Fast Developments BMW that's just gone through shot. Bucket List Racing is Leighton Fourie. Remember, he's using this for a little bit of extra seat time behind the wheel of a BMW, because he's going to be participating in the BMW M2 Cup in Europe for this racing season. So he's decided that this might be the right idea to get as much experience behind the wheel of a BMW as to be involved in an all BMW series here in South Africa while he's off duty from his contracted drive in Europe. Loubser continues to lead with another fast lap. Gualtieri. And then this second pack. The third pack actually having a fantastic dice as well. Macris, Ramsey, Meyer, and Van den Berg. Potgieter and Mansour Parker starting to get up close and personal. But how's this? They have not given up here. Arie van der Berg wants a little bit of the action. Can't find a way through there on the German. That's 2, 3, and 4 heading towards turn 4. Got to ask yourself whether a big wing on the back of that car of Leighton Fourie would help him out. Give him a little bit of extra traction, which is what Garbini and his teammate are getting. Gualtieri. Still Macris ahead of Ramsey, the German putting the pressure onto Ramsey and soaking up some pressure of his own with that big diffuser on the back coming from Arie van den Berg. Loubser across the line, completes another lap. He's got 4 to go. Sort of run here from these guys as they head towards turn 2 again. And Ramsey looking for a way past, but can't get up close and personal. And close enough to make any maneuver on Nick Macris. This is a little mistake there from Ramsey. Opens up a door, and that's what the German needed. Andreas Meyer sneaks through on Lyle Ramsey up to second in Class B. You cannot afford to make a mistake like that with a multiple champion on your tail in the form of Andreas Meyer. Oh, bits and pieces of this car falling off the side. Looking at that, that's Thomas Potgieter, if I'm not mistaken. Potgieter with a lot of damage on the car and bits and pieces flying off the back of the BMW. I wonder if he's come together with somebody or something. You usually see parts flying off a car like that. Potgieter, I think if I'm not mistaken, was fighting with Mansour Parker in the Gyre BMW. I wonder if there's an opportunity to see the front end of that Gyre BMW. Renier Smith has gone through. Oh, Leighton Fourie having a look. Getting a little bit closer there, and there's a problem. Lorenzo Gualtieri's got an issue. The SAV Speed car's dropped to 4th. It's now Leighton Fourie up into 3rd place overall. The possibility of seeing the front end there of Mansour Parker's car. So that's Loubser. 5.5 seconds up the road. I think it's come down slightly between Garbini and Leighton Fourie, trying to find a way through. So it's Loubser into the final corner, and 2 to go. 2 to go there, and the fight is on. I think Leighton Fourie realizes now with 2 laps to go, he can possibly give the second place car a run for its money. And he's going to make Carlo Garbini work hard for it. Garbini's not going to be used to a rookie flying around here. I was just watching Loubser come out of turn 2 very, very slowly compared to what he was earlier on. I wonder if he's got a problem. He's watching that rearview mirror, and he's watching the 2 cars close down on him. So is there a problem there on the fast development BMW of Leon Loubser? Looks like he's got it sorted out now as they get to the top of the hill. Maybe just rolled out slightly to see where those cars were. But Leon Loubser now going to have to hang on for 3 more corners and 1 more lap. Leighton Ferree keeping the pressure on. Garbini soaking it up for now. Andreas Mayer moves to the lead of Class B. He's ahead of Macris. Macris has now got Lyle Ramsey all over the back of him looking for a way past as well. Looking for second place in Class B. Final lap I should say, as the lead car goes across the line. Oh, Leighton Ferree's found a way through. Little mistake there from Garbini, opened up the door, and Ferree took it with arms wide open. I'll have that, he says. Now can he go defensive to keep out the slightly quicker Sav Speed BMW? Heading to the top of the hill. 66 leads out. It is Leon Loubser looking for another win here in Class A. Will Leighton Ferree be able to keep out the Sav Speed car? He's done it for now. There are only 2 more opportunities for him to do anything about that lead car. As they come down the hill, bit of fluid coming out of the back of that Fast Developments BMW, but he's still going to finish up on top step of the podium. And who's going to come through for second? Is it going to be Ferree? It is! Leighton Ferree, second place in his second race ever. That'll work. Beating out Carlo Garbini. The German takes the win in Class B. He wins out over Nick Macris and Lyle Ramsey. Just waiting now for the Class C's to come down. We're looking for Hein van der Merwe in the 94 BM. Still going through there. Ari van der Berg and Mansour Parker. '92 comes through there to finish up. That'll be a nice day in the saddle for the 9-2 car of Fabio Pedetto. And just in the background, there they come. The Class C battle. And yeah, the Class C battle has won out. Good run there. Class C coming not from Nick Fisher. This time out, he has to settle for second place, I think. I think Leon Loubser ran out of fuel. There was a lot of fuel pouring out of the side of his car, and I think that's why he was slowing up in the end of the race, to save fuel. Let's have a look at those unofficial results there, Paulie. Loubser from Ferree, Garbini in third. Andreas Mayer takes the win ahead of Nick Macris and Lyle Ramsey. And then we've got to go a little way down to find, is that Nick Fisher or Troy Cochran who's come through for the win? Oh, we'll get confirmation of that a bit later on, but needless to say, that is BMW's done for the day. We got 1 more race to come your way, 10 laps of action coming from the HRSA Brigade. They'll be out soon here at Zwartkops. Little delay there just to get a bit of debris off the circuit after a touch there, I think, between the two BMs that were fighting in that mid-pack battle. One of them was Thomas Portkeeter, the other one was Arman Levy. But once that's all sorted out, we can go back and race and finish today's racing pretty much spot on time, because according to the program, we're supposed to start the last race at 25 to 5. We've got about 6 minutes for those marshals to get us back on track. Couple of cars needing a little bit of assistance to get out of pit lane and out of pre-race. Looks like a big field about to make its way out there for the last time. 13 cars about to go to battle. Last bit of race action from the 22nd Passion for Speed Festival comes from HRSA Historic Register of South Africa. Fighting for honours as they did in the first one. Honours were fought between the big, or the little Chevy Forenza of Rudolf de Vos, Rob Press, Yanni van Rooyen, and of course Richard Pott was involved for a while. He unfortunately ended up crashing out, but keep an eye out on his return. It's the orange and blue Gulf Racing style coloured Porsche in the background. Kind of Porsche versus Datsun versus Chevy versus Fords. It's the main contingent of cars in this category. Repair work to the SS as well. Although one thing missing from that SS now is the SS badge on that front grille. Tian Smith in the Nissan Sentra, running Group N colours there, from its original livery and original home of racing. That little Nissan Sentra. A couple of Honda Ballards into the mix. Mike O'Sullivan is one of them, and Rob Clark is the other one. Herman Klucher, Eddie van Rooyen, Stefan Pushkevez. Those are the contenders at the front end of this pack as they come through for their second warm-up lap. Give me a chance to get some heat into the rubber, heat into the brakes. The race face and strategies all sorted out. Doc Pentas is out there in his 240Z as well, just ahead of the two Jensen boys. De Vos will have the opportunity to dictate the pace though. But Andre van der Merwe will be on the inside line, which at this stage of the race day is not a bad place to be. There's a lot more grip on that inside line, and van der Merwe is going to try and use it. Rob Priest from KwaZulu-Natal, you can see he's done a bit of work to fix that splitter. Had some problems in the first one there on that Golf 1 on the front splitter. What's going to pan out here for the last race of the day. We've seen lots of race action. Frans Pedder and Travis Jensen, Peter Lance at the back in the Sanyo coloured Fiat Uno. Gavin London on the outside of Doc Pentassis. Behind them it's Rian Roux, Frans Jensen, Smallberger alongside Nigel Townsend there as well. Look out for Daniel Lotter too in the Ford Escort Mark 1 as the Pretoria North Toyota goes off track, hopefully for the last time today. Looking for a clean start here from the 30 cars about to go racing. Greg Steen alongside Yanni van Rooyen, looking to get the drop there on van Rooyen as the lights go out. Double yellows into turn 1, so it's going to be line astern until they come out of turn 3. Rob Priest just trying to stay in the hunt there with Yanni van Rooyen. Have to hold position until they come out of turn 2. So yellow flags in turn 1 and 2 to keep the field from smashing into each other. Here we go. Green flags out of 3, and we are now racing proper. De Vos trying to get away now from the Porsche in second of Andre van der Merwe. Rene Jansen van Rensburg, late bit of manoeuvring there from him in the Ford Escort. Trying to catch up onto the back end of the first Escort on track, that is. So a little fight between the two Escort bodies there. And that's Greg Steen and Rene Jansen van Rensburg. So we got Chevy, Porsche, Golf 1, Volkswagen Scirocco, Mark 1, Mark 2, Escort, 911R, SR of Richard Pott. And that rest of the field. It's an amazing field of cars. Pott on the inside looking for a way through. Might have made a maneuver to get one position higher. And has he got through? Yes, he has. Found a way through there on Rene Jansen van Rensburg. Priest trying to close down on the Porsche and the Chevy. Little Chev, of course, celebrated 50 years of the Forenza Chevy fan base here today. It's 50th anniversary of that car here this year. So looking forward to seeing whether he can do the double here today for that particular brand. But I think Andre van der Merwe might want to keep him a little bit more honest. He's trying to close that gap down. Pott now ahead of the first Escort. Putting the Porsche ahead of both the Escorts now. London on the inside of Pentassis. Kevin London finds a way through there on Doc Sofis Pentassis. He pulls away from Rian Roux, and just behind that you can see about 4 or 5 cars fighting for honours behind Roux in the third of the Siroccos. It's the SS that leads out that pack. Roux now under pressure from Frans Jensen, looking for a way to dive on the inside. Can he find a way through? Not just yet. They've laced behind that in the 4th Sirocco. Rob Clark starting to have a little bit of fight of his own there with Nigel Townsend. That's Class DNF on us. Saw that in the background too. Yanni van Rooyen maintaining a little gap over the Porsche. Will Richard Pott be able to close down on van Rooyen and find a way to get up into the top 4? Chevy, Porsche, Golf 1. Splitter and wings and slicks and big arches on that car. Pott on the inside of Van Rooyen. Porsche versus Scirocco up the hill. I thought it might just have a little bit of extra squirt. So Richard Pott moves up 1 place into 4th. Oh, Rob Priest has got problems. The Power King Golf. Something's broken and he's pulled to the side, and you can see from the body language in the car, he's not happy about that. Gets out the car, gets out of harm's way, runs over to the marshal point. So a very good possibility that we're going to get that safety car back on track. Unless they can get the recovery vehicle there without having to get a safety car situation. Problem though you've got is that front splitter is again dug into the sand. All problems as well here for the 97 car of Peter Jensen. The Hamilton's sponsored 1200 GX Datsun. About to be caught by the leaders as they head up to the top of the hill. Watch for him on the left hand side of the shot, heading to the top of the hill. Yellow flags waving, warning the fast drivers that there is a car stricken on the left hand side. Or did he get going? He might have got going again. Golf hasn't got going, unfortunately. It's stuck there in the kiddie litter. Lead cars coming onto the back of the pack, and that would be the first car being caught in the hands of Peter Lance in the Fiat Uno. Safety car. Kind of thought that might be the plan. Safety car has been deployed. And we'll pick up on the Chevy into turn 2. Lance opening up the door there, letting the 2 lead cars come through. He'll slot in behind them now in that Sanyo Fiat Uno. So a safety car now had to be deployed because of the Golf stuck in turn 5. It's going to concertina this field. There's still 6 laps to go, so 6 laps of action still to come your way. Rob runs over back to the Golf to see if he can get it out of that kiddie litter. Something's broken on the car. It's not like Rob Prius to make a mistake like that where he just ends up going off all on his own. There is the recovery vehicle coming to assist him. Looks like they're trying to get him out of there and get onto the track and then hopefully get him back into pit lane. The car up to pull it out of the kiddie litter and then see what happens, if they're going to tow it back into a safe position or they're going to just hopefully let him get back into pit lane on and under his own power, if there is any power left in that car, unless something's broken. He's lost 3 laps now. There's Rob Prius as they going to complete another lap here under the safety car. As I said, the field concertinaing up nicely here. Potentially give us a little bit of last race, late race action. Sun's starting to glint off those race cars as they come down towards turn 8. How's this field? Absolutely amazing to see. Nearly 280 competitors have gone at it today. 22nd Passion for Speed. Nice to see that what Peter de Toy is talking about at the grid walk interview that we did with him. Participation is more important than aspiration. That's what he likes to do here with this event. Get as many people involved and let them all go at it and have some fun. Not too worried about silverware and the wins. The participation aspect is a bit more important from his point of view. Looks like they're going to just pull Rob onto the inside of the circuit and behind one of the barriers there so that he's safe and out of harm's way before they get the green light and or the light to go off on the safety car and a chance to restart this one. So by the time they get to the top of the hill, the safety car probably would have been radioed to say that that car is safe, but they need to still get Romeo 2 out of the way there, the fire truck. That was helping with the recovery. Lights are out on the safety car, so we're about to go racing again. DeVos going to try and hold them up ever so slightly. And Rudolph will be looking for that second victory here today for the Chevy team if he can. Everybody else starting to get up close and personal, getting a little bit of extra squirt in the cars, trying not to lose the advantage that's been gained by that safety car with the concertina effect that it causes. Oh, Van der Merwe diving on the inside, looking pretty up for the challenge and up for the last 4 laps of racing. So 6 down and 4 to go. Van der Merwe's got a bit of pressure of his own coming from Richard Pott in 3rd place in the second Porsche. 2 Porsches, 2nd and 3rd. Sirocco in 4. Escorts are 5 and 6 as they come through there. The Mark 1 ahead of the Mark 2. Or is that the Mark 2 ahead of the Mark 1? It is. Mark 2 ahead of Mark 1 there, actually. René Janssen van Rensburg ahead of that Mark 1 Escort. And the Greg Steen got Travis Jensen and Fred Koenig behind that, with Oliver Broom and Sophus Pantassis making up the top 10. With 3.5 to go. Driving here from Van der Merwe, keeping out Pot for now. Pot 1-5. Pretty dangerous. It's the Sirocco of Yannick van Rooyen. He's got a little bit of a margin to stay ahead of René Janssen van Rensburg in the Mark 1 Escort. They're going to start 3 to go. 3 laps to go now for the final race of 22nd version. 22nd version of the Passenger Speed Festival. Van der Merwe and Vos. Certainly not done between those 3. Anything can happen, and kind of usually does in motorsport. Let's see what Rudolf de Vos can do about keeping these 2 Porsches at bay. Van Rooyen, Janssen van Rensburg. Where's Greg Steen? Greg Steen's dropped back behind Travis Jensen, and into the mix there, the 123 of Broom. SS getting to the top with Jensen on his tail. Here comes the return of the Mark 2 Escort. Mark 1 Escort, I beg your pardon. Mark 1 Escort gets through there on Jensen. So nice return there from Greg Steen. Ahead of that GX 1200. It might be Koenig behind that in the Jägermeister Sirocco. Then Pantassis. Move on the inside there from that 1200 GX to get through and return the favour on the Ford Escort. So a bit of fun and games there between Travis Jensen and Greg Steen. Trying to catch the SS Chevrolet. Not always an easy thing to do for that, that's for sure. Broom, Travis Jensen, Greg Steen ahead of Sophus Pantassis, and fighting hard there with Fred Koenig. Stewie Koenig just in the background as well, joining the party in the 3rd Sirocco. Leaders down into the final corner for the penultimate time. Last lap about to be started. Last lap of the Passion for Speed Festival about to be started here as well, with Rudolf de Vos leading things out over Andre van der Merwe. Van der Merwe is not going to give this up without a fight. You can see just from the body language on that Porsche that it's still up for grabs. Can de Vos keep him at bay? A bit of issues here for the closing stages. Looks like that might have been Willem Fonk or some problems there big time at the back end, but let's say no problems here for the Chevy. He just turned the wick up just a little bit to get away from the Porsche, give him a little bit of breathing room as they go up into the final couple of corners. And going to wrap things up here for our day's racing with a double victory for the Chevy Forenza Can-Am. Brilliant stuff. Not a bad way to celebrate 50 years of racing for this brand, with 2 wins in their first outing for 2023 here at the 22nd Passion for Speed Festival. It is Rudolph the Foss from Andre van der Merwe. Van der Merwe in second place. Pot will be third. He finishes up in third place there in the second of the fourth. And Yannick van Rooyen not too far behind him in the first of those Zwartkops. Travis Jensen still coming to the line with some pressure from Greg Steen. He's managed to hang on in the Hamilton's 1200 GX. Steen to the line. Fantastic beats Pushkavez. Pushkavez beats out Koenig. Squared. And Herman Klucker. And Gleason. Gavin London. That's how they all come across the line to wrap up the final race of the day. Let's have a look at those results. And as you can see there it is. Rudolph de Vos, Andre van der Merwe, Richard Pot, Yannick van Rooyen and René Jansen van Rensburg, the top 5. Ollie Broom, Travis Jensen, Greg Steen, Fantastis and Pushkavez making up the top 10 for HRSA's final race of the day. Going to wrap up our race day as well with that final race meeting, a bit of action on track. As always with the Passion for Speed Festival, a brilliant day's racing. We have to say a massive thanks to our crew here. Scotty Seawood directing us all day long. Paul Bedford alongside him with the production role. Lawrence and all our cameramen out there doing an amazing job. And of course Dave Peterson overseeing the entire production. Thanks to that team. Marshals and medics. And race control particularly for keeping us on a par and finishing up exactly when we're supposed to finish up there today. In fact, 5 minutes early. Because it should have finished at 16:55. And we got 5 minutes to spare. So well done for an awesome run there. Amazing stuff as well from all of our competitors today. A massive thanks to everybody that was involved in the race day itself from a competitive point of view. And we wish you guys all the very best for the 2023 season in your respective classes. And from our side as well to the team at Zwartkops for always putting this together and kicking off the 2023 motorsport calendar with an amazing event here and the 22nd running of the Passion for Speed Festival. Don't forget, the 18th of February, you can get back here to Zwartkops for the opening round of the Regional Extreme Festival. That'll be at Zwartkops. The 11th of March, the Inland Championships make their way back to Zwartkops as well. And on the 18th of March, we kick off with the official round of round 1 of the Extreme Festival National Championships. That's down in Cape Town. So those are dates to have in your diary. 18 Feb here at Zwartkops for the Regional Extreme Festival. The 11th of March, back at Zwartkops for Inland Championships. And Cape Town's Killarney International Raceway for round 1 of the National Extreme Festival. From our side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Hope you've enjoyed all the race day action. Thank you so much for your support on Facebook and YouTube. Please make sure that you like and share those posts and pass them on to all your friends, fans and family. And until we see each other at the racetrack again, take care then. Bye-bye now.